A terrifying image of destruction had appeared on the battlefield where Luo Yang and Xia Qingyuan were fighting. Endless catastrophe swords were falling, turning the area into a chaotic space. Everything within it was being destroyed. Divine light shone from Xia Qingyuan. She was enveloped in a lotus-like curtain as catastrophe swords whistled by. Each one was filled with infinite violence, and they were swords of all heavens. However, even though the catastrophe swords were so frightening, Luo Yang had still not moved an inch. He stood there, and the halo of flames around him was still as brilliant as ever. The divine fire light that he was shooting out was filled with incomparable destructive power. All the flame will in the area gathered together. Luo Yang slapped his hands together, and suddenly the halo of fire rose into the sky, swallowing up all the catastrophe swords, burning them into nothing. It seemed that no force could draw near to the divine flames. The burning will covered Xia Qingyuan's body. The whole area seemed like it would be melted into nothing by the flames. Xia Qingyuan watched her catastrophe swords being destroyed and the fiery halo coming towards her. A look of perseverance flashed in her beautiful eyes. If she lost, then Futian would have to face two people. And Luo Yang and Xingkai were so strong. They were both on the regional king's ranking, and everyone thought they would one day reach the Renhuang level. What was more, they were both at a higher level than Futian. This was obvious from the amount of pressure she was facing now. Even though Luo Yang was limiting the power of this flames, he was still a saint of true self, and his understanding of the 1,000-word proverb was much stronger than her own. Thus, his flames were more powerful than she was. And on top of that, Luo Yang seemed to have an exceedingly special physique, which was in no way inferior to that of a descendant of Renhuang. She did not know if Luo Yang was a descendant of Renheng, but over many generations and after many years, he had inherited the talents of his ancestors and now possessed the flames of the way. Endless flames were shooting out of the halo of divine fire. The light from the fire was enough to withstand the onslaught of the catastrophe swords, and the halo of divine fire could not be blocked. Luo Yang was bathed in endless flames. He controlled it by pointing his finger. "You haven't given up yet," he said. If Xia Qingyuan persisted, his attacks might actually injure her. Xia Qingyuan looked downward with a cold look on her face. Holy light was flashing from her, carrying a bit of Renhuang brilliance. She was as dazzling as a goddess. The catastrophe swords were destroyed and then reborn, turning into lotus flowers that covered her body. Every lotus petal had been formed from many catastrophe swords, and they continually swirled around her. Within her, a burst of life energy enveloped the lotus flower, making it look like she was one with the lotuses that were forming around her. They were feeding off and enhancing each other. Xia Qingyuan traced a seal with her hands, and many of the catastrophe swords joined together and shrieked forward, becoming many straight lines of catastrophe will. They flashed over like lightning, cutting through the air. This spell was called the infinite catastrophe. She turned into a bolt of lightning and shot down towards Luo Yang. Luo Yang frowned as he watched the shrieking catastrophe swords that had joined together smash into the divine fire. Her attack was no weaker than his own. The area around them became a zone of catastrophe as it was all enveloped. Even Futian and Xingkai, who were locked in battle, looked over. The two fights were not far from each other. The sky above them seemed to be caught in the catastrophe as well, but Xia Qingyuan was controlling the scope of her attack. The world was buried under the infinite catastrophe, and everything was destroyed. Bang, bang, bang. Catastrophe swords were falling all around Luo Yang, filling the air. He frowned as he felt that he was actually in danger. If he had been a doctrine saint, he could have been threatened by this attack. Everyone on Divine Mountain was watching Xia Qingyuan as well. What a powerful spell. Even the Nirvana-level elders on Divine Mountain were visibly moved. Creation and destruction, the two extremes of will, have both appeared within her and have burst forth at the same time. This princess of Emperor Xia's realm is incredible, an elder whispered. The catastrophe swords were a destructive force, and the lotuses were a force of creation. This was the infinite catastrophe. Endless destructive will fell, and the lotuses gave birth to even more catastrophe swords. In this way, both the creation and destruction were endless. Yes, Qinya City is truly an interesting place. The first one of them to rise in the world was Yushang, who became famous at the Battle of the Crimson River, eclipsing both the lord of the city and the princess of Emperor Xia's realm. It was only at the struggle at Emperor Kua's ruins that everyone became aware that Yi Futian was also a marvelous talent. As a result, the princess of Emperor Xia's realm became even more inconspicuous, said someone with a smile. Obviously, Yi Futian and Yushang had eclipsed Xiaqing Yuan, and she had not really had a chance to display her power. But now, she had come across Luoyang during this struggle. This was the purpose of the Peach Banquet, to let everyone see these people's talents. Clearly, they had found yet another rare talent. The princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Outside of the Peach Banquet, many powerful figures had come as well, like Shi Chan of the Shi clan. She had fought with Xiaqing Yuan before. Watching her now, she realized that at that time, Xiaqing Yuan had not been using her full power. If she had used the infinite catastrophe in that fight, she probably would not have been able to escape it. It seems that this battle is heating up. Everyone thought to themselves. Xiaqing Yuan was serious. Of course, Luo Yang's halo of fire was also drawing upon his own power. They were no longer limiting themselves to their understanding of the thousand-word proverb. Their attacks came on so fast that just as people were thinking it, Xiaqing Yuan attacked again. The infinite catastrophe clashed with the divine flames. The destructive scene was simply astonishing. Xiaqing Yuan descended, trying to pierce through the halo of fire directly. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous for her. Was she crazy? Did she want to pierce through the fiery halo? That kind of destructive power could truly threaten her life. The lotus petals opened up and turned into endless catastrophe swords that shot into the divine halo. They were burned up one after another, but they kept being created as they were destroyed, as if they could keep coming forever. A sharp snapping sound rang out as the halo of divine fire was finally broken by the falling infinite catastrophe. Her figure flashed through the sky in an instant, falling upon Luoyang. Everyone saw the light from the endless catastrophe swords falling and piercing into Luoyang's body. Xiaqing Yuan pointed forward, and it seemed as if all her attacks gathered together on her finger. Just in the instant that Xiaqing Yuan was about to launch her attack, brilliant light bloomed from Luoyang, burning everyone's eyes. His body became a divine law body, and the falling catastrophe swords were melted into nothing. An even more powerful halo of flames rose around him, swallowing up and melting everything. He pointed towards Xiaqing Yuan, and divine fire fell, burning everything. Even her force of creation did not have a chance to function. "Surrender," yelled Yi Futian. Xiaqing Yuan seemed to be completely enveloped. It looked like she had been burned away to nothing. Biting her lip, Xiaqing Yuan shot away like a bolt of lightning just as a pillar of divine flame descended, sending her flying backward, not stopping until she reached the edge of the Peach Banquet. Had she been defeated? Everyone's gaze fell upon Luoyang and felt his will. Even though it had been his final attack, he had still controlled its power and had not used the strength of a saint of true self. But even so, he had still knocked Xiaqing Yuan back. Everyone thought back to the rumors of Luoyang's ancestry. The Runhuang of the Luo clan had a divine fire body that no one could draw near to. The closer you came to him, the stronger the flames became. It was a physical power of his. Thus, when Xiaqing Yuan had come near to Luoyang, she had been subjected to an incredibly strong counterforce. If Xiaqing Yuan had been a saint of true self, what would have been the outcome of that attack? Could Xiaqing Yuan have threatened Luoyang? It was really possible. Everyone wanted to see a true, open battle between the two of them. Luoyang took a few steps forward and looked at Xiaqing Yuan. There was little satisfaction in his eyes. On the contrary, they seemed to be full of admiration. She was a woman and, moreover, only a doctrine saint, and she had still given him so much trouble. Xiaqing Yuan had put no less pressure on him than Yu Shifei. This was a woman who could be compared to a woman of the Yu clan who was on the regional king ranking. There was a little bit of disappointment in Xiaqing Yuan's eyes. Luoyang looked at her and said, "If you have a chance later, you can come to Crimson Dragon City and challenge me there." A look of surprise came over everyone's faces when they heard this. The fight between Luoyang and Xiaqing Yuan seemed to have created a sense of mutual appreciation between them. He had even asked her to challenge him at the Luo clan when he got a chance. But Xiaqing Yuan had beaten Xu Zi, who had cultivated at the regional palace, and her fight with Luo Yang had been no less impressive than Yu Shifei. This was a woman who could be compared with Yu Shifei, and she had a noble background. Even though she was not wearing women's clothing, everyone could still see her allure. No wonder Luo Yang would appreciate a woman like this. There were few like her in the whole of the Crimson Dragon realm. There was a flash of coldness in Xiaqing Yuan's eyes when she heard what Luo Yang said. She seemed extremely unhappy with it. "You have no right to ask that," she said. Her words stunned everyone. She was so aloof. But Luo Yang did not care. There were few people that he placed much importance on in the Crimson Dragon realm, and even less who were women. Xiaqing Yuan was outstanding in so many aspects. It was only normal that she would be proud and aloof. At that moment, there was the sound of a collision. It had come from the battle between Xing Kai and Yi Futian. The two of them moved away from each other. They stopped fighting and looked over at Luo Yang and Xiaqing Yuan, for whom the victor and the loser had already been determined. "Are you all right?" Yi Futian asked Xiaqing Yuan. Xiaqing Yuan shook her head slightly as she looked at him. She seemed apologetic. She had wanted to help him fight, but she had been defeated, so she had, in fact, caused him trouble. As he looked into her eyes, Yi Futian understood what she was thinking. He smiled and said, "Victory and defeat are not important. Leave this to me." Xiaqing Yuan nodded, then left. She had officially forfeited. Everyone was sent into flights of fancy by this scene. Xiaqing Yuan had come from a noble background. She was a princess, after all, and thus must have a higher position in Emperor Xia's realm than Yi Futian. And she was so strong. But Yi Futian had been made ruler of Qinya City, and she stood behind him. She even seemed to obey him. But thinking of Yi Futian's song, everyone thought this was strange. Could it be was Xiaqing Yuan really that unlucky? After Xiaqing Yuan stepped down, there were only 3 people left on the battlefield. Xing Kai had just moved away from Yi Futian and was preparing to attack him from 2 sides with Luo Yang. Luo Yang saw that the 2 of them were not done fighting and took a couple of steps towards Yi Futian. Divine fire light still shone brilliantly from him. Yi Futian had said, "Leave it to me." He did not know what he was talking about. Could it be that he still thought he had a chance to win the 1,000-word proverb steal? At that moment, there was a roar as Yi Futian and Xing Kai both stepped forward. A huge seal shot up into the air, covering the sky. At that point, brilliant divine light suddenly shone from Yi Futian. In the moment that it bloomed, he seemed to become one with the world, resonating with the great path. The will of the world entered into him, and giant characters appeared in the air all around him. The characters read, "All universe, flowing, leave, threshold." The deed of thought comprehension flared to life. This was no longer a simple battle of understanding. Previously, Luo Yang and Xiaqing Yuan had already been using their own power to fight, so this was not out of the ordinary. Yi Futian seemed to transform into the source of all things. The worldly great path resonated with him, and the ancient characters around him soared into the sky. Each of the ancient characters in the air contained fist will within them, but at that moment, they flared with space will, making them look like countless halberds. He rose into the sky and waved his hand. In a flash, all the ancient characters flew up. A divine halberd pierced through them, drawing upon their power as it pierced forward. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the very air trembled. All of the ancient characters shot down, and the divine halberd slammed into Xing Kai's seals, making cracks appear in them before they were completely destroyed. Ancient characters were swirling around Yi Futian. Everyone had a look of wonder on their faces as they beheld this brilliant scene. He was able to turn ancient characters into different kinds of will. This kind of perception was close to the true meaning of the 1,000-word proverb steal. Yi Futian floated above the banquet hall. Time seemed to have stopped, but he was not looking at Xing Kai. Instead, he turned his gaze to Luo Yang. If this battle was simply a test of one's understanding of the 1,000-word proverb steal, you both should have withdrawn already. You must know that the only reason you are still standing here is that you are at a higher level than us, Yi Futian said to Luo Yang. She really is outstanding. If she had been a saint of true self, it would truly have been a tough fight. said Luo Yang as he looked up at Yi Futian. But a win is a win, and now I am the one who is still standing here. You should step down. As he said this, brilliant light shot towards Yi Futian, hurting his eyes. Yi Futian squinted as the light burned his eyes and fell upon him. He was in intense pain even though he had a divine body. If someone who did not have a divine body had suffered that attack, they would have been in grave danger. Luo Yang was not going to show even a bit of mercy. Brilliant, holy light covered him, but Yi Futian did not even try to protect himself from the burning. Luo Yang was incredibly skilled, which was why he had beaten Xiaoqing. He also had a divine body and was using the divine fire light to burn him. This would not be easy. Boom! Yi Futian stepped forward through the air, leaving Xing Kai and descending towards Luo Yang. A look of surprise came over everyone's face at this. Was this guy going to target Luo Yang while he was already locked in battle with Xing Kai? That was too foolhardy. Once Xing Kai decided to follow him, and Luo Yang attacked him as well, would he be able to fight both of them? This plan of action was reckless in the extreme. Was he not considering the consequences at all? Even Xing Kai looked surprised as he saw the retreating figure before him. Was this guy going to go and deal with somebody else while he was fighting him? Yi Futian moved incredibly quickly, descending into the air above Luo Yang in an instant, just like Xiaoqing Yuan had. Endless ancient characters flowed all around him. At that moment, all the characters turned into the character 4, halberd. Light swept out from all the halberds. An incomparably strong light shone from Luo Yang's flames of the way. But when the deed of thought comprehension burst forth, Yi Futian's divine body resonated with the great path. He became one with the ancient characters around him. The fire light could not reach him, and it was completely extinguished. All of the ancient character seals that you formed have been destroyed. Now you are only using your own power. Since you have to limit it, how can you hope to hurt me? Said Yi Futian. As he said this, the halberd characters burst forth, shrieking through the air. Luo Yang frowned, and the ancient characters came down instantly, smashing through the air. The divine fire light bloomed from him once again. His flames of the way destroyed everything, and they burned up the halberd characters. It was just like what had happened with Xiaoqing. He did not let them get near to him. Xing Kai was a bit out of sorts, but he did not stop. Nor did he go help Luo Yang against Yi Futian. He did not need to. It looks like this will end up just like Xiaoqing Yuan. He won't be able to threaten Luo Yang. Everyone thought as they watched the oncoming halberds burning up in Luo Yang's flames. Luo Yang's body and flame magic were too strong. What is that? At that moment, everyone frowned. They saw that not all of the halberds were rushing towards Luo Yang. Some of them had fallen all around him. They seemed to fill the area. Soon, the whole area was covered in space will, making it all become a single whole. Beams of light flowed as the space will reached the extreme. But it did not stop. Boom! Luo Yang once again sent out a wave of burning against the halberds. He frowned as he looked around him. He knew that he was trapped within this space will. What is the meaning of this? He asked, looking up at Yi Futian. The will continued to get closer to him, but it still could not hurt him. So, how much of the 1,000-word proverb steel did you understand? Said Yi Futian. An incredibly terrifying halberd seal appeared in front of him. It seemed to be integrated with Yi Futian's mighty willpower, and the glorious light of destruction shone from it. The halberds all resonated with the space will around him, and an even more terrifying atmosphere spread out. Go, said Yi Futian. One of the characters fell, a halberd that sliced through both earth and sky. All of the will in the area seemed to be integrated into it. It transformed into a huge halberd of space and time. The halberd fell like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the air as it fell. Boom! The halberd of space and time's target was not Luo Yang. It hit not far in front of him, but it did not get any closer to him. However, an incredibly terrifying will pressed out from within it, splitting the air. A low moan rang throughout the whole area. Luo Yang's halo of fire shrieked. He could feel the invisible attack as it slammed into him. It was a cross-air attack. Everyone trembled as they watched the scene. Yi Futian used his powerful spatial will to attack him from a great distance. But he did not stop there. Yi Futian stepped through the air, making it tremble. Another halberd pierced through the sky, resonating with all the halberd will in the area. Boom! This time, the air was shaking fiercely. A devastating space-tearing storm ripped through the area, seeming to be filled with countless halberds. The whole area seemed like it would be torn apart by the pressure. Futian reached out, and it seemed like the actual halberd of space and time formed in his hand. He gripped it tightly. At that moment, all the ancient characters fell at the same time, following Futian as he stepped forward. His figure flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning. The will of the great path flowed. The endless light of the ancient characters entered Futian's body and was integrated into the halberd. A huge image of a halberd appeared in the sky, piercing up into the vault of heaven. All of the will in the area seemed to have been merged, and then it exploded outwards. The halberd of time and space shot forward, containing the will of the unending void. Everything it touched was turned to nothingness. Everyone saw the image of a huge halberd appear above Luo Yang. Even the flames of the way could not completely erase it. It looked like he would be subject to a fierce attack. Bam! There was a loud noise as Luo Yang was sent flying backward. He tried to block it while still controlling his power, but he was unable to. The aura of a saint of true self flared out from him. He stepped forward. This was the only way he could block the terrible attack. But the moment Luo Yang let this aura burst forth, he had already lost. Futian had eliminated him with his overwhelming strength. But although he had used his power, he was still relying on the power he had gained from his understanding of the 1,000-word character steel to launch this attack. The storm of Qi had still not abated. It blew against Luo Yang. He had lost. He had lost to Futian of Qinya City. Everyone on Divine Mountain was staring at the scene unfolding before them. Futian had directly faced Luo Yang and gotten revenge for Xiaqingyuan. He had done what she could not do. He had controlled the entire area with his overwhelming space spells. It was just like he had said. If they were only comparing their understanding of the 1,000-word proverb steel, Luo Yang would not necessarily have been able to defeat Xiaqingyuan. And Futian's understanding of the 1,000-word proverb was much more profound than Luo Yang's. The battle they had just had was proof enough of that. The thousands of halberds seemed to have been formed out of the ancient characters and contained the will of the great path. As they fell, Luo Yang, who was still controlling his level and relying solely on the flames of the way, could not block them. Standing off to the side, Pei Min smiled and said, "It seemed that he had not fully displayed his understanding before." If one was simply comparing their understanding of the 1,000-word proverb steel, Futian was absolutely better than Luo Yang, and thus he had obviously been able to defeat him. This level of understanding was a little frightening. No one knew how he had achieved it. Everyone also realized this. Perhaps his understanding was also better than that of his final opponent, Xing Kai. Futian was possibly the one who was most qualified to take the 1,000-word proverb steel. There were only two people left at the banquet, Xing Kai and Futian. One of them had been famous for many years and was considered to be a heroic figure in the Crimson Dragon realm. The other one had come from Emperor Xia's realm and defeated all the heroic figures who had opposed him. This man had forced Pei Min to withdraw, had eliminated Luo Yang, and had finally made it to the last one left, Xing Kai. The battle between the two of them would certainly be worthy of being called magnificent. At that moment, Xing Kai was the last one left standing before him. Would Futian be able to keep moving forward, defeat him, and claim the Runhuang steel? It would probably not be that easy. Boom! As everyone was considering this, Xing Kai stepped forward, and a mighty wave of qi swept forth from him. Powerful fighting will spread out in all directions. A halo of light revolved around Xing Kai as he transformed into the battle form of the Great Path. He resonated with heaven and earth. His fighting will surged wildly. He stood there like a god of war. Xing Kai was rumored to be the descendant of Emperor Zhan. When he truly let his power burst forth, he seemed to be as vast and mighty as the earth itself. His terrible fighting will covered everything and pressed down upon Futian. But he was still controlling the level of his power, keeping it at the level of a doctrine saint. When Xing Kai released his fighting will, many of the Madras around him seemed to be the same. They began to resonate with his body to some degree, especially the huge battle madras that had coalesced from his spiritual will. They all seemed to form the word battle. Their power was overwhelming. Yi Futian's power bloomed at the same time. The great path became one with his body, and space will covered the sky. It was wild to the extreme. The thousands of characters formed the word halberd, and their power was equally impressive. The two of them faced each other with surging auras that collided wildly in the air, whipping up a devastating hurricane. They're both so strong. Everyone's hearts trembled. Most of the cultivators who studied at the regional palace knew Xing Kai a little bit. The techniques that he cultivated were at the Renhuang level. The heaven-punishing fighting will was said to have been created by an ancient god of war. When the fighting will was unleashed, and his body became one with the great path, his spirit would change, and his power would overwhelm everything around him. When he used any method of attack, his power would soar far above that of those on the same level as him. His might was without equal, and he could sweep away all foes. With this technique, he had not been defeated in many years. He had become a highly revered figure. When he had come to the regional to palace several years ago, he had defeated all his opponents. He had no rivals on the same level as him. In this way, he was a little bit like Yushang, who had just entered the regional palace. With the heaven-punishing fighting while increasing his power, Xing Kai's aura was simply astonishing. The halo of light around him was dazzling as the divine light of a god of war entering battle burst from him, entering into the battle madras and increasing their power until it was frightening. But Xing Kai could see that Yi Futian's perception was possibly stronger than his. But this was not enough to make him give up. Victory was strength. There was no such thing as an absolutely fair fight. Boom! The word battle suddenly exploded and sped through the air as it rushed towards Yi Futian. Every letter seemed to be integrated into his heaven-punishing fighting will. There was a terrible whistling sound as it sped towards Yi Futian. The heaven-punishing fighting will was a Renhuang-level technique, just like the deed of thought comprehension. Just as the heaven-punishing fighting will corresponded well with Xing Kai, the deep of thought comprehension was extremely well suited to Yi Futian. The ancient characters wrapped around him. His body turned into a furnace of the great path, swallowing up and refining all the will around him. He turned it all into space will and integrated it into the characters that were swirling around him. He saw Xing Kai's attack coming for him, and the letters of the word halberd swept out, flowing through the air. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield. The people who were sitting on the mountain could see most clearly. The words battle and halberd were flowing through the air above them, covering the sky, turning into a terrible battle madra and a spatial divine halberd. Then they smashed together in midair. In a flash, rough waves of power swept out. The word attacks that the two of them had sent out were very similar. They were both incredibly overwhelming attack spells. Their attacks seemed to be matched in strength as they collided in the air. Xing Kai stepped forward, and the heaven-punishing fighting will whistled through the air. He reached out, and terrible fighting will burst out from the coalescing battle madra before him. It was growing stronger and stronger. Go! Xing Kai slammed out with his hand, and suddenly the battle madra whistled forward, bridging the gap between them in an instant as it shot towards Yi Futian. The battle words were integrated into it and pressed down upon Yi Futian from above. There was a loud boom, and the air itself seemed like it would collapse. The halberd floated through the sky, directly piercing through the air itself. As everyone watched this attack, they thought the sky was going to fall. Would Yi Futian be able to withstand this? At that moment, they saw a celestial halberd form in the furnace that Yi Futian's body had become. It seemed to have been forged from the will that he had taken into the furnace. It pierced through the air in a flash and slammed into the battle madras. Spatial will burst out and tore through everything, turning it all to nothing. A loud sound echoed wildly in everyone's ears as the battle madras and the halberds shattered each other. The attack made everyone's hearts beat wildly. Their attacks were powerful enough to frighten anyone. The two of them stepped forward at the same time. Words flowed around them, sending out waves of pressure in all directions. Both of their auras were incredibly powerful. Their eyes were extremely sharp as they stared at each other. Their auras collided in midair. It was overpowering. Bang! They stepped forward at almost the same time. As Kai stepped forward, his fighting will rose, and the heaven-punishing fighting will grew stronger. It seemed as if an image of a god of war was spreading throughout the sky, looking like it would break through the very air itself. When Futian stepped forward, his aura surged. He used the Xianyuan footwork, and his spiritual will burst forth. His will was growing stronger. Bang! Neither of them stopped. They continued forward. Bang! Bang! Each step seemed to shake everyone to their core. Their hearts were pounding. The great path flowed wildly above their heads, and a destructive storm raged. Their words were still smashing into each other. Their clothes flapped wildly in the gusts of wind that hit them. It was truly frightening. Would this be the decisive battle? Their power had reached its limit, and they were getting closer and closer together. They crossed a vast distance with each step, but they stopped at the same time. Their robes fluttered wildly in the wind. The figure of a god of war seemed to coalesce behind Kai. He had not unleashed his life spirit. It had just formed merely out of his astonishing fighting will. Its strange image stretched through the great path. It was apparent how powerful Kai was. Many of the ancient words were revolving around Futian, such as all universe. A powerful wind form burst forth from the furnace within him, and a dazzling pattern of the great path formed around him and shot up into the sky. Many patterns of the great path appeared at the same time, forming a cylindrical halo around him. Everyone found that they had stopped breathing as they stared at the two of them. Kai was strong beyond a shadow of a doubt, and this was the first time that Futian had truly let loose his own power. He was too strong. He was only a doctrine saint, but his aura seemed to have transcended the limits of this world. Many ancient characters appeared around Kai's body. The towering and lofty figure of the god of war's fist shot out. In a flash, ancient seals floated through the sky, seeming to form into a full body. It pressed through the sky towards Futian. His fighting will would destroy anything. The god of war seal. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. Kai had used the heaven-punishing fighting will to integrate the attack spells that he was good at into the ancient seals. Everyone felt the pressure up in the sky. Futian would be buried within it. Whoosh! The halo of the great path roared around Futian. Under the power of the deed of thought comprehension, a divine halberd rose from the furnace that his body had formed through the halo of patterns of the great path. Brilliant, destructive light surged out from it, shooting up into the sky. An ancient seal descended through the sky, seeming to be a complete whole. The huge halberd slashed through the air as many halberd seals descended and smashed into the falling ancient seals. At that moment, there was an incredibly spectacular scene up there in the air. It seemed as if the whole sky was pressing towards Futian. Destructive light fell, trying to annihilate him utterly. But at that moment, an incredibly long halberd stretched forward, smashing into the god of war seal, shaking the sky itself. Terrible space-tearing power appeared on every one of the halberds. Moreover, it did not end there. The halberd that had formed from his body slashed out again and again, growing stronger and stronger. The god of war's descent was growing slower and slower, and cracks were appearing in it. The cracks were appearing as the halberd slammed into it, stretching out like a spider's web. They grew bigger and bigger. A brilliant golden glow erupted in the cracks. The god of war seal was already shaking. Whoosh! A powerful beam of light shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. The god of war seal shattered, and terrible space-tearing will swept out. Many of the weaker people there did not dare to look at it. The destructive space seemed like it would cut into their very eyes. After a moment, their eyes slowly opened, and they looked back towards the battlefield. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed over there, staring dumbfounded at what they saw. Time and space seemed to have frozen. The two figures were still standing up there in the sky. Kai was standing there calmly. He had not moved. He was right where he had been before. Futian appeared in front of him. He reached out with his arms and grabbed one of the halberds and pointed it at Kai, and destructive light flowed out of it. It was evident that Futian had just broken through the god of war seal and used the great path of space, then had strode across the sky to descend in front of Kai with his halberd. There were no more words around Kai, and Yi Futian still had a halberd in his hands. In this battle, they had finally gotten to the point where they were using their real attack spells. Finally, Yi Futian of Qinya City, who had come from Emperor Xia's realm and shown himself to be outstanding, had defeated Xing Kai of the Crimson Dragon realm, who had never been defeated before. The wild airflow had still not completely dissipated. It still blew through the banquet hall. But at that moment, everything was completely silent on Divine Mountain. The scene was firmly imprinted on everyone's mind. The battle of understanding the 1,000-character steel had come to this. It was no longer just a simple battle of understanding. It had now become much more personal for the combatants. Xing Kai and Yi Futian had even let loose Renhuang level techniques and had cast the spells that they were most specialized in, displaying astonishing power. And throughout the process, Qishang had not stopped them but had let them have free rein. Under these circumstances, Yi Futian, who was at the first tier of the divine path, had been able to defeat Xing Kai, who was a saint of true self. Could that mean that if he reached the level of a saint of true self, it was highly likely that he could directly defeat Xing Kai in battle? He had already proven his understanding. He was not only stronger than Xing Kai, he was stronger than anyone else here. Otherwise, how could this doctrine saint have made it to the very end? And not only that, he had made it to the very end in an outstanding fashion. First, Pei Min, the descendant of Emperor Jian, had admitted he was no match for him. Then he had defeated Luo Yang, who had previously defeated Xia Qingyuan. And his last fight with Xing Kai had been the most brilliant, and he had still managed to defeat him. Such a display could only be called incomparably glorious. It could indeed be said that he had swept away everyone in his path. At that moment, everyone realized why Yi Futian had been made the lord of Qinya City. There were 3 great figures of Qinya City in Emperor Xia's city that had the right to enter the regional king ranking: Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Xia Qingyuan. In the future, Qinya City would very likely become the premier city in the Crimson Dragon Palace. Brilliant! Upon Divine Mountain, many of the Nirvana-level figures had a look of appreciation on their faces. Brilliant indeed. Xing Kai had unleashed the heaven-punishing fighting will, and the techniques that he had cultivated seemed to have been passed down from the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. In the past, when Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm had been at war, it was said that the imperial advisor was not willing to kill him. Now I see why, someone whispered. He would indeed never have wanted to kill such a talented, dutiful disciple. Of course, if he had been an enemy, he would have been eliminated. This generation of the Crimson Dragon realm is full of talents. I had thought that this would be the age of Xing Kai, Luo Yang, Pei Min, and Jiang Taiyi. But I had not thought that first Yu Shang and then Yi Futian would be so dominant. There are so many heroes nowadays. We don't even know which ones to watch, they all said as they smiled. There was also an uproar among the people watching below the mountain. Yi Futian's name had already been well known throughout the Crimson Dragon realm. But even at the Battle of Qinya City, he had been relying on Emperor Qua's will rather than his own power. But he had indeed proved himself in this battle. He was a top figure, in no way inferior to anyone in the Crimson Dragon realm, including those on the regional king ranking and the undefeated Xing Kai. But today, Xing Kai had been defeated. The one who had defeated him was younger than him and of a lower level. No one knew what Xing Kai was thinking at that moment. "How awkward," whispered the prince of Emperor Dong's palace, Duan Wuji, as he saw Yi Futian pointing his long halberd at Xing Kai. Earlier, he had lost to Luo Yang, and the Yi Futian had defeated Luo Yang and Xing Kai in succession. He and Yi Futian were at the same level. He was still desperate for a real battle with Yi Futian. It looked like he would not get the chance now. This guy had embarrassed him. But there was still a slight smile on Duan Wuji's face. Since Yi Futian's was this strong, then did that mean that what had happened at Emperor Qua's ruins was not such a humiliation? And it was not just him. All the top cultivators of the Crimson Dragon realm were gathered here, and every one of them had been defeated. Thus, it was perfectly understandable that he had not been able to seize Emperor Qua's inheritance. The people who had come with Xing Kai from the ancient imperial city all had ugly looks on their faces, especially Xing Chou. He had a look of shock and disbelief on his face. His older brother had lost? He still remembered that after the end of the Battle of the Crimson River, His brother Xing Kai had comforted him by saying that no one in the world of cultivators could remain undefeated. Now, Xing Kai himself had lost. It was as if he was proving his own words. Moreover, the one who had defeated him was Futian himself. On that day, the two of them had had the desire to face off against each other, but at that time, his brother had looked down on Futian and had not considered him a worthy opponent. But what about now? Xing Kai looked up at Futian. He also remembered what had happened at the Battle of the Crimson River. Even before the battle today, he had not considered Futian to be a worthy opponent. He thought that his final opponent would be a saint of true self like Pei Min, Luo Yang, or Jiang Taiyi. Futian was no longer his concern. The enmity between them had not been resolved today. He had never once cared about this opponent. But now, Futian was right in front of him, pointing at him with his halberd with extremely dazzling light spreading out from him. In the world of cultivators, who could remain undefeated? He had known he would lose eventually, but he had not thought that it would be like this. He had never thought that he would lose to Futian today. Nowadays, many people were saying that Qinya City would one day compete with the ancient imperial city for the title of the principal city in the Crimson Dragon realm. He looked on that prospect with scorn. But was it really impossible? In the future, if Yushang, Futian, and Xiaqing Yuan achieved nirvana, could he, Ninth Servant, and Gai Huang suppress them? Moreover, Futian had also conquered the 9 great tribes. Finally, as he stood there calmly in the air, Xing Kai said in a cold voice, "I hate being pointed at." Thinking of defeat and being truly defeated were not the same thing. He found that he was already feeling humiliated by this battle. It was hard for him to bear it. He was incredibly proud by nature. He may have known that he would definitely suffer defeats upon the great path, but he had thought that it would happen later on his road when he reached a stronger sphere and opponents who were more glorious. But in reality, the person who was pointing at him now was someone who had previously been too proud to even fight. Thus, this made it even more difficult to bear. "You lost," said Futian calmly. "Why should a loser be so proud?" He hated it when people struck at others in a time of crisis, but Xing Chou and Gai Huang had done just that. If they had been weaker, then Qinya City would have been destroyed, and he would have died. So what did it matter what Xing Kai hated? Whoosh! And extremely fierce airflow swept out. Astonishing fighting will burst forth from Xing Kai's body. He was no longer controlling his power. The aura of a saint of true self flared out, and the heaven-punishing fighting will bloomed. Lines of frightening light of the great path swirled around his body, then whistled out, rushing towards Futian. In a flash, Futian felt a shocking burst of power. His deed of thought comprehension flared as well. In the next moment, he saw Xing Kai striding forward. The great path roared as he raised his fist. It was the god of War Seal. Brilliant light burst out from the halberd, and it pierced forward violently, but it still shattered beneath the god of War Seal. A wild hurricane slammed into Futian. He was sent flying back rapidly as the huge wave of wind crashed over him. He was thrown back to the edge of the banquet hall, where he stopped. At the Peach Blossom Banquet, Qishang frowned. A look of disbelief came over everyone's faces. Xing Kai was flaunting the rules here. Perhaps being defeated by Futian had had quite a bad effect on him. The seal disappeared. Xing Kai's eyes were cold as he swept them over Futian off in the distance. He called back his aura, then turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. He did not follow up on his attack on Futian. So what had been the meaning of it? All it did was make people laugh. Qishang was about to say something, but when he saw that Xing Kai was not going to do anything else, he held his tongue. It seemed that he had wanted to display his displeasure. Luo Yang was also staring at Futian. They had never imagined that the one who would defeat them would be Futian. The battle for the 1,000-character steel had come to an end. There was a loud rumbling sound in the air. A huge stone steel descended from the sky. On the outside, the steel appeared plain and ordinary, but there were many ancient words engraved on it. If you did not look into it with your spiritual will, you would find nothing out of the ordinary about it. But once you entered it with a thread of spiritual will, you could immediately feel the 1,000-character proverbs. Now, the steel of the 1,000-character proverbs was Futian's. Qishang waved at Futian with a smile. Take it, Lord Yi. Yi Futian nodded. Thank you, Your Highness. He was not too concerned by Shinkai's attack. There was no use in worrying about it. This stele of the 1,000-character proverbs was a Run Huang-level artifact. It was the whole reason for the battle. He walked up to the stele and took it. There was a strange look in everyone's eyes as they watched Yi Futian. Besides their envy and jealousy, there was another strange emotion. They all knew that Yi Futian had also taken the magic zither. The magic zither had been left behind by a demon emperor. Now, this mysterious 1,000-word proverb stele that had been engraved by Run Huang was also Yi Futian's. He had just gained 2 precious Run Huang-level artifacts. Those were real treasures. It would be difficult for anyone to measure the value of either one of them. How many of the great powers of the Crimson Dragon realm owned such treasures? And Yi Futian had walked away with 2 of them. But Yi Futian did not care what they were thinking. After he took the stele, he returned to his place. All the people from Qinya City were watching him, and even Xia Qingyuan had a rare smile on her face. She had blamed herself for losing to Luoyang and worried that Yi Futian would have to face 2 opponents and be defeated. But Yi Futian had once again proven his unparalleled talent. This was true in Emperor Xia's realm, just as it was in Emperor Li's realm, where the imperial advisor had looked on him with favor. Now that he had come to the main region of the Crimson Dragon realm, he was still unmatched. It seemed that wherever he was, he suppressed the glory of all the proud sons of heaven around him. Everyone returned to their seats. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the peach banquet. They were not appeased. If these people had not been restricted by rules and fought without their wills being oppressed, what would the scene be like? It was thrilling even to think about it. It was a pity, but the peach banquet would not let this happen. Besides, everyone's plane differed. If a saint of true self fought with a doctrine saint with unrestricted will, it was not fair. Excellent, a voice came. People followed the voice and found the speaker was Qishang, who was sitting at the head of the table. It was amazing to see you all comprehend the idea of 1,000-character proverb so thoroughly in just an hour. Especially the ones at the end's performances were marvelous. I believe the 1,000-character proverb will get a chance to shine in Lord Ye's hand, said Qishang, laughing. It is my honor to observe your peerless means. Let us toast to the heroes of our Crimson Dragon realm. He drank up the wine in his cup. Thank you, Your Highness. The peach banquet is renowned around the world. It is an honor for everyone in Crimson Dragon realm to receive an invitation to peach banquet. It is our pleasure today to be invited here, not to mention that it is a precious chance to meet so many gallant heroes, said Duan Qingshan, smiling in a graceful, open manner. Yes, it is a fortunate thing to meet someone more extraordinary than oneself, said Yu Shifei with a gentle smile. Such a chance was indeed rare. It was thanks to the peach banquet that they could convene together. You all are the future of the Crimson Dragon realm. Compared with you, I am the lucky one to be here. Perhaps, one day in the future, some of you will become Ren Huang. At that time, the scene will be different, and your states of mind will also differ. I hope the peach banquet will become an anecdote about you, Qishang said, laughing. Time would change everything. Although the people here still looked young, becoming a Ren Huang was still far away for them. In the long river of time, nothing was impossible as long as one was outstanding enough. The guests being invited today were the most outstanding ones of the Crimson Dragon realm. He was clear that the regional king ranking was based on the standard of having the potential to become a Ren Huang. The Ren Huang figures who would appear in the Crimson Dragon realm in the future must include one or some of them present today. After today, there will be new names appearing in the regional king ranking, said Pei Min, looking toward Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan might not be, but according to his brilliant grade today, Yi Futian would definitely be listed on the regional king ranking. He would become the 19th figure entering the regional king ranking after Yusheng. I should congratulate Lord Yi beforehand, said Qishang, laughing. People on the Divine Mountain felt uneasy. Since Qishang had said it like that, there was no suspense about whether or not Yi Futian would appear on the regional king ranking. At least 2 warriors of the Thousand Leaves City would be listed on the regional king ranking. Beside Crimson Dragon City, only the top city in the peripheral realm, Ancient Imperial City, the Ninth Servant, and Xingkai. Regional king ranking is nothing but a list, but I should still thank you. Your Highness, said Futian. He didn't keep the thing in mind. The regional king ranking itself didn't mean anything, but entering the regional king ranking would mean a bright future, at least being of Nirvana plane. However, it was nothing but a list. People looked toward Futian. He was too proud by speaking like this. But it was the truth. Qishang said, Lord Yi is right. It is nothing but a list. Okay, I will not waste your time. Here is the last course of the peach banquet, the divine martial road, said Qishang. He rose to his feet and turned around, raised his head, and looked toward the rushing waterfall. Above the waterfall, golden peach flowers were in blossom. A celestial road seemed to be hidden inside. There was a celestial pavilion on the top. Everyone, please come. Qishang turned around and looked toward the warriors. People rose to their feet and fixed their eyes on the celestial road above the waterfall. The pavilion on the divine mountain had a name, Divine Martial Palace. The Divine Martial Palace on the Divine Mountain stored martial arts classics of the world and contained law methods beyond imagination. It was the place where numerous top figures of Crimson Dragon Realm dreamt of visiting. However, people who didn't belong to the Imperial Palace only had one chance to approach the Divine Martial Palace. The chance was to attend the top 1 banquet in the Crimson Dragon Realm, Peach Banquet. Below the Peach Banquet, numerous pairs of eyes looked toward the warriors who rose to their feet, full of envy. Only the people who were invited to the Peach Banquet were qualified to walk on the Divine Martial Road. Even their companions had no right to step on it. Although Princess Qingyuan was a companion, her performance was outstanding in the previous trial. She can come, too, Qishang said, looking toward Xia Qingyuan. He made an exception for Xia Qingyuan to step on the Divine Martial Road. Xia Qingyuan defeated Shu Zi of the Regional Palace in the previous fight and fought with Luo Yang at such a high level. Of course, she was qualified. So, it was reasonable that Qishang made an exception to allow her to come with them. Thank you very much, Your Highness, said Xia Qingyuan, nodding. After Futian received the peach invitation, they had researched everything about the peach banquet and knew the chance to enter the Divine Martial Road was very rare. Of course, they would have a try. She wanted to see how many steps she could take on the Divine Martial Road. Please, said Qishang. Your Highness, please. Warriors replied courteously. Qishang nodded with a smile and soon rose to the air. He directly strode onto the waterfall and walked into the boundless golden peach flowers. After a short while, they reached in front of the ancient roads and paused their steps. Peach blossoms drifted in the wind and fell slowly on the ground. The mysterious ancient roads stood in the mist. The end of the roads seemed to be the palace of deities on the top of the divine mountain. 36 weapons were lying ahead on the roads. Each weapon contained a wisp of pathwheel, which represented an ancient road. People who arrived here each could choose a path to go. I think you all have heard about the Divine Martial Road. These weapons are the barriers you are about to face, but at the same time, each of them represents a kind of path method of Renhuang level. What you will get depends on which step you will finally reach, said Qishang. Please use your discretion in choosing which path to go on. Good luck, everybody. Okay, said Pei Min with a smile. He directly entered the ancient road with a sword with no hesitation. He cultivated in swordsmanship, so he didn't have many choices. He didn't need to hesitate. Pei Min disappeared after entering the Peach Ancient Road, but above the empty space on the Divine Martial Road, dazzling sword light flashed up. The sword floating in the air made metallic clangs and wind sound. Many figures on the Divine Mountain saw the scene and felt it normal. It was normal that Pei Min chose the road of the sword. Many people below saw the dazzling sword floating in the air and asked, just now, who chose the Divine Martial Road of the sword? Of course, Pei Min, someone replied, and many nodded. Next, how would others choose? Emperor Shu Princess, Shu Zi stepped out and chose the Thunder Hammer. She didn't act like a delicate lady at all. This weapon was extremely fierce. The moment she stepped on the ancient road, thunder lightning exploded in the sky above the road. Extremely fierce. Xiang Zhe chose a cauldron that contained the horrifying path will of suppression. As he walked on the Divine Martial Road, a cauldron with metallic clangs appeared on the Divine Martial Road. Xing Kai chose a giant ancient bell and entered the Divine Martial Road. Gradually, Warriors all entered the roads. Numerous people were paying attention to them. Everyone chose the ancient road matching their cultivation. Which road do you want to choose? Yi Futian asked Xia Qingyuan, who was standing next to him. Xia Qingyuan pointed toward the fighting gloves, from which horrifying will of fist was exploding. She came from Emperor Xia's realm and cultivated in the best method. The thing she got here might not be better than what she had already owned, so she treated it more like a trial. Go ahead, said Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan nodded and walked there. Yusheng, how about you? Asked Yi Futian, looking at Yusheng. Yusheng pointed toward another direction, where there was a poleaxe. Yi Futian nodded. Yusheng went there and entered the divine martial road. Qi Sheng looked toward Yi Futian. He let Xia Qingyuan and Yusheng choose first. Which path road would he choose for himself? Yi Futian browsed the 36 ancient roads. First, he noticed the cudgel, but he had his own heaven-traversing staff techniques. He saw the halberd, but he also created his own halberd skill, unending void. Finally, his eyes fell on one place where there was one thing, a steel. The steel seemed to contain stars. A celestial steel. Not long ago, he had obtained a steel with the inscription of 1,000-character proverb. What would happen if these two abilities merged with each other? Even if not, he was also good at starry spell anyway. Yi Futian stepped out and directly strode onto that ancient road. Qi Sheng showed surprise at the scene. He didn't expect Yi Futian to finally choose the celestial steel. He raised his head and saw a gleaming giant steel show up above the divine martial road Yi Futian chose and lit up the void sky. Yi Futian came in. Below the divine mountain, numerous pairs of eyes looked toward the divine martial road. After the previous battles, now Yi Futian had attracted much attention. His action was always the focus of people's concern. During the last battle, Yi Futian was the one who came to an end and got the steel of 1,000-character proverb. So, this time, would Xing Kai, Luo Yang, and others exceed Yi Futian and prove themselves? Bam! At this moment, the sound of a bell resonated between the sky and earth and took people's thoughts back. Many people raised their heads toward the sky above the ancient roads and saw beams of light coming from a giant ancient bell. Soon, the second ancient bell appeared and stretched out toward the divine martial palace. It's Xiang Kai, many people said. Xing Kai was the one who chose the road of the ancient bell. He was the first one to pass the first level and let the sound of the bell resonate between the sky and earth. Whiz! Another moment, the sword emitted boundless light amid the limitless golden peach blossoms. The second sword appeared above the ancient road and swallowed and spat very dazzling will of sword, pointing toward the top of the divine mountain. Pei Min was the second person who passed. Soon, the cauldron rang, the poleaxe shone. People knew these warriors were all heading toward the divine martial road. Every transformation meant they took one step forward. On the top of the divine mountain, there were Nirvana plane figures from Imperial Palace observing what happened on the divine martial road. These peerless figures were currently the strongest warriors of Crimson Dragon Realm. Would they surpass former warriors and take more steps? The trial on the divine martial road could reveal who was the most outstanding one among them. However, even the public of Crimson Dragon Realm was not aware of it. Only the people from Imperial Palace knew this. Qi Sheng, as the Prince of the Crimson Dragon Realm, also knew a secret hidden in the divine martial road, which was only known by the core figures of the Imperial Palace. Even the top powers in the Crimson Dragon Realm didn't know about it. Who was the peerless one on the divine martial road? Would Yi Futian outperform everyone and reach the end like the last time? The trial this time wouldn't be less difficult than last time. This time, it might even be harder. The moment Yi Futian stepped onto the divine martial road, he immediately felt that time moved more slowly. It was as if everything had changed. The divine mountain was not here. There were no boundless golden peach flowers either. There was only a starry ancient road with no end. In front of him, there was an enormous steel of stars. In the steel, stars moved around. The mood inside the steel was extremely strong. It was as if all of a sudden, Yi Futian was about to be taken into the space of the starry steel's mood. His body was below the stars, and compared to the stars, he looked so trivial. Boom! Suddenly, A massive gust of might enveloped the world and exerted pressure on Futian. Stars fell. The boundless colossus stars dropped down on him as if the world was crashing down and he would be turned into ashes by the stars. Futian took a step out and instantly released the fierce power from his body. His might of law released, and the might of the great law squeezed the world and rushed out, roaring. With a loud boom, the dropping stars were blocked by a gust of horrifying might, but the stars continued to spin forward, trying to vanquish him here. A strange look flashed across Futian's eyes. The pressure of the might was indeed aggressive. They all happened mentally. It was as if all was nothing but an illusion, but the scene was so vivid. If anything went wrong, he would be trounced and severely hurt. He stood in the world of the starry steel. The rotating stars kept emitting horrifying might and gnawing at his willpower until he couldn't stand it anymore. The oppression was so intense, even at the beginning. What would happen next? At this moment, Futian was somewhat looking forward to it. He lifted one foot and stepped forward. The great law resonated, and the fierce will of space tore the stars apart. Stars exploded into fragments, and the starry sky seemed to break. With one step, Futian seemed to walk into another independent space. After he took the step, two starry steels appeared above the ancient divine martial road where he was. At that moment, people outside also knew that Futian had taken his first step. Now, every step he took would be the center of attention. After that, a similar scene happened again, but the might was even stronger, and more stars dropped down in the starry steel. It was as if the world was about to collapse. But Futian still took the second step with confidence. All the warriors invited to the peach banquet were heading forward, step by step. Outsides, people were looking toward the sky above the divine martial road. At this moment, the giant bell had rung 5 times, and 6 bells had shown up, which meant Shinkai had taken the 5th step. Above that ancient road, the sound of the bell released gorgeous beams of light, and the might of law swept out. No one could catch up to him. Shinkai had walked the farthest, far ahead of anyone else. On the ancient road nearby, there were 5 giant poleaxes. People knew Yusheng was there. Next to it, there was dazzling sword light piercing through the sky, projecting toward the divine martial palace. The sword will permeated the sky and earth, in which there were also 5 swords. Peimin was there. Boom, bam. At this moment, the thunder lightning ripped the sky apart. The thunderstorm appeared in the upper sky. Warhammers somewhere above the divine martial road directly broke into pieces. The might of the thunder violently danced in the air, and soon a figure was thrown out of the ancient road. She made a sound and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shuzi, she stops there, some people said in shock. Before, there were 4 divine hammers on her ancient road, which meant she was done after taking just 3 steps. What did she encounter on the divine martial road? Shuzi wiped off the blood from her lips, quite embarrassed. Was she only able to take 3 steps on the divine martial road? Just now, why did the might in front of her suddenly surge and rise up to a horrifying level, directly shaking her out? Were other situations similar to hers? Luck is an important thing on the divine martial road. You might need more luck with it. Don't keep it in mind. The outcome is not that important, said Qisheng. He seemed to know what Shuzi was thinking, so he tried to comfort her. Shuzi nodded, but she had known the actual reason and understood Qisheng was trying to make her feel better. Good luck was always in company with real strength. Qisheng raised his head and kept looking toward the divine martial road. What Shuzi thought was right. Although luck mattered on the divine martial road, the warriors who came to the end were absolutely the strongest ones. Shinkai was still heading forward. He looked invincible. Nobody knew when he would meet a barrier. Soon, Tianjiao was shaken out and soon quit the game, too. She didn't look good either. People gradually figured out that after Shuzi, at every step, there would be at least one person gone. Bam! After a loud sound, the sound of the cauldron resonated between the sky and earth, and then the cauldrons over the divine martial road were directly shattered into pieces. Xiang Zhe's body appeared at the gate of the divine martial road. He was thrown out, too. He looked quite awkward. After the 9th step, there were only 7 people left. Yu Shifei, Xie Qingshan, and Duan Wuji left the game. The first two people were listed on the regional king ranking had also lost the game. One could tell how hard it was. Xiaqing Yuan had trouble at the 10th step. Limitless fist shadows appeared in front of her. A gust of unsurpassable fist will struck toward her, as if a war deity-like figure launched an attack at her. The fist will resonated and lit up the willpower. All of a sudden, the power grew invincible, as if able to slay a god. Xiaqing Yuan stepped forward and still didn't want to give up. She released the infinite catastrophe from her body and used it to collide with the endless fist will. All of a sudden, she felt an endless source of power, which smashed all the fist will and kept moving forward. She only had this feeling when fighting Yusheng. Her infinite catastrophe was penetrated. The fist will rushed in front of her. Finally, Xiaqing Yuan could no longer stand it anymore. Above the divine martial road, fist will violently exploded into pieces. Xiaqing Yuan was shaken out of the divine martial road. There were 6 people left. Yi Futian, Yusheng, Xing Kai, Luo Yang, Pei Min, and Jiang Tai. The bell had rung 11 times, and 12 bells showed up. Xing Kia paused his steps. The other 5 warriors gradually all caught up with him. As Jiang Tai finally reached the end, these 6 warriors together appeared at the same starting point. But the scene above the divine martial road was extremely horrifying. Xing Kai took action again. This time, he felt a terrifying power. The sound of the bell triumphed over everything, annihilating his law and his willpower. Nothing could stop it. The radiance of the great law from Xing Kai's body exploded to the extreme. He launched the heaven-punishing fighting will and summoned the war deity. The mark of the war deity was released and darted toward the ancient bell. At this moment, the sound of the bell trembled in the sky and earth. It lingered on the top of the divine mountain endlessly. 12 rings, 12 steps. The sound of the bell made numerous people's hearts thump. Xing Kai had taken the 12th step, which was approaching the limit. They looked up to the sky above the divine martial road. Matchless radiance exploded in company with the appearance of the 13 ancient bells. Xing Kai was the first one who had taken 12 steps. On the top of the divine mountain, someone asked, "How many steps did the strongest warrior take in the peach banquet last time?" 13. 13 steps. Just with one more step, Xing Kai will catch up with the strongest warrior from last time. Even though Yi Futian defeated him in the last battle, Xing Kai still released his matchless radiance on the divine martial road. He wanted to become the peerless one. There, someone moved too. At this moment, other people's ancient roads also showed a radical change, but soon, things on 2 ancient roads violently exploded and were destroyed. And then, people saw 2 people show up in the space under the divine martial road. They were the most extraordinary warriors of Crimson Dragon City, Luo Yang and Jiang Tai. They were removed from the game at the same time. Both took 11 steps, but it was still terrifying enough. Look at the sword will. At this moment, numerous pairs of eyes looked in one direction where the frightening sword will flew and grew stronger and stronger. The 12 swords kept swallowing and spitting dazzling radiance of the sword. Finally, a new Lingtian sword will was born and converged into the 13th sword. Pei Min succeeded. Pei Min took the 12th step. Before he reached his limit, if he took one more step, he would achieve the record from last time. Last time, during the battle of understanding the 1,000-character steel, Pei Min surrendered without fighting. Still, it didn't mean this warrior from Sword Imperial Palace, whose name was on the regional king ranking, was weak. At this moment, everyone saw how powerful Pei Min's sword will was. The law of sword that he swallowed and spat during the trial of divine martial road was almost horrifying. Xiang Kai and Pei Min had made it. There were another 2 people, Yi Futian and Yusheng. At this time, the light of the poleaxe flashed across the sky dome and released boundless radiation of the poleaxe. It was as if the sky and earth would be chopped into 2, and an even bigger poleaxe of war deity showed up. 13 poleaxes formed a line. Yusheng had taken the 12th step. The 3rd warrior was only 1 step away from achieving the same record. They had all taken the step. Before long, Yi Futian's performance was the most outstanding. Would he fail this time? If Yi Futian failed, he might have to face people's jeers. Qishang also stared forward. He perceived the might and felt slightly stirred. If Futian succeeded, this time, there would be 4 people taking the 12th step. There were only 2 people who made it in the peach banquet last time. There was only 1 person who took the 13th step. Now, everyone was watching Futian. He shouldn't disappoint them. After all, his previous performance was outstanding, and undoubtedly, his talent was exceptional. But even so, Qishang knew that Futian would have a hard time since he would have to face not only the divine martial road, but also the 3 warriors who came with him. Futian indeed felt a lot of pressure. He was standing in a real starry sky in the space of divine martial road. Dazzling stars were shining above his head. Tens of thousands of celestial bodies of the great law revolved in the sky, each of which released extraordinarily copious might. One could imagine how the pressure would be if all these stars of will fell down at the same time. Some stars directly plummeted toward Futian. The might was released to the extreme from his body. The spatial will would block all the stars that came near. The deed of thorough comprehension was released. Ancient characters appeared around his body and formed the halo of the great law. The dazzling halberd of time and space was formed from his body. He leaned forward and thrust the halberd toward the sky dome. Suddenly, the light of the great law pierced through the sky and earth. It tore the space apart and crushed on the stars, broke them into pieces. He lifted 1 foot. When he tried to step forward, endless starry light of the great law shot toward him again. Suddenly, the gleam of stars shone, and he was like amid a river made of stars, where each wisp of starry light contained extremely intimidating will. They were like concrete stars blocking his way and suffocating him. This step was so hard to take. Boom! The beam of the great law starry light reached. Another star fell, like a meteor trying to smash him to death. The will of the torn space turned into beams of dazzling golden light and thrust forward. They were projected over the stars and created crevices in the stars, but that didn't stop the stars falling upon Futian. The might of the deed of thorough comprehension was released. Futian was bathed in the dazzling aura, like an immortal. When the stars arrived, they didn't fall on his body but rather were crushed by themselves. Futian didn't even frown. He had experienced many similar scenes before this step. After each step, a new space appeared. Each time, the number of stars increased and the will became stronger. Besides, there was a gust of wonderful energy merged in the starry steel's attack. Stars started attacking. Futian's body was shaken, but he didn't step back. He realized that the strikes of the stars were getting stronger and stronger, faster and faster, as if the dazzling falling stars streaked across the sky dome to strike his body and will, trying to wipe out his existence. Boom, boom, boom. Futian's clothes were flying in the wind. He felt his will would collapse any time. If there was no end, tens of thousands of stars would shake him away. At this moment, he had felt the oscillation of his mind and will. He was in agony because of the feeling. Boom. The will of the deed of thorough comprehension was released to the extreme. His inner energy was like burning, roaring. More and more halberds of time and space formed within his body. They floated around his body and became a part of it, creating a time and space matrix lying in the void sky. The halberds of time and space was projected to the front, but were smashed into pieces by more and more stars. Go! Dazzling beams of light pierced into the sky. The complete void and Futian became one. The matrix of the time and space was projected, and the halberd of endless time and space thrust through the void air at the same time and pierced everything. Boom, boom, boom. The falling stars exploded and smashed into fragments. The halberd of time and space pierced a hole in the boundless void sky. Futian was very spirited and took a step forward. Suddenly, the great law hummed between the sky and earth. The 13th steel appeared above the divine martial road. This moment, people knew Futian had also taken the 12th step. 4 warriors had all taken the 12 steps. Just one more step, they would tie the record of the last peach banquet. Among these 4 people, who could take the step? The sword moved. On the divine martial road, 13 swords whizzed ahead. The flows of sword will surged above the sky dome as if one sword pushed another sword forward. each one stronger than the last. Was it the power used by Pei Min on the Divine Martial Road? Nobody knew what happened on the Divine Martial Road. All they could see was the change in the sky. The 13 swords were inclined to merge as one and kept going. They kept making metallic clangs and whooshing sounds. Even though no one could see the scene in the Divine Martial Road, they could still imagine how strong-willed Pei Min was when he fought with his swordsmanship. The sword intended to rise in the sky. It was swallowing and spitting very horrifying sword will. The 14th sword loomed as if it was about to be formed. But right this moment, a destructive beam of sword light flashed by and annihilated everything. All of a sudden, the sword in formation directly disappeared, and the 13 swords which had been formed turned into ashes in a second. The swords were all gone. A figure soon showed up at the gate of the Divine Martial Road. He was shaken out from the road. He let out a low moan, and a bit of blood oozed out of his mouth. Pei Min came out of the Divine Martial Road. He finally didn't succeed in taking the 13th step. Would the other 3 warriors make it? Over the 3 ancient roads on the Divine Martial Road, violence broke out at the same time, thunder continually booming in the sky. On the ancient road where Xingkai belonged to, 13 ancient bells hummed at the same time. Very horrifying strong light emitted from the ancient bells. Above the ancient bells, a gust of stuffy might envelop the sky. The ancient bells became one and resonated in some way, trembling. On the other side, the aura of the poleaxes was also scorching and became brighter and brighter. On the 3rd ancient road, dazzling light of stars erupted from the starry steel. The 3 warriors must be undergoing huge pressure. It was just that they couldn't see. The sky and earth were roaring, rumbling. The 13 ancient bells trembled even harder. Finally, bong. A loud sound came, trembling the sky, resonating on the divine mountains. The 13 ancient bells resonated with it. All of a sudden, the bell rang without an end, making everyone's eardrum tremble. Their stares froze on the gorgeous scene on the Divine Martial Road. The 14th ancient bell was formed. Xingkai took the 13th step. The sound of bells resonated in people's ears. Even the seniors on the Divine Mountain were quite surprised. Xingkai was defeated by Futian in the final battle last time, and this time, he seemed to succeed in defending his self-esteem with his action. He was still Xingkai, the warrior who rode the whirlwind in the ancient imperial city. He tied the record created by the strongest warrior in the last peach banquet and took the 13th step. The morale of people of the ancient imperial city was very high, especially Xingqiu, who looked extremely excited. They all had to swallow the humiliation in the previous battle and had nowhere to release the pressure. Until now, when Xingkai took the 13th step, they felt all the depression in their chest was suddenly cleared out. Were Futian and Yusheng able to take the 13th step? They clenched their fists and stared toward the sky above the other 2 ancient roads. The moment Xingqiu turned his eyes to that scene, he saw an unusual aura. Poleaxes chopped down from the sky dome cleaved open the skies and streaked across the sky. The world was almost split into half. The 14th poleaxe appeared on the ancient road. Xingqiu suddenly looked dumbfounded. And it was not only Xingqiu. Everyone on the Divine Mountain was stunned at the scene too. Xingkai had just taken the steps that the strongest warrior took during the last peach banquet, and everyone thought that Xingkai had washed away the shame. But after just one moment, Yusheng told the world. He, Yusheng, could do it, too. 13 steps. Yusheng didn't even show up in the last trial and directly surrendered. But this time, obviously he didn't do this. But how? Xingqiu couldn't believe his eyes. During the last peach banquet, only one person was taking the 13th step on the Divine Martial Road, which meant the step was almost the symbol of perfection on the Divine Martial Road, extremely hard to achieve. Just now, Xingqiu's brother Xingkai made it. But before he felt excited about it, Yusheng soon took the 13th step forward, too, the step of perfection. Not only Xingqiu, but other warriors were also all shocked by the scene. Yusheng of the Thousand Leaves City stepped out, too, just like Xingkai. Warriors of the Peach Banquet this term had surpassed warriors of the last term on the Divine Martial Road. Look there, someone yelled. On the last ancient road, gleaming stars of the Great Law flew and shone on the steel. Starry steels lay over one another. Horrifying deep boom trembled the air as if a starry world was there. A new steel was just formed. That was the 14th starry steel. Many people around it were speechless after Xingkai and Yusheng. Futian made it, too. How could this most extraordinary figure in the last battle fall behind? He could also do the thing that Xingkai was able to do. These three warriors tied the record of the last term. This time the peach banquet was so crazy. So next, would any one of them break the ultimate record of the last time? The ancient bells began to hum, releasing dazzling aura, as if trying to ring again. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed there. If Xingkai could continue taking steps, it was very likely that he would leave Futian and Yusheng behind on the 13th step. At this moment, on the divine martial road, warriors were unaware of things happening outside. Even though it was uproar outside, what they faced on the divine martial road was nothing but the terrifying power in front of them. Xingkai was standing in front of the huge ancient bell. He took a deep breath. Xingkai had known he had tied the record of the last peach banquet and taken the 13th step. He had tried his best. He believed the 13 steps would leave others behind him. As for the 14th step, that would be a challenge for himself. Xingkai released his life force to his limit. It was the strongest degree he could reach. The life spirit had already been summoned and merged into the heaven-punishing fighting will. Xingkai turned into a burly ancient god of war. The intimidating will exploded from his body and fought against the power of the ancient bell. The might above the ancient bell was extremely powerful, like the might of heaven. It was an existence that vanquished all the beings of the world. Xingkai had a feeling that the ancient bell contained the will of the deities, and all life forms in the world would have to yield to its might. It was the moment he felt the threat. Xingkai lifted his foot. The will to fight was abundant in his sharp eyes. This step was not about success or failure. He had tried his best. Ancient bells were shaking above the divine martial road. Numerous people stared hard there. Would the 15th ancient bell appear? Would Xingkai break the highest record of the last peach banquet and take out the 14th step? The whirring sound echoed between the sky and earth as if the bell would start to ring with just one more step. Boom! After a loud sound, all turned into ashes. The ancient bells kept exploding, turning into pieces. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the scene. Many people took a deep breath. Finally, it didn't ring. Xingkai was just one step away. At that moment, many people thought the 14th bell would start to ring, but it finally failed to do so. A figure showed up at the gate of the divine martial road. It was Xingkai. He was shaken out of the divine martial road by the ancient bell. However, Xingkai didn't show any frustration on his face. He had done all he could within his limit and had taken out the ultimate 13th step. He felt humiliated because Futian defeated him in the last battle. The trip of divine martial road should be able to help him save some face and prove himself to the world. The violent air flows whipped his face. Xingkai's clothes were blowing in the strong wind. He stabilized his body movement. Although he was a little hurt, his breath gradually calmed down. Xingkai exhaled a deep, thick breath. All the fierce torrents around him disappeared. Xingkai looked forward. In just one moment, Xingkai's eyes froze there. He raised his head and looked at the scene above the divine martial road, speechless. Those 14 poleaxes and 14 starry steels were so eye-catching and shocking to him. Beside him, 2 other warriors also made it. And they were still inside and were trying to challenge the 14th step, just like how he did. Who was still in there? He looked around. The divine mountain was quiet right now. Although many watched him, there was no awe or admiration. Even Shuzi didn't express any admiration or excitement for what he had achieved. He had been used to this. He usually never cared about it at all. But today, after having just experienced defeat not long ago, he suddenly craved that kind of feeling. However, there was none. Who were the people who took the 13th step just like him? He had a rough guess, and his face turned gray. He asked the people who had come out, who was still there. Shuzi looked toward him with a pair of gorgeous eyes. She said softly, Futian and Yusheng. She knew these 2 names were what Xingkai least wanted to hear. Xingkai had done his job perfectly. With 13 steps, he tied the record of the last peach banquet. The score would have been outstanding at any other time. However, only this time, it was different. Due to the rivalry between Thousand Leaves City and Ancient Imperial City, Xingkai was defeated by Yi Futian, and Xingqiu was beaten by Yusheng many times. Although Xingkai had not kept all these things in mind, this time, he wanted to prove himself to be more outstanding than Yi Futian and Yusheng. However, things didn't turn out the way he wanted. The only people who were still in their fighting at the same level as Xingkai happened to be Yi Futian and Yusheng. So, even though Xingkai could tie the record, what was the point? Yi Futian had defeated him in the last battle. Even if it was a tie this time, he still lost. So, what Xingkai had done was meaningless. Even though he had made a rough guess, when these two names came out of Shu Zi's mouth, his face turned sullen. Yi Futian and Yusheng. Were they still able to do what he could do on Divine Martial Road? Besides, they seemed to be still heading forward. Of course, he didn't believe it was possible. Yi Futian and Yusheng were incapable of taking the step. At this moment, above the Divine Martial Road, a violent storm surged. It rumbled in the sky. The light of poleaxe enveloped the sky like a horrifying wave crazily pushing forward. The sky turned into a battlefield. It was as if tens of soldiers with poleaxes and thousands of horses were roaring there. Yusheng was challenging his 14th step. Xingkai was reluctant to believe Yi Futian and Yusheng could make it, so he thought it was impossible. But others were not like him. Many people expected to see the miracle arrive. Boom! A strong beam of light erupted. A poleaxe seemed to appear over the sky dome, which split all skies and chopped all roads of the Great Law into half. The next moment, people witnessed the birth of a matchless poleaxe. The moment when the poleaxe appeared, numerous pairs of eyes were fixed on it and froze there. Was he about to succeed? Xingkai's pupils were also contracting. He watched the scene, stunned. The 14th step? He took the 13th step and tied the record of the last peach banquet. He thought it was the limit, so even he couldn't make it, he thought he wouldn't feel bad. Since the 14th step was the historical limit of the peach banquet, the highest record since the peach banquet was first held, he wouldn't feel bad even though he couldn't make it. However, that poleaxe was being gradually formed. Until that moment, the giant poleaxe lay over the Divine Martial Road, swallowing and spitting the intimidating halo of bat leaks. The axe seemed to be able to chop off everything in the world. The 15th axe appeared. Yusheng tied the historical record. Did it mean another historical figure would appear in the peach banquet? During the last battle, Yi Futian beat Xingkai. And at this moment, Yusheng tied with the past record on the Divine Martial Road. These two guys of Thousand Leaves City today, guests of the peach banquet, were all the most outstanding top figures of Crimson Dragon Realm. Doctrine Saints and True Self Saints listed on the Regional King ranking were all present. However, even among such a lineup, nobody could steal Yusheng and Yi Futian's spotlight. They won over everyone else and stole all the attention. They triumphed over so many extraordinary figures: Xingkai, Pei Min, Luo Yang, etc. Yusheng, who gained fame during the Battle of Crimson River, had been proved to be stronger than the world had assumed, and more strong-willed. Interesting, murmured Qishong. He no longer looked unconcerned. Such a score was not only just outstanding, it tied history. Besides, Yi Futian and Xingkai also tied with the past record of the last peach banquet. How striking the score was this time. The look on Xingkai's face constantly changed. Even his heart for the law had a wisp of fluctuation. Although he had been defeated by Yi Futian before, he believed that Yi Futian was not actually stronger than him in terms of real strength. Even when Yi Futian comprehended the 1,000 characters steel better than him, he was still confident he could defeat Yi Futian. That was why he took steps aggressively on the Divine Martial Road and stayed ahead of everyone else. But what was the result? Yi Futian and Yusheng did what he could do. Now, Yusheng even surpassed him. At this moment, dazzling stars shone between the sky and earth. People's hearts were slightly stirred. It was as if they were being triggered by something. They all looked up to another road, amazement in their eyes. At this moment, the silence on the Divine Mountain was somehow horrifying. Nobody said anything. They just looked at the dazzling stars in the sky. The starry light enveloped the sky where a giant steel was formed. Many people's hearts suddenly thumped. They trembled at the scene. Wasn't it crazy? This peach banquet was going wild. 14 steps, another 14 steps. He tied. Yi Futian and Yushang, these two warriors of Thousand Leaves City, were now tied at the same time, leaving Xing Kai far behind. Before long, when they saw Xing Kai take the 13th step, they all thought Xing Kai was proving his ability. But at this moment many people even began to sympathize with Xing Kai. He was not mediocre at all. He had tied the record of the last peach banquet and was just one step away from breaking the historical record. Literally, one step. Wasn't that outstanding enough? Who could imagine that the two warriors after him would both surpass him? And, unfortunately, both of them had a grudge. How embarrassing this scene was for Xing Kai. Xing Kai made a humph in a low voice. When Yushang tied the record, even though he felt frustrated and struggled, losing the pride in himself, he could accept it since Yushang was far behind him in the last battle. However, Yi Futian took the step, too. What was that? It was such a smack in his face. Xing Kai was slightly hurt, but because his mood was not bad, and his will was stable, after the trial on the divine martial road, his willpower had become stronger, and his heart for the law was firm. But soon after it, he had to suffer the strike, which was heaviest for him. One could imagine how drastic the change of Xing Kai's state of mind was in this peach banquet. Now, he truly began to question himself. His heart for the law was no longer that firm. His state of mind was damaged, and that was why he let out a humph in a low voice. Shuzi heard it. She looked toward Xing Kai, quite worried. She knew that Xing Kai was an outstanding person, full of pride, but this time, he suffered a series of breakdowns. What kind of shock should be brought to his state of mind? All of a sudden, Xing Kai had undergone numerous changes in his state of mind. He wanted to stabilize his heart for law and strengthen his belief, but it was still too hard to achieve. His faith faltered. That was it. Even though he understood all the cultivation paths of the world and knew that the truth of the law was that no one could triumph forever, it was only a hazy notion for him, and when it happened to him, it was not easy to realize it. At this moment, Xing Kai was clear that he actually couldn't see through it. He was reluctant to admit it. It was hard to acknowledge it. But it had been the fact. Yi Futian and Yushang had surpassed him on the divine martial road. Yi Futian also surpassed him in the last comprehension battle. Yi Futian performed better than him in 2 battles, back to back. What did that mean? Did he still have the confidence to say he was capable of Yi Futian while in the same plane depending on real strength? Who would think like this? Everyone would think Yi Futian was stronger than Xing Kai after the peach banquet. Even though he could ignore others, how would he get through it when facing his own heart? Xing Kai was not the only one who had inner struggles. At this moment, some people were excited to witness history, while some people were also in an awful mood, like Xing Kai, Xing Qiu, Xing Zhe, and Xing Nan, who begrudged Yi Futian. They were all very mad. But even though they were mad, things had happened. This time, at the peach banquet, Yi Futian and Yushang had made history. In the divine martial road, Yi Futian stood there. All the stars in the sky turned into a gorgeous Milky Way. It seemed like the starry sky was hidden inside the steel, a divine steel. One starry steel was one sky. One starry steel was one world. Boundless sprinkles of starry light dropped down as if the whole world was under seal. The light fell on Yi Futian's body like a starry sky was over him. His body couldn't move at all. The light projected from the steel seemed to be the will of the great law originally contained by the starry steel. Yi Futian perceived the power. He had released his willpower to the extreme. His body was the cauldron of the great law, making a deafening noise. He raised his head to see the starry steel. It was as if his eyes had seen through endless layers of starry skies. He looked into the steel and saw a matchless figure standing there. His willpower was unparalleled. The willpower was attached to the boundless aura of starry light. Yi Futian had to bear the intense pressure from each bump. He would directly be shaken out if he relaxed a little bit. So that's how it is, murmured Yi Futian to himself. It was not until this moment that he truly understood the meaning of the divine martial road. Qishang didn't announce the meaning behind the road, and very probably, all the warriors who stepped on the divine martial road didn't realize it, either. If he had not owned some special abilities, he would have not figured out either. Yu Sheng should be the only one here, Futian said to himself and then laughed. He slightly relaxed and slowed down. The indomitable spirit and willpower seemed to have gone. It was as if he was glad to let it go. The endless light in the starry sky was like trying to devour him. Amid the whirlwind of the stars, his body spun and was thrown out of the divine martial road. Futian appeared outside the divine martial road. A glaring halo surrounded his body. He glided backward for a short while and soon stopped moving. The life force on his body gradually cleared at a steady pace. Even after he had taken the 14th step, he didn't experience severe shaking after he came out. He still looked quite secure in a proper manner. Numerous pairs of eyes fell on Futian. Finally, he came out. He was still not able to break the historical record, but it was normal since even though he didn't break the historical record, he had tied it, which was precious enough. Undoubtedly, Futian was the most eye-catching person in the peach banquet this time. He stole the limelight from so many people, and the only person who was comparable with him was his good friend Yu Sheng. Xing Kai's glance fell on Futian. He had never seen Futian as a rival before the peach banquet, but now, in the public eye, Futian was different from before. This Lord of Thousand Leaves City was very likely to become the most outstanding person in this generation that few people could match. In the vast land of Crimson Dragon Realm, even many figures whose names were listed on the regional king ranking were thwarted by him. Xiaqing Yuan looked at Futian. She walked to him and said in a low voice, "Why did you just come out?" Other people were stirred by Xiaqing Yuan's words. He just came out. He took 14 steps and tied the record, and she said that he just came out? It was as if, in her eyes, the step was not difficult at all for Futian, and he could easily make it. Were 14 steps not enough? Xing Kai felt it irritating. Did she say it with irony? Futian looked quite calm after he came out and just watched the divine martial road quietly. I tried my best to finish the step, so I came out, Futian said to Xiaqing Yuan, smiling. Xiaqing Yuan looked at him and slightly lifted one eyebrow. Her intuition told her that Futian didn't say the truth. This guy was definitely able to keep going and challenge the record. Probably, he himself chose to give up. Was it because he knew he and Yu Sheng were the only ones there, and he didn't want to compete with Yu Sheng? The aura of the poleaxe shone upon the divine martial road. A gigantic divine axe appeared above the sky dome. The whole divine martial road became almost transparent, and a figure loomed in the illusion. That person was Yu Sheng. At this moment, he was the incarnation of a demonic deity. Immense demonic will was released from his body. A poleaxe also appeared in his hand. He used the poleaxe to chop ahead, and with one strike, the sky was split into half. It was the absolute power, extremely intimidating. It was as if nothing could stop him. The light of the poleaxe flashed across the sky dome as if it would chop off the divine mountain. A new record on the divine martial road was set. Yu Sheng from Thousand Leaves City broke the historical record and took out the 15th step. The howling wind surged in the upper sky. On the quiet divine mountain, countless pairs of eyes looked at Yu Sheng. He finally made it. Even Qi Sheng and the seniors on the divine mountain were bewildered by the scene. Who could expect that someone would break the record of divine martial road during the peach banquet this time? He will be another legendary figure, an old man on the divine mountain remarked. True. It will take many years for later generations to break this record, another man said. The record created by Yu Sheng today probably would be exhibited in files for many years. Maybe no one will surpass the peach banquet of this year in at least 100 years, people on the divine mountain said. Obviously, they all thought highly of the peach banquet of this year. During the trip of divine martial road in the peach banquet, one warrior created a new historical record. One warrior tied the historical record, and one warrior tied the record of the last term. It was supposed to be very extraordinary to tie the record of last time, but this time, apparently, the history was rewritten. Xing Kai had bad luck. Don't know if his state of mind will be affected, someone said. What Xing Kai had done was great enough at any previous time. However, he met Futian and Yu Sheng. It seemed that Xing Kai in this peach banquet was a foil for Futian and Yu Sheng to show their excellence. It must be a big shock to him, who was a proud person, which was revealed in his bad look after he came out. The glaring light shone upon Yushang's shoulders. After a while, people saw him turn around and step out of the divine martial road. He showed up in front of others, bathed in the divine aura. Congratulations, Qishang said to Yushang, smiling. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Yushang nodded and replied to Qishang. Both Yushang and Yi Futian had benefited from a lot during this trip. This Prince of Crimson Dragon Realm was indeed very generous. You earn it with your own effort. No need to thank me, Qishang said with a laugh. He soon turned to the crowd, saying, I assume all of you have obtained gains on the divine martial road. People all nodded. Every time they took a step, they could see more clearly the technique being used to attack them and have a better understanding of it. It should be the original cultivation method of the divine martial road. Since Yushang broke the record, he might have obtained the complete version of it. But Yi Futian and Xingkai should have also benefited a lot. It is an honor to witness the creation of a record during the Peach Banquet this time. I believe people of this generation will definitely create a new history. From now on, the future of the Crimson Dragon Realm will depend on you, said Qishang, smiling. People had mixed feelings after hearing the words. If one could say people of this generation in Crimson Dragon Realm were able to create a new history, it was all because of the Thousand Leaf City. If Yushang and Yi Futian were removed, the general ability of the Crimson Dragon Realm would be almost the same as before. Were these few people from the Emperor Xia's realm raising a storm in the Crimson Dragon Realm? So, let's wrap up this Peach Banquet, continued Qishang. People's faces looked different. Some looked calm, but some were not willing to accept the result. Thank you, Your Highness. People showed respect and courtesy and requested to leave. Soon they all turned around and left there. Let's go, Yi Futian said to Yushang and Xiaqing. They left the place and met with Yi Wuchen and others. Soon, their bodies flashed, and they left the divine mountain. People all walked down and left the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, many people made way for them. The way they looked at Yi Futian was different. The top of the divine mountain was covered with fallen peach flowers. The only person who hadn't leave was Yu Shifei. She was standing next to Qishang. Seeing people leaving, Yu Shifei turned to look at Qishang's face. What are you looking at? Said Qishang with a gentle smile. What is the secret hidden inside the divine martial road? Asked Yu Shifei bluntly, without caring about her own identity. You want to know? Asked Qishang. Yes, said Yu Shifei, nodding. But it's okay if you can't tell. There is nothing I can't tell, said Qishang with a laugh. Actually, the divine martial road contains a matrix. When you step into the divine martial road, you have to face not only the attack of the matrix's wills inside, but also clashes with other warriors. Your willpower will be merged in the will attack of other divine martial roads. Luck is a factor to help you take the first few steps, but the warriors who come to the end are all. Yu Shifei had a strange look on her face. She said to Qishang, that is to say, all of us have indirectly fought with each other once without realizing it. You can say that, said Qishang, nodding. Yu Shifei laughed and said, so you can figure out every warrior's talent level and information without anyone noticing. Who set the rule for the Peach Banquet? He was really shameless. Aren't you afraid your future senior in-laws hear that and don't allow you to enter my house? Qishang said jokingly. I am okay if they do it, said Yu Shifei, laughing softly. Nah, it will be my loss, Qishang said and took her in his arms. Obviously, their relationship was very good. They snuggled together and looked down at the scenery. Something seemed to occur to Yu Shifei, so she asked, when Yi Futian took the last step, there was not much fluctuation of life force on the divine martial road. Was it possible that he was aware of the truth of the divine martial road, so he finally gave up? Qishang showed a flash of surprise in his eyes after hearing Yu Shifei's words. Had he already seen through it? After warriors left the divine mountain, they respectively began their journey home, including Yi Futian and his companions. Wherever they arrived, they always received a lot of attention. Yi Futian and Yushang were both from the Thousand Leaf City. One could weigh their influence. And now, since they traveled together, they were always in the limelight of the Crimson Dragon Realm wherever they went. Brother Yi. They heard someone calling when they were walking. Yi Futian followed the voice and found it was Duan Wuji, so he nodded to him, smiling. Come visit me in Eastern Imperial Palace if you have time, said Duan Wuji, laughing. To practice combat skills? Asked Yi Futian. Nah, Duan Wuji waved his hand. There was no way to practice combat with him. Duan Wuji used to have the thought, but after Duan Wuji experienced the peach banquet, he would just give up the idea. Yi Futian was too dangerous. He didn't want to bring trouble. Besides, Yu Shang, the badass, was standing next to Yi Futian. He didn't want to mess with him either. If Yu Shang fought him, he was afraid he would be killed. To have a drink. Yes, have a drink. Duan Wuji thought a while and said. Yi Futian heard his words and laughed and said, That's great. If one day I come, please don't forget my name, Your Highness. After today's peach banquet, there will not be many people in the land of the Crimson Dragon Realm who don't know your name. I am afraid that later, I will need to wait in line to give you a treat, said Duan Wuji with a hearty laugh. He was speaking the truth. The peach banquet was called the #1 banquet of the realm, and soon all that had happened in the peach banquet would be known to the whole Crimson Dragon Realm. The Lord of Thousand Leaves City Yi Futian and Yu Shang would be hard to avoid being famous. Yi Futian laughed. Duan Wuji waved his hand and said, See you. And then he turned around and left. He was about to depart to return to the Eastern Imperial Palace. People were all on their way back. So many warriors were flying in the sky. Duan Wuji looks like a good guy. Last time, he helped you in Emperor Qua's relics and was not jealous of the relics you got, said Xia Qingyuan in a low voice. Yi Futian nodded. Duan Wuji was a trustful person who was very different from Xing Kai. Perhaps it was because of the way they were raised. Duan Wuji was a prince, so he didn't need to compete with anyone else. What he owned was always the best. Xing Kai always had to take responsibility. Maybe he had always tried to be perfect and become the most brilliant person. He was proud and arrogant. Even though he said everyone had their time of failure, when he was defeated, he didn't show the detachment he claimed to have. He is worth befriending, said Yi Futian, nodding. And in Tianjiao, she is good too, said Xia Qingyuan softly, looking ahead. Yi Futian got a strange look on his face. What was she talking about? Why did she mention In Tianjiao? At this moment, a strong gust of life force surged behind them. They had left the Imperial Palace a while ago, but the life force had just reached them. Having perceived the life force, Yi Futian and others turned their heads and took a look. 2 warriors of Nirvana Plain, the ex-lord of Thousand Leaves City Shun Tianzhan, and Wu Yong were also with Yi Futian. Emperor Qua's heritage caused the Battle of Thousand Leaves City. Although they successfully repelled the opponents, they still didn't dare to relax their vigilance. So this time when Yi Futian attended the peach banquet, 2 Nirvana Plain warriors of the Thousand Leaves City accompanied him. But at this time, 2 Nirvana warriors frowned. They turned their heads and looked into the distance and said in a low voice, They are from the ancient imperial city. In the distance, amid the howling winds and clouds, warriors were coming near, not taking cover. The person who led the group was Xing Kai. This group of people swiftly caught up with Yi Futian and others, and walking with them shoulder to shoulder. Yi Futian resumed his steps and ignored them. But at this time, Xing Kai started talking. Your performance in the peach banquet was quite impressive. I am curious about your real strength. His eyes slowly turned to where Yi Futian was. Yi Futian also looked toward him and said, laughing, It should be good too. I can't know if I don't try it, said Xing Kai. He directly rushed toward Yi Futian and released a gust of intimidating life force. People around Yi Futian frowned. Someone tried to block him. A chill flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. What did Xing Kai mean? He took a step and darted toward the direction where Xing Kai was. The deed of thorough comprehension suddenly erupted, and the horrifying life force enveloped his body. Although Yi Futian's performance in the peach banquet was eye-catching, he was not so conceited to think that he would easily beat Xing Kai. Xing Kai was the one who tied the record of last time, and his real plane was true self-plane, 1 level higher than Yi Futian's. There were huge gaps between different levels in the Saint Plane, not to mention that Xing Kai had already become a figure who rode the whirlwind in Crimson Dragon Realm. A giant pomprint came in the howling sound of the wind. The pomprint swallowed and spat glaring aura, which contained terrifying fighting will. In just one moment, the pomprints fell at an extremely fast speed. Futian raised his arm and stepped into the void sky. The haunting fist will exploded and continually punched into the air. The aura of the 11 fists became one and blasted toward the giant palm print. After a booming sound, the giant palm print and the aura of fist were both turned to ashes. Shinkai stepped into the air and released his heaven-punishing fighting will. All of a sudden, wisps of fighting aura swept across the world. The halo of fighting will appeared above his body, resonating with the great law of the sky and earth. Countless beams of light of the great law flew over his body and formed a phantom of the deity of war. It was as if it was purely created by the fighting will. Besides, in the whole space, the area around Futian's body was wrapped up by Shinkai's fighting will. So much fighting will was directly turned into an enormous palm print which smashed down from the sky dome. It was as if the explosion was from the deity of war. Futian's body was fettered by the light. The halo dripped down and covered the sky, from where the palm print fell. Boom! When the deed of thorough comprehension exploded, spells of halberds appeared from the cauldron formed by his flesh and transformed into divine halberds flying upward. Even a giant halberd of time and space was forged from there and appeared in Futian's hand. The aura of the halberd flew. Futian took a step. He seemed to have deployed what he had learned not long before in his fighting. The halberd of time and space directly thrust out and clashed with the dropping giant palm print. Endless light of halberd flew in the air and formed into one spot. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the giant palm print, which contained horrifying fighting will. The light of halberd kept bumping against the spot, and immediately, more crevices showed up in the space. Boom! A horrifying explosion sound came. The halberd and the dropping giant palm print were smashed into ashes. Shinkai started walking, and step by step, he came closer to Futian. More palm prints of the Great Law were in formation, covering the sky and hiding the sun. Countless beams of light appeared above the phantom of the war deity behind him. The wind and clouds roared between the sky and earth. Even the appalling fighting will alone could crush and suffocate many. Futian stood in front of Shinkai and felt a gust of very strong suppressing power, the suppressing power from the heaven-punishing fighting will. He looked at Shinkai's eyes. He looked through that pair of cold eyes as if trying to figure out what Shinkai was thinking. He saw the chilly killing thought in Shinkai's eyes. Having felt the killing thought, Futian knitted his brows. Did Shinkai want to kill him here? The howling sound came from the distance from time to time. Many warriors who had left from the peach banquet seemed to have perceived the disturbance and converged in the area. They showed interest after they reached the battlefield. Shinkai was fighting with Futian. What happened? Was it because Shinkai was pissed off by Futian's performance and wanted to teach him a lesson? Using this way to prove his dignity. But the thing was, Shinkai was a saint of true self. His plane was higher than Futian's, so even though he defeated Futian, it couldn't prove anything, and on the other hand, people would think he was jealous of Futian. At this moment, the palm print which enveloped the sky and hid the sun dropped down and covered that space. Shinkai showed no mercy at all. At this moment, Futian was almost buried inside the palm print of the great law that covered the sky and sun. Futian released the deed of thorough comprehension to the extreme. A long halberd showed up in his hand amid the glaring aura. When the palm print dropped down, he immediately launched strikes and destroyed it. But the halberd was smashed into ashes by the fighting palm print after the clash. However, the dropping palm prints had no end. Obviously, the fight was much harder than the one he had with Shinkai in the peach banquet. During the peach banquet, Shinkai restrained his own will, but at this moment, Shinkai was just pitiless. Bam, bam, bam. Futian's body shifted location and flickered in the air. He continued thrusting his halberd out and smashing the palm prints while at the same time taking shunning steps. Shinkai let out a chilly humph. He stepped onto the sky dome. The illusions around him were extremely dazzling. He pushed down his palm, and the formed deity of war also followed his action and dropped a palm print. Suddenly, the endless palm prints above Futian's head became one and turned into a real print of the war deity. The sky and earth were roaring as if everything would be smashed into pieces. Futian's body was below the palm print. The countless halberds pierced into the air and blew on the boundless giant palm print, but the unparalleled fighting aura just crushed them. Futian raised his head and felt the might. The holy halberd of time and space appeared in his palm. It kept swallowing and spitting the aura of the great law. The fighting halberd formed by will was formed to smash everything into fragments. Hiss! Futian rose up. His body transformed into a phantom. The halberd of time and space thrust out. The sky and earth kept buzzing as if all would turn to ashes. The halberd was thrust into the palm print of the length of the sky, but it didn't break it. The palm print was like the real celestial might, exterminating everything in the world. The fighting will on the palm print turned into countless golden lightning, which dropped down and shot toward Futian's body. The space was full of fierce power of destruction, trying to engulf and bury Futian's body. "You are seeking death," said Xingkai. A flash of chilly light ran across Xingkai's eyes. He dared to take his attacks directly. The heaven-punishing fighting will turned into the light of catastrophe. Who could defend from this? Seeing the light of destruction in the vast space, many warriors were stunned for a moment, their hearts thumping hard. They suddenly realized that Xingkai had not intended to practice combat skills with Futian at all. Obviously, he was trying to kill Futian. As they had thought, if Xingkai just tried to beat Futian, people would think he was bullying him with the plane advantage. Xingkai was trying to erase Futian. How ruthless! At this moment, Xingkai was indeed thinking of killing him. After a series of defeat, he asked himself whether or not he could just let it go. During the peach banquet, he was overshadowed by Futian twice, which had affected his heart for law. He felt Futian had become the barrier on the way of his cultivation. It would be hard to enter the unblemished plane because of him. For Xingkai, it was absolutely unacceptable. Anyone who hindered his cultivation was supposed to vanish, to be out of his sight. Thus, Futian should be wiped out, and if possible, Xingkai should kill him in person. In this way, Xingkai could prove his heart for law. Not to mention the grudges Xingkai had already had with Futian. Futian should be killed. Otherwise, he would become a scourge for the ancient imperial city. Xingkai was also afraid that Futian had harbored resentment because of the last battle since Gaihuang and Xingqiu attacked them. Besides, his brother Xingqiu was almost killed by Yusheng. All these factors led him make the decision to wipe Futian out. The print of war deity contained unparalleled great law of oppression, and with the aid of heaven-punishing fighting will, it could seal all beings under one sky. The destructive golden lightning also contained the tearing law derived from the gold attribute and thunder attribute. There was nothing it couldn't destroy. It was very intimidating. Besides, the will of a true self-saint was much stronger than the one of a doctrine saint. How could Xingkai show mercy when he had the intention of killing? The fighting power exploded from his body. Below the aura of destruction, it looked like Futian could be wiped out at any time. The faces of the warriors of the Thousand Leaves City turned pale. They all knew what Xingkai was going to do. Both Wu Yong and Shen Tianzhan were warriors of the Nirvana plane. Their reactions were instant. Seeing Xingkai of the true self plane try to kill Futian, they immediately released an immense amount of might. Between the sky and earth, the wind and cloud changed color. A gust of horrifying might of flame fell, and a giant blazing palm print appeared from the sky dome and smashed down toward Xingkai. Boom! An intimidating beam of intense light shot out. Someone tried to block it directly in front of them. Gaihuang, who was wrapped in the aura of the Great Law, showed up. He cast his golden eyes on Shantian and Wu Yong. Obviously, he didn't allow Wu Yong and Shantian to disturb Xingkai killing Futian. Xingkai was very resolute. Since he had decided to kill Futian, he knew what to do. Using practicing combat skills as the excuse, Xingkai would wipe Futian out, exterminating this threat. Gaihuang! Shen Tianzhan shouted. He stepped forward. Gaihuang's real strength was powerful. In the Battle of Thousand Leaves City, he was blocked by the star-plucking hand. They want to keep practicing combat after the peach banquet. Why do you bother them? Gaihuang said coldly. His eyes reflected golden beams. The horrifying golden storm rose around his body and headed toward these two Nirvana plane warriors. One gust of very intimidating spatial great law came, and intended to block all their ways. More and more warriors gathered around them. They looked up at these three godlike figures in the void sky and thought to themselves that obviously, Gai Huang was assisting Xing King in killing Yi Futian. It was not a practice. Xing Kai, at this moment, was trying to kill him. Xing Kai was a determined person. Yi Futian overshadowed him in the peach banquet, so he wanted to wipe Yi Futian out and exterminate this threat. If Yi Futian reached the true self plane, Xing Kai might not be able to suppress him anymore. In the battlefield where Xing Kai and Yi Futian were, the destruction print of war deity crushed Yi Futian. The endless golden lightning fell from the print of the war deity and sealed him in this space, trying to kill him. The halberds kept shattering in his hand. Yi Futian held out his palm. The divine halberd of time and space appeared on the palm, swallowing and spitting intimidating might. Boom! A strong shaking began. People could see Yi Futian didn't pause under the burning pressure of the might of great law, but rather kept heading forward against the force. He took one more step, his spirit rising, roaring. The halberd of time and space swallowed and spat endless light that tore the space apart. It clashed with the golden lightning that fell down the sky dome. These two forces were getting extremely close, each containing horrifying energy of tearing destruction. When they collided in the void sky, the space where Yi Futian was submerged in tens of thousands of beams of catastrophe light. He stood inside and bore the killing power of the Saint Law. Bam! He took one more step. The footwork of Xianyuan was strengthened. All the law of the sky and earth was being smelted above the body. The energy released from the deed of thorough comprehension converged in the center of his palm and slipped into the halberd of time and space in his hand. The halberd swallowed and spat endless aura. The print of war deity dropped from his head as if the sky would collapse. Boom! Yi Futian took the third step. His body spun, and a terrifying beam of light rose into the sky. The halberd of time and space in his hand thrust out. At this moment, the spatial beam of light rushed toward the sky. In the vast space between the sky and earth, a boundless giant divine halberd appeared and wrapped the halberd of time and space inside. It directly pierced on the falling print of war deity. After a loud boom, the destructive might swept across the world. The sky and earth trembled, and the print of war deity roared. Above, the giant divine halberd in the aura that pierced through the print of war deity held the sky dome and blocked the oppression of the falling print of war deity. Yi Futian's torso was glaring in the holy aura that enveloped the sky and echoed the great law. He raised his head and looked up to the sky. The halberd light penetrated the clouds, like the light that unlocked heaven, but it didn't completely destroy the print of war deity. Xing Kai's heaven-punishing fighting will claim to be the heritage from the War of God. When it was infused in the fighting power, the might of the war deity could explode from it and slay gods. Xing Kai's attack was always powerful, and with the aid of heaving, punishing fighting will, it was devastating. The roaring sound between the sky and earth continued. The boundless giant phantom of the war deity stood above the sky dome. Xing Kai stepped into the void sky, extreme coldness in his eyes. His palm pushed down toward the ground. Immediately, the phantom of the war deity followed his action and used his palm to push down. The print of war deity kept falling, trying to crush Yi Futian. He wouldn't give up until Yi Futian died. The giant light of halberd was being devoured. What was above Yi Futian's sky was no longer just one divine seal. It was more like a sky that kept crushing down on him. He was not able to move. He was on the edge of being crushed to death. Even the halberd of time and space was unable to defend from the print of war deity. Other warriors saw the scene and were stirred. How intimidating Xing Kai's real fighting strength was. He was always the peerless top figure in the Crimson Dragon realm. He had never been defeated and was always listed on the regional king ranking. He was of the true self plane, but even other outstanding figures of the plane had difficulty defending him. He was supposed to wipe out any doctrine saint quickly. However, Yi Futian could fight with him. One could tell this lord of Thousand Leaves City, who left great impressions during the peach banquet, indeed had very horrifying fighting power. If it had been another person fighting with Xing Kai, they would have been killed after the print of war deity showed up. At the same time, from another direction, warriors of the Thousand-Leaf City were quickly heading toward this battlefield. Obviously, it was not a fair duel, and Xing Kai's goal was not to practice with Futian. He was trying to kill him. He wanted to exterminate him as a threat. Warriors from the ancient imperial city started to take action, too. They all began to move and blocked the way of warriors of the Thousand-Leaf City. Seeing the scene, Xing Kai again drew one hand and created one more print. Two prints overlapped and oppressed all the skies. The loud booming sound came, and Futian's body was about to be crushed down by the great might of the Great Law. The giant light of the divine halberd was still collapsing. Futian perceived the pressure, and suddenly, an aura of stars appeared around his body. Endless starry light erupted. The vast space between the sky and earth turned into a starry world. Stars were formed in the new world. The stars of the Great Law rotated and rose to the upper sky. Boom, boom, boom. People saw the stars clash on the print of the war deity. The void sky trembled for it, but the moment when the stars touched the print of the war deity, they were just ground into ashes. All they did was slightly slow down the fall of the print of war deity. However, the light of the stars grew brighter. Futian was amid the world of stars. Endless stars spun and rotated around him. Under the deed of thorough comprehension, a holy halo appeared and formed a plane of stars. At this moment, stars all over the sky became one and formed an intact starry steel where stars of all skies were included. This is... People who watched the scene from a distance contracted their pupils, stunned. Wasn't it the starry steel of the divine martial road in the Peach Banquet? It was the road that Futian was on at that time. Did it mean Futian had absorbed it and used it in the fight after he stepped out of the divine martial road? Stars were moving. The boundless starry steel rose with the stars of all skies and smashed on the print of the war deity. The sky dome shivered violently as if it was about to collapse. Holding the halberd of time and space, Futian shifted away and rushed out of the restraint power of the Great Law. He strode over the space and headed toward Xing Kai. Xing Kai took a glance at Futian with disdain. The gap between their planes was too large. If he had been a common person, Futian might be able to win over him. But he was Xing Kai, who had never been defeated. If Futian could ignore the plane difference and defeat him, he would give up cultivation from now on. A beam of horrifying halberd light thrust out. Futian threw out the halberd of time and space, which pierced through the Great Law and thrust toward Xing Kai. The halo of the Great Law flew above Xing Kai's two arms and linked between the sky and earth. Gorgeous golden halos darted out and blocked the attacks of the halberd of time and space. At the same time, he stretched out both arms, which penetrated the void sky and broke into the Great Law. Two forces clashed with each other. Futian's advancing force was pushed back, but his spirit was not weakened at all. At the same time, a gust of forceful demonic might came in. Xing Kai raised his head and saw another person arrive from the sky. Yusheng held a dazzling poleaxe in his hand and chopped down from the sky dome. The demonic light illuminated the sky. As the poleaxe chopped off, it opened the sky as if directly chopping the sky dome into half. "You came just in time," said Xing Kai. His eyes turned toward Yusheng, full of coldness and a stronger killing desire. During the Peach Banquet, both Yusheng and Futian had excellent performance, and since Yusheng actively came to fight with him, he didn't need to consider the regional palace. Seeing the poleaxe chopping down, Xing Kai faced the sky and let out a roar. Horrifying will exploded from his body, and a dazzling beam of light rose up to the sky. Endless fighting will was merged into his body as if a war deity was rumbling. The bellow trembled Shang's mind and slightly affected his impelling force of the poleaxe. Phantoms of ancient bells showed up and surged forward following the sound waves. They turned into an immense amount of will and formed an excellent barrier for the poleaxe. Xing Kai raised his hand and drew a big palm print toward the void sky. He stretched out one arm, which turned into a golden forelimb. When the palm print was released, it crashed onto the poleaxe with the heaven-punishing fighting will and blew Yusheng's heaven-breaking poleaxe away. Futian took a glance at Yusheng. Even though Xing Kai was one level higher than Yusheng, he was the first person of this generation who, face-to-face, shocked Yusheng that Yi Futian had ever met. Regardless of Xing Kai's character, his real strength was undoubtedly very strong. He claimed to be War Emperor Zhanzi's successor and owned the heaven-punishing fighting will inherited from the ancient war deity. He was the most peerless warrior in the Crimson Dragon realm. His way of doing things was brutal, too. Before, he had never thought about competing with Yi Futian in the Peach Banquet. Xing Kai had not regarded him as the opponent at the time. But after the Peach Banquet, Xing Kai felt a threat from them. Or one should say, things that happened in the Peach Banquet affected his state of mind. So he wanted to kill Yi Futian and Yusheng to prove his own heart for law, and to exterminate the potential threat for the future. Since his state of mind couldn't accept them, he chose to kill them. He was resolute in this. On his way back from the Peach Banquet, he used practicing combat skills as an excuse and wanted to wipe them out forcibly. In fact, the rule of Crimson Dragon City didn't allow random killing in the city. Not to mention that Yi Futian had just left the Divine Mountain not long ago. His performance in the Peach Banquet was outstanding. When Xing Kai thought about killing him, shouldn't he have taken the Imperial Palace on the Divine Mountain into consideration? But Xing Kai still was going to do it. He was cold-blooded indeed. However, even so, he said it was for practicing combat skills. He could still use it as an excuse. Yi Futian and Yusheng were both standing in the air and staring at Xing Kai. The spirits of three of them were all very intimidating. Numerous people were staring at this battlefield, astounded by the scene. The most extraordinary three warriors in the Peach Banquet were face-to-face fighting with each other. The heaven-punishing fighting will came out from Xing Kai's body and swept across the world, turning into gusts of horrifying airflows. His light of life spirit shone behind him, from which a real figure of war deity showed up. The life spirit contained horrifying heaven-punishing fighting will and surrounded every part of his body. Xing Kai slowly merged into the figure and turned into a war deity. His body started to move at a low pace. At this moment, his life force reached the climax. "Since you two want to fight together, come on, show me what you can do," Xing Kai said loudly while looking at Yi Futian and Yusheng. Around the battlefield, other warriors tried to help, but Yi Futian stopped them. Xiaqing Yuan took a glance at him. Yi Futian raised one arm in the air, suggesting for others not to intervene. Since Yusheng had entered the battlefield, he also wanted to see how powerful this greatest true self-saint in Crimson Dragon Realm was. Demonic will billowed above Yusheng's body. Many demonic phantoms showed up. Demonic flows gushed out and swept between the sky and earth. A demonic deity-like figure showed up behind him. His body of demonic law merged inside and turned into a figure of a peerless demonic god. Above Yi Futian's body, the deed of thorough comprehension emitted glaring light. The aura of the Great Law enveloped the sky and earth. The body of the Great Law formed in Yi Futian's body, emitting beams of light and echoing the Great Law of the sky and earth. His figure kept expanding. The fighting Dharma itself was not powerful. When a fighting Dharma was first established, the warrior was only at the apex of Sage Plane. Still, in a real fight, if the fighting Dharma fit with the Saint Plane, it could connect the law between the sky and earth and break the limit of the warrior's flesh, creating a rousing echo between the sky and earth. It would help the warrior's flesh make a breakthrough until the warrior was stronger than his or her own plane. The fighting Dharma could be put into practice in a better way when the user reached the Saint Plane, since it was able to fit with the Great Law. Especially when the deed of thorough comprehension was released, it could make the fighting Dharma transform, and Yi Futian could coalesce any will into it. At this moment, the Dharma in formation contained very strong spatial and starry will. Xing Kai was good at attacking, and his fighting ability was peerless. Only an equivalent counterforce could suppress its power. In Yi Futian's life palace, the ancient tree was emitting glaring light. Yi Futian's body was echoing with all the skies. Between the sky and earth, countless beams of light fell on his body. Boundless will of the Great Law merged into his body. With the power of the deed of thorough comprehension, his Dharma was built extremely strong. Boom! At this moment, the void sky sent an intense shiver. Xing Kai took a step forward. The halo of Great Law around his body coalesced into an endless golden spear. It was extremely intimidating. He raised one palm, and suddenly, Many giant golden spears came out and pierced through the sky and earth. Divine golden light penetrated the space and darted toward Yushang and Futian. Xingkai of the true self-saint plane was trying to kill two peerless figures at the same time. Behind Yushang, tens of thousands of phantoms loomed out. Above all the skies, a demonic space was created. The demonic will surged forward and engulfed all the skies. Those demonic statues let out mysterious demonic tunes, trembling in people's ears. At this moment, wind and cloud changed their color above the sky dome. They changed their dark demonic color. Demons of all skies raised their hands at the same time and drew demonic palm prints toward the lower sky, covering the sky and hiding the sun, devouring the sky dome. The palm prints struck toward Xinkai's incoming spear. When the palm prints and the spear clashed, the void sky was about to collapse. However, from another direction, Futian stepped into the void sky. When the footwork of Xinyuan came out, the void sky shivered. He stretched out two arms and thrust the halberd of time and space. The attack of the halberd contained the destructive space-tearing will and the intimidating power of stars. Flares, like falling stars, appeared between the sky and earth. The light of halberd turned into dazzling falling stars and struck toward the incoming spear. Two gusts of forces collided and together annihilated in the sky dome. Gorgeous light sprinkled down and burned people's eyes. Boom! Xingkai did not sway. He stepped into the void sky like the war deity's incarnation. At this moment, he was the war deity himself. The heaven-punishing fighting will surged out, and his spirit reached the apex. Not to mention a doctrine saint, it was rare for the strongest warrior of the true self to own such a horrifying spirit. Xingkai's goal was not just being a true self-saint. He wanted to become a Renhuang. The unblemished plane and nirvana plane were just stages on his way of cultivation, so he would never let Futian blemish his heart for law. Futian must be killed here. Xingkai stretched out two hands. Suddenly, the endless fighting will between the sky and earth coalesced into a divine golden poleaxe. The boundless poleaxe was extremely sharp. It was held in Xingkai's hand and chopped forward. The light of the poleaxe chopped down the void air between the sky and earth. A golden line appeared and crossed over the sky dome. The poleaxe chopped toward Yushang and Futian at the same time. He seemed to be able to infuse the heaven-punishing fighting will into any derived weapons and ignite an explosion of appalling fighting skills. The power was infinite and unstoppable. There was a coldness in Yushang's eyes. The demonic will from his body got stronger. The sounds from the demonic statues echoed, trembling the sky and earth. Tens of thousands of demonic palm prints surged out, rumbling, and finally turned into a horrifying demonic palm print, striking toward the incoming light of poleaxe. Futian kept treading in the air, highly spirited. The life force of his dharma grew stronger, echoing with the great law between the sky and earth. The halberd of time and space in his hand launched one more strike. His appearance was like galloping thunder. Endless light of halberd converged in one spot and thrust into the incoming poleaxe light bit by bit, tearing the shadow of the poleaxe. The aura of destruction surged out from his body. Horrifying flows beat up his body, but his body of stars was still not affected. Xingkai lightly lifted eyebrows. These two warriors were still not shaken even after two intimidating attacks. Futian and Yushang were getting even more spirited as they fought. The spirit surged from their bodies and got even stronger. That was why Xingkai felt threatened by them. If Futian and Yushang were still alive, they would become the biggest threat for Xingkai in Crimson Dragon Realm. He continued stepping forward. The giant golden poleaxe in his hand chopped out. That giant figure of war deity moved slowly, but it contained an intimidating might. Every time the poleaxe chopped out, the sky and earth trembled. Beams of poleaxe light chopped off the void sky and buried Yushang and Futian's bodies inside. Every attack used a fighting skill that was fatal to a true self-saint. If they hit a target, the person's body would be split in half. Even though Futian and Yushang's physiques were extraordinary, they didn't dare to bear such attacks using their fleshes. Tens of thousands of demonic statues let out the same tune. The demonic will permeated the air and became one in the sky. Yushang stood in the center, like a real demon king. All the demonic figures saluted him. He stretched one palm, and the appalling demonic will formed a demonic poleaxe in his hand. With one jump, he rose into the sky. All these demonic statues groveled in front of him, and endless demonic light converged in his body. The poleaxe came out, and suddenly, tens of thousands of beams of poleaxe light converged into one strike and chopped off the great law. He chopped down all the attacks. His demon-like body darted towards Xingkai. It was as if nothing could stop him. Yi Futian continued heading forward. Every step he took raised his spirit even more. The halberd of time and space in his hand pierced through the sky and earth. The power was getting stronger. Every attack seemed to contain the momentum of the previous attacks. The power of attacks was increasing progressively. Even though Xingkai's fierce attacks kept destroying his defense, it couldn't stop him from marching forward. These three towering figures were fiercely fighting on the battlefield. The sky and earth kept rumbling. People's hearts thumped hard for Yushang and Yi Futian, who kept approaching Xingkai despite his attacks. Were these two peerless doctrine saints able to triumph over Xingkai, the true self-saint? Xingkai claimed to be invincible among peers. Except for a few warriors who he didn't have a chance to fight, he had never been defeated by anyone in the regional palace. But now, these two lower-ranking warriors were challenging his power. In the midair battlefield, Gai Huang overpowered Shen Tianzhan and Wu Yong, who were both holiness of nirvanas, all on his own. Gai Huang was of immense renown, and he was an exceptional figure among the holiness of nirvanas found in the realm. He was deemed a truly terrifying figure, as he was lauded as one who stood at the pinnacle of the final plane of sainthood. He was so immensely powerful that he would be able to reign supreme in any realm found within the Crimson Dragon region. However, due to the debt he owed to the Ninth Servant, he spent most of his time training in ancient Imperial City instead and was considered a member of the city by all in Crimson Dragon realm. He held Xingkai in extremely high regard, hoping that he would be able to continue Emperor Zhan's legacy and make it into Renhuang Plain. Even though Xingkai was not someone he taught personally, he watched the younger man grow. Yet, there were two figures capable of threatening Xingkai's existence in the Peach Banquet. Yi Futian managed to overpower Xingkai in 2 battles. While Gai Huang was concerned for Xingkai somewhat, the younger man's decision to act against Yi Futian made him realize that he needed not worry for Xingkai after all. Xingkai knew very well what he needed. He knew his mind better than anyone else. He was unable to accept Yi Futian managing to surpass him and the idea of Yi Futian being able to reign above him in the future. As such, he decided to take Yi Futian out of the picture outright, furthering his progress in training by killing Yi Futian. Both men had not been on good terms to begin with. Xingkai was thinking that if he were to deal the killing blow during the sparring session in Crimson Dragon City, the royal palace would not bother doing anything against him. Winner takes all, after all. If Yi Futian died, he wouldn't have been such a big deal anyway. There was no doubt that Xingkai picked the best opportunity to make his move. There was no way Gai Huang would have done anything that was not in Xingkai's favor. He was not alone, as everyone from ancient Imperial City would have done the same, making sure that Xingkai was able to cut Yi Futian down in that very same place. However, Wu Yong and Shen Tianzhan did not let anyone else interfere when they saw Yi Futian and Yushang join hands. The two older men did not rush in to aid their juniors. They held their own against Gai Huang, stalling him on that battlefield instead. Both Wu Yong and Shen Tianzhan had extremely great faith in Yi Futian's powers. Furthermore, Wu Yong believed that even though Yi Futian paid a hefty toll when he last summoned Emperor Qua, everyone knew that it was not something that Yi Futian was able to do at will. Nonetheless, he could pull it again if his life were once again on the line. It went without saying that it would have only worked when he truly needed such powers. At that moment, there were 3 men in front of Yi Futian on the battlefield. Xingkai frowned slightly. He was able to tell that Yushang and Yi Futian were getting increasingly aggressive. None of them showed any signs of lethargy or dread from being overpowered. Both of them were enraged instead. Yushang's devil bat leaks was brought down again and again. Every single blow felt like a devil trying to split the sky, cutting the space down right there and then. Yi Futian's halberd of space and time grew intensely powerful. Every single strike saw the might behind it burst. The light from the deed of thorough comprehension's power on his body grew increasingly intense. The might that burst with it seemed to have burned the great path around them. Attacks from both men posed increasingly great stress to Shinkai. Shinkai, who had become a saint of true self, was being pressured by attacks from two cultivators of lower planes. Shinkai had never been one who would have bothered acting against anyone of planes lower than his, as he could have easily overwhelmed and taken them out without breaking a sweat. However, Futian was one who forced his hand. He was worthy of him doing so. But then again, Shinkai never expected that he was unable to take both men down outright. Instead, he began to sense a looming threat from both of them. Voom! The axe was brought down again. The air and the sky felt like all demons have returned to become a single being, melding into a shadow of a great, overbearing devil, overlapping with Yusheng's body. Boundless demonic auras washed throughout the space around them when the axe was brought down. The dark axes tore through the sky at the same time, especially the extremely terrifying one in the middle, trying to tear through Shinkai's body. Shinkai, who took the form of a god of war, shouted. Will of combat surged throughout Shinkai, and his aura burst to maximum capacity. He stepped forth, and it looked as if one shadow of the Saint of War after another rushed outside his body. Every single shadow looked as if they came from him. What was more terrifying was that every single god of war's shadow was imbued with extremely terrifying spiritual willpower. It was as if every single one of them was Shinkai himself. The shadows blasted divine seals at the same time. Their surroundings continued to shake, turning into tidal waves sweeping forward, clashing with Yusheng's batleaks. It tore through the weapon's light. The waves eventually blocked the most devastating move that Yusheng was able to bring to bear, causing the weapon to rattle without stopping. All who witnessed the battle shook within. The three who were fighting right there and then were indeed terrifying. Each of them was of an extreme embodiment of devastating offense, extreme physical resilience, and adamant spiritual will. All three of them possessed peerless head-on offensive capacities. It was a case of fighting a firestorm with a firestorm. Few would have been able to block attacks from someone as terrifying as Yusheng, whose devil-like batleaks was brought down with force capable of leveling mountains. If Shinkai had been at proving holiness level instead of a saint of true self, he probably would not have been able to stop one such overwhelming attack from Yusheng, which offered no mercy or no way out for its target. If Shinkai were only taking on Yusheng, he would have still been able to handle it fine. The edge of his plane was obvious, and it was not something that could have been compensated for through tricks and skills alone. Furthermore, Shinkai was a descendant of Iran Huang, inheriting the heaven-punishing fighting will, which made him near peerless in Crimson Dragon Realm. However, Shinkai was pressured. That was because he was not only fighting Yusheng. Devastating currents swept all over the place when the attacks of both men clashed. However, at that moment, a terrifying hurricane appeared in the midst of the chaotic space turbulence. The halberd of space and time was brought to bear within an instant. The glow of the stars glittered when the strike from the halberd lashed out, shining brightly in the sky, bashing right onto Shinkai's god of war form. The rumble was continuously heard. The halberd struck right onto Shinkai's defenses. Shinkai's hurriedly attack after a rumble was heard. The incoming attack penetrated through Shinkai's defensive powers and continued raging on. Shinkai frowned and took one hard step forward. The light of the great path laid down screens of defense right away, before stopping Futian's attack. Even so, a stifled rumble was nonetheless heard. What? The pupils of many who were watching the battle constricted somewhat. That attack from Futian actually managed to tear through Shinkai's defense. That had impossible before. It seemed as if the tables were turning without anyone realizing it. There were many who attended the peach banquet among the surrounding mighty ones. They had left before, but they turned around to return and watch the battle after sensing the raging aura emanating from that area. All of them turned to eye each other and looked rather surprised. It was especially so with those who were training in the regional palace. They knew how powerful Shinkai was. Futian's attack is still growing in force. One strike is getting more powerful than the previous one. Shinkai is taking on both Yusheng and Futian, who are getting stronger. If things keep going on like this, We'll be seeing a showdown before long, Pei Min commented. Yi Futian's combat prowess surprised him immensely. While he and Xing Kai both trained in the regional palace, and both men were of the same plane, the truth was that they never truly fought each other. Xing Kai joined the ranks of the regional palace later than he did. In truth, he was considered Xing Kai's senior. Both of them were only on the same plane because Xing Kai managed to catch up later. Xing Kai had been amplifying all of his powers using heaven-punishing fighting right from the start, while Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were growing increasingly strong in the fight instead. If things keep going like this, the odds will be stacked against Xing Kai soon enough. Xie Qingshan crossed his arms and said with a smile, "This is interesting indeed. Two proving holiness saints are proving to be a threat to Xing Kai." Before Yi Futian and Yu Sheng fought, everyone was listing the likes of Pei Min, Xie Qingshan, or Luo Yang when it came to figuring out who of the same generation as Xing Kai would be able to take him on. Yet, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng seemed to have emerged out of nowhere and attracted all the attention, surpassing Xing Kai within an instant. It will be unbelievably difficult to continue to climb in terms of power without limit, though. The process will be needed to repeat several times before they can truly threaten Xing Kai, Pei Min replied telepathically. Xie Qingshan smiled and nodded. He naturally understood that as well. What they were doing was somewhat similar to Pei Min, who was a swordsman. However, Pei Min, who was a saint at the art of the sword, would have reached a ceiling nonetheless. It would have been merely impossible for his powers to continue climbing. He would have been invincible if he were to be capable of that. Yu Sheng's axe continued to be brought down again and again. After yet another rumble was heard, Xing Kai no longer moved forward. He was thrown behind by the force of the strike instead. It was apparent that he truly felt the pressure by then. An extremely dazzling beam of light tore through the sky like a star streaking through the heavens. That attack from the halberd came right after Yu Sheng's attack, with the follow-up done almost seamlessly. Xing Kai threw a huge palm print right away before he was able to steady himself. A rumble was heard at that time. Halberd of time and space shattered the palm print right there, and then as it continued to move towards the god of war. Boom! An embodiment of will was conjured, and the halberd streaked through space. The light arrived, and a rumble was heard. Xing Kai's battle form was shattered to nothingness right away. Xing Kai was then thrown back. He was forced to retreat by Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. They are actually able to grow even stronger. Furthermore, that attack was imbued with extremely raging power of devastating while, at the same time, it contained extremely frightening shredding power. Just what kind of art of the halberd was that? Many who were able to read what happened shuddered deep down. They were surprised to find that Yi Futian's halberd of time and space attack was still growing in terms of power. Is his attack going to continue growing in power? Xing Kai's expression was ugly and awkward. However, there was no time for him to think. It seemed as if the heavens were about to be brought down on him. Yu Sheng's bat leaks continued to be brought down on him, giving him no respite at all. Yi Futian stepped forward while Yu Sheng was attacking at the same time. Boom! An extremely devastating wave washed all over the place. He felt as if he melded with the great path of that space around him. A meteor streaked through the sky and landed on the god of war. His force was felt before he was even there. Voom! A dazzling beam of light came and went. Attacks from Yi Futian and Yu Sheng arrived one after another at that time. The halberd burst with light that was even brighter than the stars. Vast, unending stars seemed to have expanded. However, the halberd seemed to be able to snuff all those stars out. Boom, boom, boom. The rumble from the continuous clashes was extremely raging. It was as if a divine seal from the god of war clashed with Yu Sheng's batleaks. However, the halberd that came right afterward banged on the rattling seal. Intense light burst, and the seal was shattered in the middle. Furthermore, the halberd of time and space did not stop. The beam of dazzling light continued moving forward. Xing Kai roared, and his spiritual will burst to the extreme. Yet his body was sent flying. His spiritual will seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under that intense, raging attack. Boom! A loud rumble was heard, and Xing Kai's huge body was sent flying. The pupils of many surrounding mighty ones constricted as they stared at the scene before them. Xing Kai balked before the other two gave in. Wait, what? they thought. Futian basked in a divine glow at that moment. The power of the deed of thorough comprehension was brought to the maximum. Ancient symbols surrounded him, and he melded with the great path. His raging body itself seemed like the manifestation of the great path. Every single breath and every single step he took seemed to be that of the great path. Boom! He was shrouded in stars as he walked. Extremely brilliant light pulsed on the halberd of time and space, as if the might of the stars was all condensed into a single point, which was at the same time packed with condensed, devastating power of space. Every single attack he lashed out with the halberd seemed to have been an upgrade from the attack before. Be it his spiritual willpower or the might of the great path, everything was amplified without exception. Xingkai let out a low rumble and took one hard, devastating step. The heaven-punishing fighting will seem to have coursed all over his life palace, shrouding the body of his god of war form. His eyes were ice-cold, and his killing intent reached the heavens as he glared at both Futian and Yusheng. He was actually sent flying by the continuous attacks brought by both men before him. That was a true, no-bars-hold battle. None of them suppressed their powers of the great path. The battle was able to showcase the extent of their powers better than in the Peach Banquet. Xingkai should have been able to overwhelm those two, who were of a lower plane than he was, without breaking a sweat. The power difference was deemed so vast that he was toying with Futian right from the start, thinking that he would have been able to make short work of them both. However, as the battle progressed, both Yusheng and Futian fought increasingly hard and grew increasingly powerful. He was afforded no respite under the relentless attacks from both men. Rumbles were heard as terrifying demonic pressure loomed over them. Yusheng was again the first who emerged to lay down suppressive attacks. Futian and Yusheng seemed to have reached a certain consensus as they fought alongside each other, with Yusheng pinning the opponent down while Futian landed the killing blow. Broom! Beams of extremely dazzling light burst from Xingkai's massive body. His spiritual will was cranked to the limit. His spiritual will took the form of one shadow of God of War after another, stacking right before him. Furthermore, the multiple layers of shadows waved at the same time. It was as if every single shadow was a clone of his own body. Every single shadow was imbued with the heaven-punishing fighting will. He then performed seals again. Many were shocked by what was happening right before their eyes. It was as if there were thousands of gods of war appearing at the same time, performing the madra of God of War with their hands. His surroundings shook. It was as if the space around him itself was about to collapse. The seal of thousand gods. The mighty ones from the regional palace were shaking deep down when they saw what he was doing. They never expected Xingkai to be cornered until he needed to do that, bringing the seal of thousand gods, the ultimate technique of the madra of God of War, to bear on his opponents. The attack was like the gods attacking all at the same time. Xingkai would have needed to crank his spiritual will to the limit to do so. There was no other way he could have used the seal of thousand gods otherwise. If that attack proved inadequate of killing, or at least severely injuring both Yusheng and Futian, then Xingkai would have been the one in danger instead. There was a limit to how much of his spiritual will he was able to expend. After all, attacks of such levels were not something that he could have brought out without care. The seal of thousand gods was activated. It was like the seals of all great paths in the world, unbreakable and nigh invincible. The attack was cast straight at Yusheng, who was closing in fast. The seals were about to drown him, encompassing the entire space in his immediate vicinity. Yusheng sensed the peerless pressure imbued within that attack. His eyes glittered with frightening light of the devil. An overbearing demonic will appeared. Like Xingkai, Yusheng looked like he was surrounded by all devils to be found in the world. The devils all submitted to him, moving alongside him. The Batleaks, which was capable of shocking the gods, was brought down. Thousands of devils swung the axe at the same time, banging onto the bursting seals. Their surroundings seemed to be on the verge of collapse when both men clashed. The hearts of many spectators raced as they saw what was happening. The demonic will on Yusheng was completely on par with the heaven-punishing fighting will coursing on Xingkai's body. Many wondered just how powerful the might of that demonic will would have been. They were wondering if Yusheng was actually a descendant of a devil himself. They wondered whose lineage he had inherited. Boom! A rumble was heard at that moment, pulling the attention of the spectators elsewhere, reminding them that other than Xing Kai, who was overwhelmingly imposing, and Yu Shang, whose demonic might reach the heavens, there was still another man on the battlefield, Yi Futian. Every single attack he brought forth was imbued with extremely refined killing power. His aura continued to climb as he moved, becoming increasingly powerful. The halberd in his hand pulsed with towering light. The power of the deed of thorough comprehension surged to the weapon. Boundless light of the divine halberd burst at the same time, causing his surroundings to howl. His feet twisted slightly, and he took another step. The great path in his immediate vicinity howled. That single step seemed to have brought his spiritual will to the limit. He flung his arms about and brought the halberd of time and space down from above. Countless halberds tore through space, yet it seemed all the light had gathered into one single weapon. The weapon tore through the air and came right before its target. Rumbles were heard exploding as the halberds hit the seals, which shattered right away. It was as if the seals were destroyed by the boundless light around the weapon. The spectators then witnessed a huge divine halberd that seemed to have torn through the heavens and penetrated the earth. The light of the halberd looked as if it had melded with Yi Futian's body. All powers within his body surged into the weapon. The light bursting from the deed of thorough comprehension was all infused within the halberd. The attack seemed to be without an upper limit. The madras of God of War crumbled. The shadows conjured from Xing Kai's spiritual will were being destroyed one after another as well. The light of the halberd tore through everything as it headed straight for Xing Kai. There seemed to be nothing capable of stopping it. Xing Kai wore a startled expression. The shadows of gods of war on him gathered and charged. However, the attempt proved futile, as they were all penetrated right away. That one attack of the halberd tore right through every single bit of power of spiritual will he was able to muster. The distance between two men was utterly ignored, as the halberd headed straight for Xing Kai. It burst through. All those who witnessed the dazzling halberd attack seemed to be about to stop breathing. Time seemed to have stopped at that very moment. Xing Kai felt as if everything in the world slowed, including his thoughts and speed at counterattacks. It was unknown if it was he who had become slow, or it was just that attack coming too quickly. Boom! A loud rumble was heard. Many saw Xing Kai, whose shadows of gods of war seemed boundless, crumble. It was as if his spiritual will had suffered considerable damage as the constructs around him shattered. Yet another stifled rumble was heard. That huge divine halberd pierced the god of war's body. The light from Yi Futian continued to surge into the weapon, making it look like an extension of his body. Rumbles continued to be heard as the tall, imposing body of the god of war crumbled. Xing Kai's true body appeared right before both of them. His god of war life spirit behind him continued to look extremely dazzling. However, his heaven-punishing fighting will seem to have been almost exhausted, making him look rather shriveled. What was worse was that Yi Futian's attack actually made it through, punching through his body. How could this possibly be? Xing Qiu, who was fighting far away, stopped fighting and looked at the scene, feeling baffled. His brother, Xing Kai, was defeated in a real battle. Furthermore, he was defeated as a saint of true self, at the hands of Yi Futian and Yu Shang, who were both of lower plane than he was. All the other mighty ones looked at the scene with baffled eyes as well. Xing Kai, who was at saint of true self level, should not have lost, even if he were to take on two mighty ones. The difference in planes had never been something that could be compensated for number of opponents. A holiness of nirvana could have stood against dozens of unblemished saints without a doubt. But then again, that was if the difference in actual combat prowess was not all that far off. Well, was the actual combat prowess between Xing Kai and the other two, Yi Futian and Yu Shang, actually that far off? Xing Kai was someone who had been standing at the pinnacle. Following that line of thought, one could have easily figured out just how terrifying the actual combat prowess of both Yi Futian and Yu Shang were. That really is something. What kind of art of the halberd is this? Pei Min voiced his admiration. The weapon art that Yi Futian wielded was even more terrifying than Pei Min's art of the sword. That one attack was actually able to break through attacks as powerful as that from Xing Kai, and the man himself was hit by the weapon. Xing Kai's face was ashen at that moment. His robe and his hair billowed. His eyes remained glaring at Yi Futian, finding it hard to believe what had just happened. He actually lost. That battle was not a sparring session like back in the Peach Banquet. He did not hold back at all and fought in earnest. He had even brought the attack of the Seal of Thousand Gods to the fore. Yet, he still lost nonetheless. He wanted to kill Yi Futian as a way of showing his resolve. But things did not happen as planned. He grunted, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. His face looked pale. His mindfulness of the path was evidently cracked. None managed to make it through their training in the Great Path without failing even once. However, he was unable to fathom why his defeat had been so humiliating. He lost to two who were of a lower plane than he was. Xing Kai was destined to be someone exceptional from the moment of birth. He inherited the heaven-punishing fighting will, and he knew right from the start the path that he was to take. It was destined that he was to become a Run Huang, one who would bring the glory of his ancestors back again. He was shouldering great responsibility, and he worked diligently towards that goal. He was not alone, as the ninth servant and the others around him worked hard as well. No one would have been able to stand in the way of their resolve and his destined path. Yi Futian, however, affected his path. Yi Futian was someone from Emperor Xia's realm and was liked by the princess of said realm. He had also performed extraordinarily in the Peach Banquet. However, none of that mattered to Xing Kai. Yi Futian was deemed an obstacle, and as such, needed to be killed. He was about to kill Yi Futian to prove his way and his resolve, enabling him to continue moving forward. His mindfulness of the path needed to be as indomitable as it had always been, and no one should have been able to shake it. Yet, that battle fought right after the banquet was over was breaking up his mindfulness of the path. Xing Kai began to have doubts at that moment. He was unable to even win against someone who was of a lower plane than he was, and that made him question how he was going to progress in his path of cultivation and reach the Renhuang plane. He doubted how he would be able to restore his ancestral glory and achieve unparalleled fame and might that was solely his. The battle on that day would have let everyone know that Xing Kai was inferior to Yi Futian and Yusheng. Blood continued to spill, and Yi Futian did not bother going easy while Xing Kai was steeped in those thoughts. The halberd pulsed with shredding will of the great path as it tore through Xing Kai's body, intending to kill him right away. Xing Kai wanted to kill him first, so he saw no reason to hesitate. They were all in this predicament, so one of them had to die. The chance of killing Xing Kai presented itself, and Yi Futian saw no reason to let it slide. His eyes were filled with intense murderous intent at the moment as well. Devastating beams of light tore right through Xing Kai's body, intending to shred the man himself. However, extremely raging spiritual will burst from Xing Kai at the moment. The aura was incredibly vibrant, making Yi Futian feel as if his killing intent was being blocked. He looked at Xing Kai's eyes, which had changed. Those eyes looked tremendously deep and frightening. It was like they were about to tear right through Yi Futian's spiritual will. The ninth servant of the ancient imperial city was very mindful of the Xing brothers indeed. Xing Kai's eyes became deep and terrifying. They looked a bit surprised as well. The man before Xing Kai was not a top-notch figure at a very high plane. He was but a saint at proving holiness level. Yet, such a man managed to trigger the mark left in Xing Kai's body. Xing Qiu had almost ended up killed, and that triggered the mark in him. Xing Kai was unexpectedly the next one to experience that. The brothers lost one after another. Furthermore, the man who had defeated Xing Qiu was present on the battlefield as well. Xing Kai was probably out to seek vengeance for his little brother, yet it was unexpected that he, too, had lost. The man behind the eyes watched the brothers grow up and knew what they were capable of. However, both of them were defeated one after another by the two men standing before Xing Kai. After what happened in the last battle, he heard that Yi Futian, the young city lord of Qinya City, had opened up Emperor Kua's ruins. The young man then went on to subjugate the 9 tribes of the western region, putting the 9 tribes under the rule of one man again. The ninth servant realized that Xing Kai and Xing Qiu had indeed truly met their match. However, the ninth servant was hardly surprised. Having lived as long as he did, He had witnessed great battles between Renhuangs and naturally knew just how abundant legendary figures were throughout the 3,000 realms. Despite Xing Kai's superbly gifted talents, as his training progressed, he would definitely run into some legendary figures. Furthermore, that event that was held not long ago would have been the Peach Banquet of the Crimson Dragon Realm. The Peach Banquet attracted the most brilliant of figures to be found in all of Crimson Dragon Realm, so it was natural that Xing Kai met his match. However, from the looks of things, Xing Kai seemed rather vexed, and he was adamant of getting rid of the threat. The ninth servant believed that the people from Qinya City did not dare to make a move against Xing Qiu, so it would not have been an exception this time as well. Furthermore, given that Gai Huang was around as well, Xing Kai would have been the one to make a move first, and he was defeated for it. An extremely brimming pressure shrouded Futian. The ninth servant's will was impeccably strong. As a person standing at the pinnacle of holiness of Nirvana level and the #1 city lord outside of Crimson Dragon City, the burst of his will made Futian feel as if he was withstanding pressures the size of mountains. Futian's halberd of time and space was unable to move forward at all. Everyone turned to look at Futian, and they all sensed the aura emanating from Xing Kai. All of them naturally knew that the will of the ninth servant was there. The man standing before Futian was no longer Xing Kai. The battle between Xing Kai and Futian and Shang was concluded. Xing Kai suffered an overwhelming defeat. The circumstances were so severe that his life was in danger, triggering the mark the ninth servant left inside his body. The ninth servant trained in a particular method called the Mudra of God of War. It was said that the phenomenon took place when Shang was about to kill Xing Qiu as well. The spectators found no difficulty making the connection. If such a mark was on Xing Qiu, it was only natural Xing Kai had it on him as well. However, no one expected that the humiliating defeat suffered by Xing Kai would trigger the mark. Many wondered if Xing Kai's state of mind would be able to tolerate such a result. His mind would have been affected after suffering defeat in the battle before. The blow would have been a hefty one, and then he needed to rely on the ninth servant's power to stay alive. To someone as prideful as Xing Kai, that was an insult like none other. It was especially so since he intended to kill Futian to prove his resolve. However, that seemed to have dealt an even more substantial blow on him, making it more difficult for him to overcome the trauma resulted. The pressure that Futian was withstanding grew increasingly intense. It was as if he was about to be crushed by that overwhelming power of will. "Senior." A voice was heard at that moment. Xing Kai turned his eyes around and looked at the one who talked. It was none other than Duan Wuji of Emperor Dong's palace, who had supposedly left yet had returned later. He looked at Xing Kai and smiled, saying, "I assume that you must be the city lord of ancient imperial city." Xing Kai seemed to be the one who picked the fight. "I think it'd prove rather unbecoming for you to throw your weight around after the loss. Don't you think?" The ninth servant was known to be the #1 city lord. Other than the Renhuang of Crimson Dragon Realm, the only ones capable of taking him on were none other than the few ranked at the top of regional king ranking. Furthermore, all of them seemed to have hailed from Crimson Dragon City. There were even old, terrifying monsters of people from the royal palace itself. As such, the ninth servant was known to be nigh invincible outside of Crimson Dragon City. Few were even able to stand up to him in terms of powers. But then again, some would not have cared less. There were few training in the regional king palace, and then there was also Duan Wuji, who was training in the Emperor Dong's palace. He was, after all, a descendant of a native Renhuang in Crimson Dragon Realm. No matter how powerful the ninth servant was, he could not beat a Renhuang. Furthermore, it was not one from somewhere outside the realm, but one who was from the Crimson Dragon Realm itself. The ninth servant looked at Duan Wuji of Emperor Dong's palace and said, "The feud between the ancient imperial city and Qinya City has nothing to do with Emperor Dong's palace." It indeed has nothing to do with Emperor Dong's palace. However, this is Crimson Dragon City. It was totally fine for Xing Kai to ask for a rematch after losing to Futian in the Peach Banquet. But then again, I assume that you, senior, as a city lord of ancient imperial city, are not going to kill Futian in Crimson Dragon City, no? Duan Wuji smiled and added, "That would be difficult to explain to the royal palace, wouldn't it?" The ninth servant frowned. "Senior, the battle was indeed started by Xing Kai. Even if the royal palace were to turn a blind eye to you bullying a junior, the city lord of Qinya City is still someone from Emperor Xia's realm. If Emperor Xia himself makes a move, I'm sure the royal palace would be even more reluctant to get involved. Yet another voice was heard. The one who spoke was Pei Min, who trained in the regional palace just like Xing Kai. While he trained in the regional palace just like Xing Kai, Yushang, and the others, Pei Min never fought any of them and was not all that familiar with them. He, too, had no beef with any of them. As such, he had no cause to speak on such a matter. However, he was still able to tell right from wrong. Futian and Yushang performed admirably and peerlessly in the peach banquet, overwhelming Xing Kai. Xing Kai then asked for to spar so that he could kill Futian. That was personal. However, since he made his move, he had to accept whatever the outcome was. Having his old man show up right after he lost to fight his opponent would be quite disgraceful. After all, if Xing Kai were to agree deep down, then Pei Min would have looked down on that so-called top-notch genius training in the regional palace. He would not have cared in the least if Xing Kai was not fine with his opinion. Xiaqing Yuan shot from the sky. Her eyes were cold. That was the second time the ninth servant appeared. That number one figure outside of Crimson Dragon City was someone that none could threaten. It was probably due to the presence of the ninth servant that both Xing Kai and Xing Qiu were able to act so impudently. Regardless of how much of a genius one was or how prideful they were, someone without serious backing and with such an attitude would have died many times over. The ninth servant then turned his eyes to Pei Min. He never expected the defeat would have put Xing Kai in such an unpopular spot. All of that would be a severe blow to Xing Kai. His eyes softened as he looked at Futian and Yushang. He was able to understand why Xing Kai chose to do what he did. Those two from Qinya City would probably become Xing Kai's inner demons, so he wanted to get rid of them. If Xing Kai were to leave them be, his path from here on out would probably be overshadowed by those two. He found such a turn of events unacceptable and chose to cut them down right there and then instead. Even though Xing Kai would have found such an outcome to be difficult to stomach, he would have been able to overcome it in time. He needed to be decisive when the time called for it. If he was unable to bring himself to do so, then he was the problem instead. At that thought, the ninth servant's eyes became imbued with killing intent, which was then infused into his will. It continued to bear on Futian. Futian was able to sense the killing intent within. Return. The killing intent lasted only for a split second. No one else other than Futian would have been able to sense it. Furthermore, the ninth servant seemed to have heeded the words of Duan Wuji and Pei Min, getting ready to return. He had no intention of making a move against Futian any further. That split second prior made Futian realize that the ninth servant did not intend just to let everything slide. It was clear that he did not want to make a move in Crimson Dragon City to avoid getting on the bad side of Crimson Dragon Emperor and offending the royal palace. He would have been unstoppable outside of Crimson Dragon City instead. The sparring has yet to end, and you're about to return? A low voice is heard, and everyone was stunned as they heard those words. Everyone turned around to find that the one who spoke was none other than Futian. The light of deed of thorough comprehension burst to its limit on Futian's body at the moment. Terrifying aura surged from within his body, shrouding his entire being. Return? Futian thought incredulously. The ninth servant was getting ready to leave, and yet, Futian did not intend for things to end just like that. You think you can just come threaten to kill him and leave when you're unable to do so? Do you think you can take me on once we all leave Crimson Dragon City? What the hell? Many turned to look at Futian and wondered what he was trying to do. They were wondering if he had intended to end Xing Kai right there and then. If that were the case, the ninth servant would not let things slide. Everyone in Crimson Dragon Realm knew that the Xing brothers were the embodiment of the ninth servant's mission in life. He would not have allowed anyone to harm Xing Kai, let alone killing the younger man. Holy flames burned as the light from the deed of thorough comprehension burst. The weather changed, and Futian's eyes seemed to have become flames. It was as if a terrifying will was shooting out of his eyes. His body was bursting with powers that did not belong to him. He is still able to tap into the power of Emperor Qua? The hearts of many raced. All of them thought that Futian had paid a hefty toll in that battle before. Many thought that there was no way he could have sustained fighting like that. The recoil would have been extreme, and it would have possibly ended up taking his life. Many speculated that he would have probably died from the recoil of that battle a while ago. However, he once again stood before everyone. But then again, that battle is still very much a recent thing. Is he trying to pull what he did before again? They wondered. Futian's body rumbled, and the flames of the way in his body became extremely hot. That fire spirit orb in his life palace unleashed its power, tainting the skies red within an instant, making the place look like a world of fire. However, Futian was actually doing his best to control it. The outcome was not something he would have been able to sustain easily, so he did his best to limit the release of such powers. While the ninth servant was there, it was nonetheless just an effect of the Madrav god of war in Xingkai. It was not that the ninth servant showed up in person. He wondered just how powerful that mark would have allowed the ninth servant's powers to be. He thrust the halberd of time and space straight at Xingkai. The weapon pulsed with terrifying light of flames. All eyes were on to that towering might. Countless nearby turned their eyes to the battlefield, feeling rattled deep down. It was Xingkai who wanted to kill Futian before to prove his resolve, due to what happened in the peach banquet. However, he lost to Futian and Yusheng. Things were different at the moment. Futian became the one out to kill Xingkai, going as far as to want to kill him despite the will of the ninth servant, giving Xingkai an advantage. Everyone present knew just how powerful Futian had become after tapping into those powers back in the battle at Chinya City a while ago. He had been able to overpower a good number of holiness of nirvanas. There were several such figures rendered dead by his hands. Things were so severe that the Saint Lord of Zhuyang dared not touch him, and even the likes of Gai Huang had not been able to do anything about him. Everyone wondered how much of that power Futian was planning on tapping into, and if he could have performed as he had in that battle a while ago. They were also wondering just how powerful the special mark the ninth servant placed onto Xingkai was. If the ninth servant had indeed shown up personally, there was no need for further speculations. Even if he were to bring the full power of Emperor Qua to bear, like how he did in that battle before, he was still borrowing someone else's power. That would not be enough to deal with someone like the ninth servant, who was at the pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level. The ninth servant, however, was only doing battle remotely through the use of that mark in Xingkai, and through the younger man. There was no way he could have brought all of his might to bear on Futian. The halberd of time and space contained extreme might of flames. The spirit orb inside Futian's body seemed to have channeled all of its will of the great path into the weapon. Terrifying whirlpool of flames appeared in their surroundings, gushing into the halberd in a frenzy, causing it to burn. It turned into a tremendously divine halberd of time and space imbued in flames. The fearsome weapon was thrust right at Xingkai's throat. Futian's fiery eyes were extremely cold instead, with his killing intent scorching hot in the fires burning in him. A figure stood tall above the palace at the ancient imperial city. His aura was towering, gushing outwards and shrouding his surroundings. The vast ancient imperial city seemed to have been shrouded altogether by that towering might. Everyone near the city lord's office of ancient imperial city was shuddering deep down. They were all wondering what was happening. They looked up at the pinnacle of ancient imperial city. They were able to see the ninth servant hovering in midair vaguely. His gaze was cast far away, and his will gushed in a frenzy, shooting out at a distant place. The ninth servant's robe billowed, and his overpowering might looked extremely fearsome. It was as if he was like a god himself. Furthermore, the ninth servant was filled with intense killing intent. Futian of Chinya City intended to kill Xingkai right before his eyes. As the protector of the descendants of Emperor Zhan, the meaning of his existence was none other to watch them grow, witnessing them eventually surpass him to step into that legendary plane, achieving the former glory of Emperor Zhan of the past. There was no way he could have watched Xingkai and Xingqiu get killed. He absolutely would not allow anyone to kill them. He was not about to let anyone threaten the Xing brothers' lives. Anyone who did so, he would make sure to kill them. Futian is thinking that he can kill Xingkai just by tapping into the will of Emperor Qua? Then, the ninth servant thought. He has no idea what the significance of the Madrav god of war is, he thought. The ninth servant lifted his arm and pointed his finger in front of him. The place right before him trembled as if that finger was penetrating it. At the same time, Xing Kai, who was far away in Crimson Dragon City, lifted his arm as well, pointing a finger before him. There seemed to be a shadow manifesting from Xing Kai's body in that instant, which did not seem to be his own. Yi Futian seemed to have been able to see yet another figure far, far away through that shadow, the shadow of that legendary figure who was standing at the top of ancient imperial city. That finger attack was not brought forth by Xing Kai, but by that man represented whose shadow. That finger attack seemed to have imbued the great path of the world around them, which was gathered at a single point and pointed at the halberd of time and space. The fact that he was taking on one such weapon with only a finger spoke volumes of his tremendous confidence. The clash between the finger and the weapon seemed to create a terrifying, dark whirlpool, twisting the great path. It swallowed everything in its immediate vicinity. The will of flames shot at the finger with the intent to burn everything down. Yet, at the same time, Yi Futian felt his arm tremble quite a bit. It was as if he was losing his grip on the halberd. That immensely heavy power burst through, trying to wreck Yi Futian's body through the weapon. A grunt was heard, and Yi Futian was sent flying. A stifling rumble burst from the place the attacks clashed, with a terrifying whirlpool out to destroy everything remaining. Flames engulfed Xing Kai's finger. It was like it had been scorched. A great will of the great path then enveloped the finger, repairing the damaged parts. It was apparent that both men were tapping into powers that were not theirs, and it was also apparent that their attacks were defective, as both of them lacked the strength to master such powers. Yi Futian, who was boosting his physical constitution by tapping into powers of others, was unable to withstand that one attack the ninth servant brought forth, which was evident from the fact that the ninth servant was still able to hurt him through the halberd. Yi Futian might have tapped into the powers of Emperor Qua, but he still was not Emperor Qua. He was still a saint at proving holiness level. Furthermore, he did not tap into those powers completely. He was doing his best to keep himself from biting off more than he could chew, being concerned about the magnitude of recoil he would suffer. Xing Kai faced Yi Futian. At that moment, Yi Futian felt as if it was the ninth servant at the ancient imperial city who was watching him from afar. That overbearing aura was unshakable. It was not something he could have managed to shake off. That man was at the pinnacle right below Renhuang Plain, and a holiness of nirvana ranked high on the regional king rankings. He managed to bring out his true might simply by borrowing Xing Kai's body. Yi Futian wondered what kind of powers they had. Regardless of the methods used, there was no doubt that it would take quite a hefty toll on the ninth servant for being able to go so far. At that moment, Yi Futian saw Xing Kai beginning to grab at the air. The great path of their surroundings churned in a frenzy. It was as if the space he was in was isolated altogether. Boundless will of the great path bore onto Yi Futian. It was as if countless hands of victory were manifested in the air, enveloping the space around them. The might of a holiness of nirvana. Everyone around them shook tremendously deep down. Those were powers from the ninth servant himself. Even if he was not physically present, he was still able to use his powers remotely. The spectators looked at that battlefield, finding Yi Futian's body shrouded by the will of the great path. The space surrounding them seemed to have been isolated by that will of the great path, forbidding anyone else from stepping in. That space was put on lockdown, trying to kill Yi Futian inside. Yi Futian clutched the halberd of time and space tightly. His body seemed to have been burned red. The place around him was still burning, and a tall, imposing god of war of flames appeared. He glared at the figure before him, and the fire seen his eyes seemed able to burn space itself down. Boom! The flames of the great path burst, and Yi Futian trembled, looking rather pained, yet his eyes remained adamant. The killing intent on the ninth servant at ancient imperial city burned even brighter after seeing Yi Futian's eyes. The ninth servant vaguely realized why Xing Kai would lose. He extended his hand and grabbed tightly. In that instant, the palms of the great path surrounding Yi Futian rained down in a frenzy. Their surroundings shook, intending to bury that space. Furthermore, every single attack from the hands was incredibly intense. All of them tore through space and landed hard on Yi Futian's body. There would have been no way he could have sustained even a single hit, even if he had a body of a saint. Due to him still being a saint at proving holiness level, the attacks would have killed him right there and then. Yi Futian's body seemed to have transformed into a sun amidst the terrifying attacks. Rays of sunlight shot forth, looking just like the sun that Yi Futian saw in the ruins of Emperor Kwa on that day. Terrifying light of the sun shrouded everything within his immediate vicinity, shooting at the attacks from the hands around him. The attacks rumbled and intended to continue moving on to kill Yi Futian, yet they were gradually melted down to nothingness, and they were then punched through by the divine light of the sun. Yi Futian basked in boundless holy fire under the intense light, as if he was a god of war of the sun. He stepped forth and blitzed, bringing the might of the holy fire of the sun to bear. The halberd itself seemed like it was burning. The light of the flames punched through everything as the attack was underway, heading straight for Xing Kai's body. The ninth servant saw him coming and took one step forward. A golden divine wall appeared right before him, which looked like a divine seal of the great path, howling as it headed towards its target. The halberd and the seal clashed. The resulting force made it seem like the space was about to be torn apart, yet the seal was gobbled by the flames, burning a hole through it. A flash of the halberd was seen through the seal. The ninth servant lifted his arm and banged onto the weapon, retreating as he did so. A ray of terrifying light pulsed on the halberd as it continued to move forward, shooting at Xing Kai. Yi Futian's god of war of flames form was sent reeling as well. His body rattled intensely, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth, which was instantly dried up by the flames around him. Retreat. A voice was heard. The ninth servant said this as he was seen retreating. The mighty ones from ancient imperial city retreated one after another. Gai Huang threw a palm attack. The light of space glittered, and he retreated as well, with Xing Qiu and the others in tow. Shen Tianzhan and Wu Yong stepped forward, glaring at the ones who left coldly. However, none of them gave chase, and they went up to Yi Futian instead. Let's head home. The aura on Yi Futian gradually subsided. He turned around and left where he was. While he had not used his full power in that battle, he was thoroughly exhausted. The injuries on him were just as grievous. However, he was sure that the ninth servant was having a hard time as well. He was borrowing Xing Kai's body to do battle, after all, and that would have caused severe limitations. The people of Qinya City retreated in another direction. Countless in that place watched all of them left. Their minds were still reeling somewhat from what they saw. If the ninth servant had not appeared, Yi Futian would have most probably killed Xing Kai. Furthermore, even after the ninth servant advent, Yi Futian remained adamant about killing his opponent. However, the ninth servant was too powerful. Despite fighting through the use of the Mudra of God of War, it still looked as if he had been present personally, bringing holiness of nirvana level of powers to bear. The conflict between both sides would intensify after that battle. Worse still, none of them needed to hold back after leaving Crimson Dragon City. It seemed that a furious storm was brewing. Yi Futian went to train in isolation as soon as he returned to Qinya City. The mighty ones staying in the city lord's office all got busy as well. Xiaqing Yuan ordered some men to head to the 9 tribes in the western region of Crimson Dragon Realm, getting ready to gather the mighty ones from those tribes. Ancient Imperial City and Qinya City had butted heads in that battle in Crimson Dragon City, officially making them enemies. The two city lords had been involved in the conflict, with the ninth servant borrowing Xing Kai's body to fight Yi Futian. The battle meant that the two strongest cities, other than Crimson Dragon City, had declared war on each other. Under such circumstances, Qinya City had to put all its effort into getting ready for war. While their opponents this time were only from one city instead of an entire region or a realm, it seemed that they were still at a disadvantage compared to their past battles. In the world of cultivators, a figure who was truly at the pinnacle of a plane symbolized far more than what could be measured through sheer numbers alone. The threat from the ninth servant, who was known as the #1 figure outside of Crimson Dragon City, posed a far greater threat alone than all of the mighty figures from past conflicts combined. The people of Qinya City had to get ready for war under these circumstances. The news of what had happened at the Peach Banquet and the battle in Crimson Dragon City spread far and wide soon enough. The names of Yi Futian and Yushang became known throughout Crimson Dragon Realm. Countless people were talking about them. Those two men from Chinya City had exhibited tremendous talents and combat prowess in that one battle. Even if one were to judge from their performance in the Peach Banquet, they had ruled over everyone else then too. Xingkai had probably gotten jealous of all the glory he was supposedly robbed of, which made him want to kill Yi Futian. The future of Chinya City might turn incredibly grim. As City Lord of Chinya City, Yi Futian's powers became known to all. He became the master of the 9 tribes left behind by Emperor Qua, uniting them all under one banner. He'd also inherited the lineage of Emperor Qua. Xia Qingyuan, princess of Emperor Xia's realm, seemed to have paid close attention to him in those 2 battles, witnessing how he'd tapped into powers that were not his. All of that, coupled with what had happened at the Peach Banquet, made it certain that if the City Lord of Chinya City could make it out of the altercation with ancient Imperial City in one piece, his success in the future would be immeasurable. As had been expected by many, more news came after that. News from the regional palace said that Yi Futian was to be ranked on the regional king rankings. Furthermore, there was no waiting. An exception had been made, and he was being ranked without due process. With the talent and combat prowess he'd showcased at the Peach Banquet and the battle in Crimson Dragon City, there was no doubt that he would make it into the rankings. He'd managed to overwhelm many legendary figures who were ranked on the regional king rankings, as well as defeat Xingkai, who was a saint of true self, by joining hands with Yushang, forcing the 9th servant to save Xingkai. There was little need to elaborate on the significance of that battle. The difference in planes was obvious, yet the two had been able to bridge the gap and defeat Xingkai. If all 3 of them had been on the same plane, both Yushang and Yi Futian would have probably been able to defeat Xingkai on their own. Xingkai was already quite a legend. He was ranked on the regional king rankings. As such, it was only natural for Yi Futian to be ranked as well. However, Yi Futian did not know about anything going on in the outside world at that moment. He had been training in isolation in the City Lord's office ever since he'd returned. Yi Futian was sitting cross-legged in a sealed-off training ground. The jade-green leaves and branches of the world tree enveloped him. The will of life coursed through him, repairing any damages his body had sustained. While he had not been going all out in terms of tapping into foreign powers during that battle in Crimson Dragon City, he had nonetheless activated the Fire Spirit Orb in his life palace, wielding combat prowess exceeding his own plane. As such, it was only natural that his body had taken a huge toll from the action, requiring a certain amount of time to recuperate. Fortunately, Yi Futian's special constitution was one that was capable of self-repair. Furthermore, his physical constitution had always been extremely strong, meaning that the extent of the injuries he'd sustained was not particularly concerning. At the moment, he was steeped in training. The injuries on both the outside and the inside of his body were being repaired. The scenery within his life palace, on the other hand, was something else altogether. A figure conjured by will appeared within the world in his life palace, training and digesting what had been learned. He'd gained quite a lot of knowledge from the Peach Banquet. While he couldn't use the magic zither at the moment, the 1,000-character proverb and starry steel nonetheless proved extremely useful. He had to devote some time to digest them, melding what he'd learned with his existing powers. Be it the 1,000-character proverb or the starry steel, both of them were Ranhuang-class ways of learning, which would enhance his combat prowess a great deal. Furthermore, both abilities were different from one another and were even able to complement each other, melding into a single entity and creating even greater power. Ancient symbols circled Yi Futian. The symbols resonated with the surrounding Great Path. Every symbol contained powers of the Great Path, which were then imbued within his will. Any of the symbols contained the extremely powerful aura of the Great Path. Training with the 1,000-character proverb did not allow him to wield his complete powers in combat due to the limitations of his current plane. He was only able to get the symbols ready prior. Such a method of fighting was akin to burning through consumables. However, the powers of the Great Path that were brought about when the symbols attacked were worth comprehending. If his comprehension was profound enough, he would be able to harness such powers at any given moment. He speculated that he would need to get near the Renhuang plane before he would be able to bring the powers of the 1,000-character proverb to bear at will. Doing so would practically allow him to wrap powers and symbols, and get the powers of the Great Path to burst whenever a symbol appeared in his mind. The offensive techniques on the starry steel shared some similarities with the one on the 1,000-character proverb, yet there were differences nonetheless. Serene saw most of what it was able to do on the divine martial road. It was truly a tablet of the Great Path that was able to summon the stars, overwhelming everything before it. That was probably not something saints were capable of doing, making it so that he needed to take his time to comprehend and train. The inherent powers of Renhuang-level methods were naturally things that no one at the Saint Plane was able to fully access after all. After training for some time, the shadow conjured by his will arose. A staff appeared in his hand, and he began to work on his staff techniques. His moves with the staff did not have any earth-shattering force in them, yet every single stroke contained the power of the Great Path. The moves melded well with the Great Path itself. The 9 heavenly attacks were something that he had acquired from close observation. After training with him for many years, they were no longer just the moves that had been imparted to him by the Snow Ape anymore. The moves themselves had been incorporated with all that he'd come to understand over his years of training. The moves were ever-changing. While the move sets might not be as powerful as those wielded by the Snow Ape all those years ago, the sets were nonetheless the most suitable for his use in his current state. Rumbles were heard within his life palace. Futian stopped after working with the staff for some time. He then moved on to train with his halberd. The move sets with the halberd were something he'd created himself using references from the 9 heavenly strikes and many other methods. This helped to complete his way with the halberd. One could see the training methods of the staff in the way he moved with the halberd, yet his way of wielding the halberd remained different nonetheless. His way with the staff was fierce and overbearing, while his way with the halberd looked to be imbued with a sharpness capable of tearing anything down. The similarities between the two were that they were both very offensive-focused. This similarity strengthened as he went on to complete them. The battle he'd fought with Xing Kai in Crimson Dragon City had brought his way of the halberd to the very extreme. Each strike grew stronger than the strike before, making it so that Xing Kai was no longer able to withstand his blows. Futian, who was still working in his life palace, continued to play around with the halberd. The force of his moves was natural and continued to grow stronger as the will of the Great Path imbued within. He then thrust with the weapon. The air around him shook and then stopped altogether. He stood quietly, seemingly having developed something. He repeated the moves several times, as if he was trying to grasp something which was proving difficult. He finally stopped and resorted to thinking quietly instead. Futian's eyes opened in the quiet training ground. He stood up and extended his hand. A halberd appeared in his hand immediately. Raging currents howled around his body as he stepped forward. His arms went into action and moved forward, thrusting the weapon out right before him. Boom! A stifling rumble was heard. Terrifying, space-shredding powers were felt right in front of the halberd. It contained the heaviness of the stars and overwhelmed the entire place. Something is not right, Futian muttered to himself. He was still unable to find the feeling he was looking for. He sidestepped and moved his body forward as he lashed out with another thrust with his arms. It looked as if the powerful will of the Great Path was all being condensed into a single point, forming a devastating whirlpool. Futian looked as if he was in trance afterward, repeating the moves over and over. He did this so many times that he seemed to have forgotten about his injuries altogether. After many attempts at the attacks, the deed of thorough comprehension activated without him realizing it. The will of the Great Path flowed within the cauldron of the Great Path of his body. The force burst through the halberd, growing increasingly powerful. Slivers of holy light shrouded his entire body. He thrust yet another time. At that moment, a beam of dazzling light burst through the air, lashing out like a straight line. Boom! A rumble was heard as the space around him crumbled. The matrix isolating the training ground shattered in an instant, as if it had been reduced to nothing in a split second. Futian finally stopped. He looked at the halberd in his hand and reached out to sense the power he felt. He extended his left hand. A powerful aura emanated from it. Dazzling beams calamity and lightning glittered, shooting out far away. At that moment, every single bolt of lightning burst like thunder as they shot forward, tearing down every single thing they crossed. That will of the Great Path seemed to be everywhere in the sky. Yi Futian looked up at the sky and saw something joyful. He had unexpectedly developed yet another mystical will of the Great Path while trying to train with the mystical methods he'd learned. The new will was something that was not of his own. That will of the Great Path contained powerful space-tearing powers. At the same time, it was imbued with very frightening powers of the stars and suppressing powers. The force that burst from the attack could have been considered a product of melding several of the powerful wills of the Great Path. Entropy, Yi Futian muttered to himself. The will of the Great Path was named entropy, which was an offensive power. Such will of the Great Path would enhance every attack it was imbued with, making them overwhelming and fearsome. One attack was all it would take to reduce everything to nothing. Yi Futian glittered with holy light after he developed the new will of the Great Path. The light from the deed of thorough comprehension became even more blindingly brilliant. His aura had also strengthened, melding naturally with the Great Path. His comprehension of the Great Path had deepened. He had reached the pinnacle of proving holiness level without even realizing it. A group of mighty figures arrived at the city lord's office of Qinya City. Shin Tianzhan received them personally. The ones who'd arrived all sported an overbearing aura and the fiery crimson robes of the regional palace. The one who took the lead was a top-notch figure at holiness of nirvana level. "How may I be of service?" Shin Tianzhan asked, cupping his hands. "We're here to look for City Lord Yi," the man in the lead answered. "City Lord Yi is now training in isolation. I'm sure you all know about the recent battle. He needs some time alone." Shin Tianzhan then added, "If you don't mind, I'll be glad to relay the message." "That will do." The messenger nodded slightly and continued. "The regional palace hereby extends its invitation to Yi Futian and Xiaqing to join the regional palace for training. The invitees are welcome at the Crimson River any time." Many in the city lord's office looked up at the ones who'd arrived and shuddered deep down. While they'd speculated that something like this would happen, it still nonetheless proved shocking when the time came. The regional palace made yet another exception. In the Crimson Dragon realm, those who had missed the selection process at the Crimson River had not necessarily foregone their chance to join the regional palace just yet. If the ones intending to join the regional palace proved extraordinary enough, they still had a shot at it. Both Yi Futian and Xiaqing Yuan had earned the regional palace's approval. What they'd done back at the Peach Banquet had proved exceptional enough. There was little need to say anything about Yi Futian. As for Xiaqing Yuan, she had also proven her talents by defeating Shu Zi. As such, it was not a strange thing for the regional palace to extend their invitation to her as well. "Very well, I shall inform City Lord Yi." Shin Tianzhan nodded. Common people would have been extremely elated by such news. However, those who truly earned the right to enter the regional palace would never be so excitable. That was because they were people who stood above most others, prideful and confident. As for Yi Futian, who was more than qualified to be ranked on the regional king rankings, the regional palace had made an exception by putting him on the rankings. Deeming him qualified to train in the regional palace was something normal enough. Shin Tianzhan felt no surprise about any of that. Compared to what Yi Futian had done before, getting into regional palace hardly seemed significant at all. What put him at ease, however, was that the invitation from the regional palace was akin to a tag for protection. So long as Yi Futian agreed to train in the regional palace, that would mean that he was out of the ninth servant's reach. While the ninth servant had scoffed at a cave master of the regional palace not long ago, showing how arrogant and abrasive he was, that was due only to his strength and backing. If one were to truly compare the strengths of their resources, there was no way ancient imperial city could compare with the regional palace. Furthermore, the regional palace was backed by the Crimson Dragon Emperor himself. Very well. Those from the regional palace nodded before departing into the sky. It seemed as if they had only been there to deliver the news. As for Yi Futian's choice, that was something entirely up to him. There were quite a few people who felt rather shocked by what had happened. Shin Tianzhan turned around, getting ready to tell Xiaqing Yuan about it before letting both her and Yi Futian decide what to do about it. News quickly spread from the city lord's office of Qinya City that Yi Futian had accepted the regional palace's invitation and was about to train there. The news seemed to calm down the tense atmosphere that had been building up all over the place. Everyone was wondering if this meant that the great battle would be avoided. Yi Futian wanted to avoid confronting the ninth servant for the time being. Instead, he wanted to devote his time to training and enhancing his powers. However, when everyone realized that both Yi Futian and Xingkai were about to train in the same place, the expression of many turned rather peculiar. They then wondered what would happen if they were to meet at the regional palace. Many wondered if they would continue fighting each other. Xingkai was training in peace inside a palace with an ancient imperial city. Dazzling lights sparkled as the heaven-punishing fighting will coursed all over him, emitting an imposing aura. However, Xingkai's expression remained tense throughout the training, as if something was weighing on his shoulders. That battle in Crimson Dragon City had dealt a heavy blow to him. He'd never expected needing the ninth servant to show up, just so to keep him alive. It was an insult like no other to him. He heard footsteps approaching. Xingkai opened his eyes to look at the ninth servant. His eyes no longer looked as pure and adamant as they had before. They looked tainted by some other thoughts. The ninth servant looked at his eyes. He was able to tell Xingkai's current state of mind just by looking at those eyes. Xingkai seemed to have developed some inner demons due to dealing with Yi Futian. Regardless of what you have run into on your path in cultivation, you needed to deal with it on your own. You have met your match this time, and he might be more extraordinary than any whom you have met in the past. Until you can overcome that, you will forever live in his shadow, the ninth servant said. I believe you could make it. Xingkai remained silent. There was news not long ago that said that he has earned the approval of the regional palace and is about to enter the regional palace to train. The two of you will probably meet in the future, the ninth servant continued. Xingkai's eyes turned cold within an instant. So, Yi Futian was going to join the regional palace's ranks? Xingkai got up and walked outside. He walked over to the steps and cast his gaze far away. Are you feeling disappointed in me, teacher? Xingkai asked. The ninth servant looked at his back and was silent. I'd like to hear the truth, Xingkai added. I'm disappointed because I have too high of an expectation of you. You should know the extent of the hope I've placed on you. But such a day would have come sooner or later on your path in cultivation. As such, I do hope you'll first win against yourself, young master, the ninth servant said with a bow. It seemed as if his attitude had changed. I have to win against myself because I couldn't win against them, eh? Xingkai sighed. It was not something that he could simply let slide. He needed the ninth servant to be around just so that he could survive. How could I face anyone else ever again? How could I ever claim to be a descendant of Emperor Zhan again? He was even more disappointed in himself. With your permission, I shall head to Qinya City right away. I will cut off their heads and bring them to the ancient imperial city. You will no longer have to be concerned about him if I were to do so, the ninth servant said while looking at Xingkai's back. Xingkai did not doubt the ninth servant. If he truly wanted the older man to do so, he only would have needed to tell the ninth servant, and the older man would see to it for him. However, it seemed ridiculous to send the ninth servant to kill someone who had defeated him. Sir. A voice was heard from below the steps. Someone had arrived, asking for an audience. What is it? The ninth servant turned around to look at the one who had spoken. His eyes were sharp as they shot through the space. He wondered what would have caused someone to interrupt him at such a moment. That man extended both hands, holding a letter. It looked like an invitation of sorts. The ninth servant grabbed at the air. The letter then flew right into his hands. The ninth servant opened up the letter to read its contents. While his expression looked as calm as it had always been, he shuddered somewhat deep down. The ninth servant's eyes seemed to pierce through the space before him as he looked in the direction of Qinya City. City Lord Yi Futian of Qinya City. He really was something. What is that? Xingkai, who was at the ninth servant's side, saw his reaction. The ninth servant looked at Xingkai, but he did not hand the letter over. Xingkai seemed to have sensed that something was amiss and extended his hand. The ninth servant only handed the letter over to him after that. Xingkai took a look at the letter. His eyes became extremely pointed within an instant. Powerful fighting will seem to surge from him uncontrollably, bursting out furiously. Yi Futian. This was just insane. That letter he'd sent to ancient imperial city was a challenge. A challenge to fight to the death right outside the regional palace, above the Crimson River. The regional palace would bear witness. The two of them would no longer be meeting within the regional palace, as Futian intended to fight Xing Kai to the death right above the Crimson River before entering the regional palace. Only one of them would be able to enter the regional palace alive. Futian refused to coexist and train with him in the regional palace. One could imagine what was going on inside Xing Kai's mind when he read the letter. He'd lost Futian and Yushang in Crimson Dragon City not long ago. Now, Futian had sent Xing Kai a challenge. He would be the only combatant fighting Xing Kai this time. Furthermore, the fight would be to the death and be witnessed by the regional palace. Only one of them would make it out alive. This was unruliness and insolence of unprecedented levels. Xing Kai had never expected Futian to dare to challenge him to a one-on-one fight to the death. The ninth servant, who was at his side, was equally surprised. He thought Futian would agree to train in the regional palace because he wanted to avoid clashing head-on with ancient imperial city. However, he'd never expected such a challenge to be made before Futian even agreed to train in the regional palace. Worse still, Xing Kai's mindfulness of the path had been damaged, and his state of mind was faltering. There was no way he could shirk the battle after receiving such a letter. If he refused the challenge, his name, Xing Kai, would no longer be worthy of pride, but one filled with shame. Xing Kai would never make it past his current state of mind. However, Xing Kai wondered what had made Futian so insolent and so confident that he would emerge as the victor. Xing Kai wondering if Futian had become a saint of true self. "Are you going to accept the challenge?" the ninth servant asked. Xing Kai looked at him. The ninth servant was almost able to ascertain Xing Kai's decision from the look in his eyes. Xing Kai had no choice whatsoever when it came to accepting the challenge. He had to fight. "Excuse me for a bit," the ninth servant said. He finished talking and took one step away. His body soon disappeared into the air. Towering pressure reigned all over the city lord's office of Chinya City not long afterward. One figure after another took to the skies. All the holiness of nirvanas arrived midair and looked up. That pressure from above was very terrifying. Boom! A will of great path pressed down as a huge face appeared in midair. It was none other than a conjuration of the ninth servant's will. Terrifying will pressed down in a frenzy, heading straight for the city lord's office. A silver-haired figure took to the skies from within the city lord's office. Looking up at the face in the sky, he said, "Are you here to check on my plane out of concern?" The ninth servant placed Madras of God of War on both Xing brothers for protection. He would not have simply allowed Xing Kai to get into such a dangerous situation after receiving the challenge. If Futian had indeed made it as a saint of true self, Xing Kai might have just signed his death warrant. The ninth servant knew very well from that battle in Crimson Dragon City that if both men were to be of an equal plane and fight to the death, Xing Kai would definitely end up dead. As such, he'd shown up personally to find out. A raging will pressure continued to shroud the place. That huge face stared at Futian, who was among the crowd below. The ninth servant found that the young man was still at the proving holiness level. The ninth servant then wondered what had made the young man so confident that he would issue a challenge to fight Xing Kai one-on-one. In that battle back in Crimson Dragon City, both Yushang and the Halberd of Time and Space had only served as auxiliaries. If the two men fought one-on-one to the death, things would be very different. Futian truly needed to be able to win against Xing Kai. Otherwise, he would be the one who would end up dead. The ninth servant did not reply to Futian's words, but it was clear that he was concerned about Futian's plane. If Futian had indeed become a saint of true self, Xing Kai would be in a lot of trouble. He definitely would not allow Xing Kai to fight. A damaged mindfulness of the path could be repaired, but if he were to die in a fight, everything would be over. Furthermore, the spot that Futian had picked for the fight was indeed brutal. Above the Crimson River, outside of the regional palace. He had no intention of showing mercy in any manner. Even someone as powerful as the ninth servant would not be able to interfere in a battle fought right outside the regional palace. If Xing Kai accepted the challenge, there would be no turning back. As such, the ninth servant had to go and check. The huge face gradually disappeared, along with that powerful aura emanating from the sky above. Shen Tianzhan, Wu Yong, and the others rescinded their auras as well, walking down to Futian's side. Shen Tianzhan then said, "He's gone." The ninth servant had indeed only shown up to take a look. However, now that the ninth servant had come to take a look, there was simply no way Xing Kai could walk away from the battle. There was simply no reason for him to do so. If Xing Kai were to refuse, then he would lose all face and no longer be able to stand in the Crimson Dragon realm. He would be unable to even return to the regional palace. All of that would have profound effects on Xing Kai. It would probably result in the total disintegration of his mindfulness of the path, making further advancement impossible. If he were unable to resolve that trauma, he would never be able to become an unblemished saint in this lifetime. A huge commotion broke out in Qinya City right after the ninth servant left. The conflict between ancient Imperial City and Qinya City had been catching the attention of everyone recently. Many thought that things had been resolved by Futian, agreeing to join the ranks of the regional palace. However, they quickly found that Futian had issued a challenge to fight to the death instead. The fight would take place 7 days later, above the Crimson River, outside of the regional palace. Only the winner would be able to make it into the regional palace. Futian did not want to coexist with Xing Kai. There would only be one of them left standing. That was confidence like no other, for he had challenged Xing Kai, who was a saint of true self, as a saint at proving holiness level. Everyone wondered where Futian's confidence had come from. While he and Yishang had teamed up and managed to pin down Xing Kai in their last battle, fighting him one-on-one would be something else altogether. Furthermore, it was a fight to the death, and Xing Kai would definitely go all out. Futian had not even bothered giving himself a way out. Everyone deemed that the young city lord of Qinya City was indeed brutal. He was not only brutal towards his opponent, but he was also brutal to himself. Many wondered what the consequences of losing the battle would be. The ninth servant returned, and everything else happened as expected. Xing Kai accepted the challenge. He would show up 7 days later above the Crimson River with the sole purpose of cutting down Futian. Such massively shocking news traveled throughout the cities like wildfire. Countless listeners shuddered at the news. This showdown would truly be considered a clash of titans. Xing Kai had only lost shortly after he'd gained renown, and he'd lost at the hands of both Futian and Yusheng. City Lord Futian of Qinya City had quickly risen in fame after he'd became known to the world. His actions had truly shocked the Crimson Dragon realm. At present, there was not a single person who didn't know Futian's name. Two such figures were about to have a showdown above the Crimson River, and one could only imagine just how shocking things would become. Many had only heard about the battle that had taken place in Crimson Dragon City, so they deemed the next one as something not to be missed. Time passed, and Futian remained training in isolation in Qinya City. Xing Kai of ancient Imperial City was doing the same. The ninth servant oversaw his training personally. A saint of true self like Xing Kai would not benefit much from guidance from outside, but he could nonetheless prepare a few more tricks up his sleeves for the fight. Futian trained in the way of the staff at times, and the way of the halberd at others while still in Qinya City. He kept improving on his techniques to make the attacks even more powerful. He stopped training after quite a while when he noticed someone approaching him. It was Xiaqing Yuan. "Are you sure you're going to win?" Xiaqing Yuan asked. Futian's opponent was not some common saint. His opponent was going to be Xing Kai, who was known throughout all of Crimson Dragon Realm. Furthermore, Futian was about to fight someone one saint plane above his own. She knew that Futian must have learned something from that battle back at Crimson Dragon City that had made him bold enough to challenge Xing Kai in such a manner. "I'm not," Futian said with a smile. Xiaqing Yuan was baffled. She stared at him, wide-eyed. Was he telling her that he was not sure that he could win? "I could probably win." Futian looked at Xiaqing Yuan's expression and grinned. "Probably." Xiaqing Yuan continued to stare at him. It seemed as if none of those were the answers she sought. "If I were to have absolute confidence in my ability to win, there is no way that Xing Kai would have agreed to the challenge. I'm afraid the ninth servant wouldn't have agreed to it in the first place." Futian continued, seeing how Xiaqing Yuan was not going to just let it slide. "But my chance of winning is greater." "A greater chance at winning made you dare to throw a fight-to-the-death challenge at him?" A rather cynical voice was heard. Futian turned around and saw two men walking towards him, Wu Yong and an elder. He was rather surprised to see that elder, as it was none other than the star-plucking saint, who had appeared and helped him several times in the past. That old man had even given Yi Futian the first flames of the way he'd stolen before disappearing without a trace. He'd then shown up at the last battle at Qinya City to stop Gai Huang. He then disappeared again after that battle. He came and went as he pleased, and no one was able to get a hold of him. The old man seemed to truly live up to his reputation. Now, he'd appeared yet again. "I've heard that you've been to ancient imperial city, Senior," Yi Futian said, looking at the star-plucking saint. The old man glared at him and replied, "Enough with old stories. Seems like the rumors were true. But why did you go to ancient imperial city, despite knowing that you wouldn't be able to win against the ninth servant?" Yi Futian asked. The old man glared at him even more intensely. The young man really had a way of getting on people's bad side. Yi Futian then looked rather apologetic after seeing the old man's expression. He bowed to the old man respectfully and said, "You've helped me several times, Senior, and I'm grateful for that. But I'd really like to know, why did you help me? You know that I've been to ancient imperial city, so you'd know the beef between me and them. The ninth servant of ancient imperial city is known as the #1 figure outside of Crimson Dragon City. He is also known to be invincible in terms of offensive capacity. I've lost to him, and I'm afraid I'm stuck as a loser. I saw your battle with Emperor Li's realm before, coincidentally. I saw that you have a lot of potential in you, so I gave you the flames. And man, you've even gotten your hands on Emperor Qua's ruins. I'm truly honored and relieved, now that I see you fighting ancient imperial city." "Is that all?" Yi Futian asked with a peculiar expression on his face. "Do you think that I have something to hide then?" The old man glared at Yi Futian. "Very well then." Yi Futian took the answer for what it was worth. He was able to see that the old man was immensely cunning. The old man was someone who would have spilled what he wanted to say. There was no way Yi Futian could have fished anything out of him if he refused to talk. As such, he left it as it was. "So, what brings you here, Senior?" Yi Futian asked. "I heard that you chose the Starry Steel Ancient Path while you were on the Divine Martial Path back at the Peach Banquet. The ability that I'm most proficient in is that of the stars, so I'm here to teach you what I know. The lessons will not be as good as those found in the Royal Palace, but I'll let you decide for yourself if what I teach will be useful to you or not. It may enable you to kill that fellow from ancient imperial city without mercy," the old man explained. Yi Futian's jaw dropped. Talk about living as you fancy. But then again, the old man was known as the star-plucking saint, so he would definitely be very proficient in the powers of stars. "In that case, thank you very much, Senior," Yi Futian said, cupping his hands. Someone had arrived at his door to help further his training. He would have been an idiot to refuse. Regardless, it was clear that the old man held no enmity towards him. Keep your eyes, ears, and everything else peeled. The old man's eyes became incredibly deep all of a sudden. He slowly walked towards Yi Futian and, within an instant, Yi Futian's eyes seemed to have sunken into them. He did not resist, simply letting his will enter those eyes. There was a world of stars to be found within. Yi Futian was completely steeped in it before long. He remained steeped in his training and would not emerge from it for quite a while, even after the old man left. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was too short a time in Crimson Dragon Realm. His training in isolation was over before long. The day had arrived when Yi Futian and Shinkai would have their showdown. The crowd at the shores of the Crimson River was huge. Countless mighty beings arrived, including some great figures of top-notch forces, as well as top-class geniuses from all corners of the world. All of their attention was turned toward that raging river. The Battle of the Crimson River was held there every year, an event that was guaranteed to draw a huge crowd. However, the battle that would be held on this day had captured more attention than any battle of the Crimson River in the past ever had. The Battle of the Crimson River was originally meant to be a battle between figures at the pinnacles of their powers. The ultimate winner would be accepted into the regional palace. However, that impending battle was between two immensely powerful figures ranked on the regional king rankings. Furthermore, it was a fight to the death. Two geniuses who stood at the pinnacle of Crimson Dragon Realm were about to fight above the Crimson River. Outsiders aside, even the ones from the regional palace came to stand outside the regional palace. Their eyes were locked onto that raging river before them. Peimin, Yin Tianjiao, Shu Zi, Xie Qingshan, and many top-notch geniuses were also present. On the opposite shore of the Crimson River, Luo Yang, Jiang Tai-yi, and many who had been present at the Peach Banquet were there as well. The entire Crimson Dragon realm was paying close attention to this showdown. Who do you think will win this? Xie Qingshan asked rather excitedly. I've heard that the ninth servant went to check on Yi Futian's progress at Qinya City. It seems that Yi Futian has yet to make a breakthrough. While Yu Sheng and Yi Futian beat Xingkai by teaming up before, but if it will be the two of them fighting one-on-one, I'm afraid Xingkai will have a better chance of winning. Yin Tianjiao said, of course, that is only in theory. Yi Futian is the one who issued the challenge, and it's obvious that he's not doing this because he has a death wish. In that case, we should just let him prove how much he is capable of. The outcome is rather hard to predict now. Yu Sheng suppressed Xingkai hard in their last battle. Yu Sheng made the first move and dominated Xingkai every time, preventing Xingkai from having time to deal with Yi Futian right until he was defeated by that divine implement. I think that battle simply gave Yi Futian too much confidence. Shu Zi did not agree with Yin Tianjiao. She continued with a cold tone, saying, there'll be no surprises with this battle. It was apparent that she thought Xingkai would win. I think Yi Futian has better chances, Peimin said plainly, his voice sounding easygoing and nonchalant. There was hardly any reason behind it. There was no way any analysis of their strengths could make a definite conclusion. He simply stated what he felt. They were not the only ones speculating. The people of the entire Crimson Dragon realm were speculating about who would win in this showdown. Terrifying might of the great path down rained from above. The Crimson River howled and rolled. A figure appeared in the air and then walked forward, heading straight for the Crimson River. Xingkai is here. All eyes were on him. Fighting will coursed all over him and washed all over his immediate vicinity. The battle had yet to begin, yet his fighting will was barely contained. It pulsed ferociously all over him, engulfing the space right above the Crimson River. The Crimson River howled and rolled. The hot flames stained the sky above everyone red. Xingkai stood with his fighting will coiled around his body. His eyes were cold yet determined. His tall, imposing body looked like a stone pillar, only his clothes billowing in the wind. He was adjusting his aura, getting it into the most perfect state possible. To Xingkai, this was a battle that he could absolutely not afford to lose. Yi Futian had issued a fight-to-the-death challenge to him despite being only at proving holiness level. Xingkai had reigned supreme among his generation in the Crimson Dragon realm and had never lost before. He had to win in this battle above the Crimson River today as well. He was going to cut down Yi Futian, take his revenge, and make his mindfulness of the path whole again. The ninth servant was there today as well. Many at the shores of the Crimson River made way for him. All eyes were on the ninth servant. This battle would determine the rest of Xingkai's life. At that moment, there was quite a commotion at the shore and many opened up a path. A group of people was seen moving forward, cutting through the crowd. The one taking the lead was clad in white and had silver hair. He looked extremely dashing. That man was none other than Yi Futian. Many mighty figures from Qinya City were there as well. Xiaqing Yuan and Yu Sheng both stood by his side. If Yi Futian won, the three of them would get to train in the regional palace together. It was finally time. Many turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian. Xingkai, who was above the Crimson River, turned to face Yi Futian. The fighting will all over his body seemed to grow even stronger as he adjusted his spiritual state. Despite being very sure that he would definitely be able to kill Yi Futian, he was not going to lower his guard. He would give it his all and cut down Yi Futian to prove his worth. Yi Futian took a step forward once he reached the shore, heading straight for the middle of the Crimson River. Several formidable Ori shrouded the Crimson River high in the air. They were people from the regional palace. Yi Futian had requested that the regional palace bear witness to this battle. Yet another formidable aura came down, streaking through the air above the crowd. Many looked up above the Crimson River. They had been rather irked before, but their anger quickly subsided. People from the royal palace were showing up. Two figures appeared above before everyone else, landing at the edge of the Crimson River. They stood at the very forefront of the crowd, yet no one objected. Wasn't that peach banquet hosted by Qishang? He is here to watch the battle. Many looked at the figure at the forefront of the crowd. Indeed, it was none other than Prince Qishang. The person by his side was none other than Yu Shifei, his lover. The two of them were ranked on the regional king rankings. This is quite a pity, Qishang said, taking a look at the Crimson River. While the stronger of the two fighters had already been identified back at the Divine Martial Road, Yi Futian was nonetheless the one with greater potential. However, Xingkai was the one who had renewed the record at the last peach banquet. It was a pity that he had run into Yi Futian and Yu Sheng at the last one. Furthermore, he was unable to accept that both of them were more superb than he was. The two legendary figures were unable to coexist. It had been determined on that day that one of them must fall, which was quite a pity. After all, both men were top geniuses of the Crimson Dragon realm. But then again, regardless of what Qishang thought of the battle, he was not about to get involved. Feuds in the world of cultivators were not things that could be settled by talking. Since both of them had agreed to fight to the death, all the prince needed to do was simply bear witness to it all. The crowd quickly turned its eyes away from Qishang and Yu Shifei, watching the Crimson River instead. It was apparent that the fight to the death battle between Yi Futian and Xingkai was more interesting than anyone showing up to watch it, even if one of the people was the prince. Furthermore, despite the two men standing very far away from each other, their presence and auras were already clashing. When Yi Futian stepped forward, Xingkai's fighting will rain down across the space, shrouding their vicinity and pressing down on Yi Futian. That fighting will seem to coalesce into solid attacks, thrashing and striking at Yi Futian furiously. Yi Futian slowly walked forward, every step shaking the space around him. The Crimson River below howled and rolled. He attacked with the deed of thorough comprehension without hesitation, melding with the Great Path, making it so that everything in the world around him fell into his hands, resisting the fighting while bearing down on him. Dazzling light glittered as Xingkai's fighting will took a solid form. It was transmuted into a seal as its power spread through their surroundings, enveloping the sky above the Crimson River, lashing out straight at Yi Futian. Xingkai was already attacking Yi Futian from across the great river. Yi Futian glared at Xingkai across the vast space. There was no anxiousness in his eyes at all. Chaotic currents whipped around him all of a sudden like devastating lightning bolts. The world around him turned into a world of destruction. Calamities of the Great Path raged on all around him. Countless lightning strikes of calamity shrouded the place, lashing out furiously. A beam of dazzling golden light of calamity collided with the seal, resulting in a furious rumble. The seal crumbled right away as if it had been hit with a devastating attack. Raging light of calamity tore through everything around Yi Futian without care, enveloping the space around him and hitting every single seal that it met. The Crimson River roared as the sky above the river looked like it must be doomsday. Many seals were destroyed by that glittering lightning of calamity. He is that powerful with attacks? Countless eyes were locked onto the figure basking in the devastating light of calamity. Yi Futian's plane was lower than Xingkai's after all, yet he was able to destroy Xingkai's will of the Great Path using only borrowed might of the Great Path alone. It was as if he was not at a disadvantage at all. Xingkai looked unfazed as he watched everything in silence. He then saw Yi Futian approaching him. He responded by cranking up the fighting will on him accordingly. The heaven-punishing fighting will burst from his body furiously as his life spirit was unleashed, making him look as if he was an awakened god of war. Brilliantly shining rings appeared above his body. That fighting will affected the will of the Great Path all around him. The roar of the Crimson River grew increasingly frightening, making it sound as if the clouds above them were roaring in anger as well. Xingkai's body grew extremely tall, as if he was a god of war waking up, and cranked the heaven-punishing fighting will to its maximum, exuding pressure all over the sky around him. He had been repeatedly hammered by Yu Sheng in the last battle in Crimson Dragon City, which had greatly affected his combat capacity, making it so that he had no time to burst with complete power. In the battle he was fighting at present, he was determined to let Yi Futian see another Xingkai, one who lived up to the identity of being a descendant of Emperor Zhan. Boundless heaven-punishing fighting will coalesced as he extended his hand, conjuring a huge spear which pulsed with holy light. What was even more terrifying was that beams of devastating light of the great path tore through the space around them, which seemed to be a manifestation of the heaven-punishing fighting will, raining down from the heavens, tearing through their surroundings as they lashed out at Futian. Many looked up at the scene above, finding it utterly terrifying. Even though Shinkai had lost recently, that was not to say that his fame had been for nothing. Shinkai was truly powerful and had repeatedly proven so in many battles. His powers were definitely top class and few, throughout Crimson Dragon Realm, were able to match him blow for blow. The pressure which emanated from him at that moment seemed to be a testament to his strength. That utterly overbearing stance and action seemed to make people forget about his current plane level, as he seemed like a living god of war. Futian looked up. The beams of dazzling golden light rained down like spears, heading straight for him. He took one furious step forward and the entire area shook. A space-freezing power was unleashed as the light emitted from the deed of thorough comprehension shrouded his surroundings. The scene transformed into a world of stars shortly after. Stars circled about, protecting him within. The raining spears clashed with the huge stars, resulting in earth-shattering rumbles. Terrifying explosions were heard all over the Crimson River. Boom! Shinkai moved in the air as heaven-punishing fighting will burst to the extreme wherever the spears pointed. The entire sky around them seemed shrouded by the might. Countless spears rained down at once, tearing through space as they headed for Futian. Shinkai had been unleashing his heaven-punishing fighting will in a frenzy since the battle commenced. He had not shown the slightest hint of wanting to take his time to spar with Futian. He was trying to pin Futian down in the showdown without the slightest hint of reservation. Futian naturally sensed Shinkai's intentions. The attacks had been overwhelming from the start. Shinkai's killing intention towards him was unmistakably strong. Powerful spiritual will was unleashed and melded with the vast surroundings around them. The great path expanded and multiplied, giving birth to all in the universe. Wherever the will of the great path reached, everything was turned into a personal expression of their powers. A dazzling starry world glittered above the Crimson River. More stars were conjured and appeared in their surroundings, emitting an extremely brilliant light. Those stars circled Futian's body, which seemed to meld with the stars, making him the absolute center of that starry world. The stars around him coursed with mystical trajectories. Their surroundings rumbled as the spinning stars clashed with the huge spears raining down from above, bursting with a devastating force that shook the heavens. The ninth servant, who was standing at the shore, frowned, finding all of this similar to the most proficient arts of the star-plucking saint. According to Gai Huang, that old man had fought him once at Chinya City, holding him back. It seemed that the star-plucking saint was indeed on Chinya City's side. However, it was not so easy to block the spears of a god of war. Shinkai turned into a golden bolt of lightning at that moment, tearing through space as countless spears burst, blasting the stars of the great path surrounding Futian. Violent rumbles continued to be heard as the stars crumbled and the spears shattered. Golden, divine spears appeared and blasted at the orbiting stars. Light conjured from the boundless heaven punishing fighting will lashed out in an instant, causing the trajectories of the stars to crumble and turn chaotic as they were being destroyed in a frenzy. The devastating lighting pulsing on the spears continued to move forward, hitting the screens of light and intending to kill Futian. However, Futian stepped forward at that moment. He twirled about as he moved, conjuring a halberd his hand. He then lashed out with the halberd. The stars circling him turned into beams of light which blasted Shinkai's body, intending to bury him in the stars. Shinkai then stepped forward and continued lashing out with his spears. His force was unyielding, and one star after another was shattered as he continued to destroy anything that stood in his way. At that moment, the light of the stars all around Futian gathered into a single point. The halberd thrust, clashing with a spear heading straight for him. Boundless lights from the stars gushed and melded with the halberd as if that one strike carried the power of all the stars around. At the very moment, the halberd and the spear clashed. Everything around the weapons crumbled into nothingness. The Crimson River below howled and rolled in a frenzy. Scorching fires of lava in the river splashed, drowning the space around them. Kai took his god of war form in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. His eyes were cold and determined, without a single hint of indecision. The spear in his hand crumbled and was entirely destroyed. He sensed the terrifying entropic powers from what was happening. It was as if there were some terrifying space-shredding powers imbued within the power of the stars. Such was the way of entropy. That entropic power was something he had not seen when he last fought Futian. The stars around Futian were crumbling in a frenzy as well. The halberd in his hand was pierced by a powerful beam of light, quickly reducing to nothingness. However, he was able to fight just as well without a weapon. He took the shock of the halberd's destruction head-on with his god of war form, then took one step forward to overpower the space around him. He lifted his arm, causing seals to appear everywhere. Every single seal was imbued with terrifying heaven-punishing fighting will. These turned into divine seals made specifically for combat. He thrust his arm forward, and an extremely huge palm print locked the space around them down, blocking out the sky and drowning Futian's body within. At the same time, that palm print howled as it was blasted by all the other seals around it. They were so powerful that they seemed to be able to tear the sky itself apart. Kai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was a saint of true self, which meant that his power of the Great Path was far above Futian's. He was also armed with heaven-punishing fighting will and the Madra of God of War. In terms of close combat capacity, he deemed that there was no way Futian would be able to resist his attacks. Countless people at the shores of the Crimson River and the regional palace witnessed that scene. They saw Kai's body merge with his life spirit and his entire body emit dazzling light. It seemed as if he was shrouded in the heaven-punishing fighting will, emanating a will of the god of war like no other. That extremely imposing form of his made it so that many were able to sense its might even from far away. Just how great of a power was Futian taking on? The battle was not just sparring, but a fight to the death. Kai had no intention of sparring with Futian. He brought his most powerful offensive techniques into the fight without delay for the express purpose of killing Futian. Futian shot a glance at the extremely imposing Kai. So, he was going for a showdown right from the start? Another halberd was conjured as he was shrouded by the ring of light conjured by the deed of thorough comprehension. He saw the seals coming down at him from all sides, yet he did not back away. He took one step forward, just like Kai. "You're wasting your time." Kai's voice was cold as he howled through their surroundings. His voice was imbued with the towering fighting will, capable of shaking the will of others. Yet at that moment, within the ring of light conjured by the deed of thorough comprehension, beams of light of even greater intensity appeared out of nowhere. It was as if thousands of ancient symbols appeared at the same time, surrounding Futian. Every single symbol seemed to be imbued with extremely formidable powers. Their surroundings rumbled and exploded as the symbols circled Futian. It was the sign of the formless power of suppression emanated by Kai being destroyed, making it impossible for him to stop the orbits of the ancient symbols. The 1,000-character proverb, Qi Shang, who was standing at the forefront at the shore of the Crimson River, was rather shocked. Futian had been the one who was able to comprehend the 1,000-character proverb better than anyone else. He had also earned himself the tablet, which was crafted by a Ren Huang, enabling one to extend one's spiritual will into it for learning purposes. Futian was obviously able to bring the power of the 1,000-character proverb into the fight with Kai despite not having possessed it for long. So that was why he dared to issue such a challenge. Futian swung the halberd in his hand around. The symbols around him all howled at the same time. Every single symbol seemed to have been infused with Futian's will of the Great Path. Powers of the Great Path were infused within the symbols, with the ones at the forefront already clashing with the seals. Boom! A rumble was heard as the symbols blasted onto the seals like stars of the Great Path, shattering them. Thousands of seals flooded the place, blocking out the sky as they flew at Futian. However, the symbols around him seemed to flow like the light of meteors, blasting at the countless seals coming from the other side. The world around them seemed ready to break apart at any moment. Devastating currents swept about in a frenzy above the Crimson River, causing the eardrums of all within earshot to ache. Still, They nonetheless kept their eyes fixed before them, not wanting to miss a single detail of the battle. The fighting at that moment looked incredibly grand and magnificent. The ancient symbols continued to move forward in a mystical pattern, clashing with the seals from the other side. It was like every single symbol was a seal on its own. Boom! Neither man flinched on that tremendously terrifying battlefield. They moved forward at the same time as the palm prints from Xingkai continued to blast at Futian symbols. Other than the most powerful of seals, which was shrouding the place and blocking out the sky, all of the ancient symbols were quickly shattered and destroyed. However, as Futian swung around with the halberd, the symbols blasted forth one after another, causing the palm print, which blocked out the sky, to rattle. More rumbles were heard, but their force seemed to have been considerably diminished. At that very moment, Futian's halberd burst with extremely brilliant light as it thrust at the palm print like a heavenly weapon. The ancient symbols right before the halberd seemed to have merged into a single entity. Every single symbol looked like a star as they blasted forth with the halberd into the palm print. Stifled rumbles were heard in that instant. A crisp, cracking sound was heard as the huge Madrav god of war began to break apart. The halberd was pulsing with boundless light, a result of the light of the deed of thorough comprehension being melded within it. Boom! A rumble was heard as that magnificent palm print that had been blocking out the sky crumbled and was reduced to nothingness. It's broken. The hearts of many who witnessed the scene raced. Futian had been able to break Xingkai's Madrav god of war right away, just by using his own power. He'd had no need for godlike weapons. The thing that he had just destroyed had been thought to be unmatched in terms of its offensive capacity, yet he'd done it. Xingkai had never lost a single fight with his peers before the Peach Banquet. He had been able to win every single fight using his peerless offensive powers. Yet at that very moment, those extremely overwhelming major offensive techniques of his had been overcome by Futian's halberd. Was this the power of the 1,000-character proverb? Every single symbol had been an attack on the Great Path. When the symbols moved and attacked, it was as if the stars were all blasting at the same time. The entropic powers brought froth within that instant had been more than enough to tear through everything. Even the Madrav god of war had been destroyed all the same. Xingkai was dumbfounded. His expression suggested that he'd been caught off guard. His art at the spear and the power of the Madrav god of war had all been defeated by Futian. The attacks that had made him invincible in the past had just been shredded apart by someone of a lower plane than he. Furthermore, Futian had not evaded his attacks at all. He had been attacking head-on all the time. Xingkai's major offensive skills had been clashing with Futian's attacks head-on as well, and he too had never evaded. Xingkai lowered his head and looked at Futian, who was basking in divine light. When the deed of thorough comprehension was brought to bear, his power turned into a cauldron of the Great Path, melding with the path of the world that surrounded them. Powerful spiritual will burst forth shortly after, cranking his combat prowess to the greatest level achievable. The person and the Great Path merged. His spiritual will, physical body, and way of the Great Path combined, merging into a single entity, reaching the most perfect state. He watched Futian wielding the miracles. Stars appeared everywhere, shrouding the sky above the Crimson River and circling all around them. The stars seemed to all be emanating dazzling godly light, reaching down to Futian and merging with his body. The man seemed to command the heavens, the earth, and everything around him. An unassuming elder appeared in the massive crowd at the shores of the Crimson River. His expression was strange when he saw that dazzling scene before them. While he had indeed imparted his methods of training to Futian not long ago, he'd never thought that the results of the lesson would be so dazzling. It was a testament to his ability that Futian had indeed fused the mystical techniques perfectly, connecting them with his spiritual will. Such talents were very surprising. It was no surprise why the combat prowess he'd brought to bear had been able to resist Xingkai, who wielded the heaven-punishing fighting will. If it had been a common saint of true self instead of Xingkai, said saint would have probably been thoroughly overwhelmed. Was this truly the power a proving holiness-level saint was able to bring out? A beam of dazzling light burst forward just as that old man was thinking about this, drawing an arc above the Crimson River. Futian turned the tides and headed upwards, lashing out with his halberd again. It penetrated the sky and headed straight for Kai's gigantic body. The halberd brought the power of the stars with it as it moved, arriving at its target in an instant. That halberd itself seemed imbued with the power of stars, which contained extremely formidable powers of entropy. The seals that Kai had conjured were shattered in an instant. The halberd then banged against Kai's gigantic body. Surprisingly, the huge god of war was sent flying. Deafening rumbles were. That huge body of his crumbled as the might of entropy blasted him apart. Kai's god of war battle form was reduced to nothing. What kind of an attack? The spectators were all stunned by the extremely formidable attacks that Futian could produce. Many wondered just how powerful that halberd was. Perhaps the answer was known only to Kai, who'd taken the brunt of the attack head-on. The Crimson River continued to roar, yet the battlefield had turned somewhat quiet. Countless pairs of eyes gazed forward. That battle of life and death had been treated as a showdown right from the start, both combatants bringing out their strongest attacks. No one had expected Futian to be able to overwhelm Kai. Everyone then looked at the figure whose battle form crumbled, wondering if it had indeed been Kai, who had been extremely prideful and known to be invincible among his peers. Xingqiu felt rather terrible watching the fight. With all his powers, his elder brother had never lost like this before. However, those two men who had emerged out of nowhere from Qinya City had caused even his brother's bright light to dim. All of this had started with that battle he'd had with Yusheng. "Are you ready to die now?" Futian asked as he walked through the air. His eyes were plain and uncaring as he looked at Kai. This had always been a fight to the death. The winner would live and the loser would die. Kai's aura wavered as his body seemed to arch. His god of war battle form crumbled, being destroyed by one thrust of the halberd. His arm was shaking slightly. It was not a reaction from fear, but from the fact that he had lost the fight. His Madra of God of War and his God of War battle form had both been destroyed by Futian. He was unable to accept that he, a saint of true self, had actually lost to Futian. The heaven-punishing fighting will was capable of bringing out one's spiritual will in extreme fighting conditions, enabling one to burst with combat prowess far exceeding one's natural abilities. All of his attacks were imbued with extremely terrifying attacking powers, the Madra of God of War even more so. Despite possessing such formidable powers and his plane being much higher than Futian's, he had nonetheless lost and was unable to understand why. Kai was a descendant of Emperor Zhan. He was destined to become a Renhuang himself. He was born being able to wield heaven-punishing fighting will. How could I have lost? How could I even lose? Boom! A stifled noise was heard, shaking the space around them. Mighty crimson flames howled and pinned him down. Kai looked up and saw Futian moving forward. His aura continued to grow in intensity. Dazzling lights circled all around him. It was as if he was clad in all the stars of the cosmos. He looked imposing with the halberd in his hand. His eyes were filled with contempt as he looked down at Kai. He was preparing to kill Kai. The shores of the Crimson River were silent as the spectators watched the battlefield. Was Kai even able to fight anymore? The ninth servant was present as well. His expression was calm. That young man from Emperor Xia's realm had been able to overwhelm Kai both in actual powers and talents. This was undeniable. However, Futian was not able to kill Kai just yet. Things had yet to turn that dire. Kai was about to defend his life and honor. The ninth servant was hoping that Kai would turn a new leaf after the battle. Even if he were to pay a hefty price to do so, it would be a new start for Kai so long as he was able to win. If he were able to make it past that stage, Kai would grow even more powerful than he had been before. His state of mind would become even more resilient. It would pave the way to reaching the third plane of sainthood, unblemished saint. Any price would be worthwhile. That was a battle that Kai would have to fight one day. Futian, an extremely dazzling genius like no other, was a gift from the heavens to Kai. Boom! Another stifled rumble was heard. Futian lifted his arm. He was probably able to end Kai's life at any given moment. Boom! A lightning bolt streaked by, and Futian disappeared from where he stood. He thrust the halberd, emitting a light so blinding that no one could look at it. Would Shinkai be able to take this hit? Boom. Countless pairs of eyes locked onto the scene. When the spectators made clear of what was happening above the Crimson River, their hearts raced. That is, many saw Yi Futian's halberd lashing out straight at Shinkai. The stars in the sky merged into a single entity. The extremely overwhelming attacks blasted at Shinkai. However, Shinkai continued to stand tall and proud. His life spirit seemed to be burning. That tall, imposing shadow of a god of war burned with golden divine flames. Beams of extremely dazzling light glittered over Shinkai's body. A tremendously terrifying protector god appeared around Shinkai. The heaven-punishing fighting will continue to burn, engulfing the powers of the great path of the world around them. The flames of the way all over the crimson sky were being devoured by his body, which then shrouded him entirely. Shinkai's body expanded exponentially. Cracking sounds erupted as his face twisted. He howled at the sky, roaring in anger. Boom! Extremely raging currents swept forward and sent Yi Futian flying. His pupils constricted somewhat, looking at Shinkai, whose body continued to expand. Cracking noises continued to be heard. The bones in Shinkai's body expanded. His life spirit burned. The blood within his body and every bit of his heaven-punishing fighting will burned up as well. It was as if Shinkai was burning his life away in that fight. Shinkai's gigantic form appeared above the Crimson River. The spectators at the shores were shaking furiously. Not even the cultivators of the regional palace had ever seen Shinkai use such powers before. He's forcibly breaking the limits of his body by burning his life spirit and the heaven-punishing fighting will, making himself the embodiment of the heaven-punishing battle form, Pei Min mumbled to himself. Shinkai is effectively cornered now, and he is fighting with his life. What he needs to pay back is something difficult to measure. He's probably going to pay dearly. A descendant of Emperor Zhan shouldn't be underestimated. However, even if he can win, it won't have been a glorious victory. It will take no less than a year for him to return to his previous state, someone in the crowd said. But then again, it's Yi Futian who's in trouble now. Many listening stayed silent. It was undeniable that Shinkai was very terrifying in this state. With him going on a full burn to bring out all of his potential, the fight from here on out would be disastrous for Yi Futian. Boom! A rumble was heard as Shinkai stepped into the air. He then ran into the sky, which was quite a surprise. Every step he took caused his surroundings to shake. The Crimson River below continued to howl in a frenzy. The water of the Crimson River burst like a tidal wave, flooding the sky with massive, towering waves. He's fast. The hearts of the spectators raced. Shinkai, who had taken the form of a god of war, was able to move with speed and agility that were entirely comparable to his usual self. His body expanded to massive sizes, and both his power and defense were brought to new heights. Many wondered just how terrifying Shinkai could become. A rumble was heard as Shinkai lifted his arm and headed for Yi Futian. The sky was blocked as his palm print became the mudra of God of War itself, tearing through everything and suppressing the space around him. Dazzling light burst over Yi Futian. He lashed out with his halberd, clashing with the palm print in the air. The terrifying, massive force was sensed and the halberd crumbled. However, Yi Futian used the resulting force to propel himself through space, distancing himself from Shinkai. How do you suppose you can kill me now? Shinkai looked at Yi Futian from afar. His voice sounded like it belonged to something from hell. Yi Futian had forced Shinkai's hand so badly that the latter needed to burn himself in order to fight. After the battle, it would probably take a year or two for him to be able to return to his previous state. He might have even damaged the foundations of his great path training, causing his progress to backslide. Such abilities to forcibly enhance one's powers came with terrifying side effects after all. However, there was no way he could escape using it. That battle at the Crimson River was a fight to the death. Not even the ninth servant would be able to cover him anymore. If he refused to use such powers, he would only end up dead. Yi Futian continued to look unfazed as he listened to Shinkai talk. He glanced at the tall, mighty form and said plainly, "A general of a losing army is all air and no substance." Burn yourself all you want. You'll end up dead today all the same. The world tree within his life palace swayed as beams of dazzling light coursed over his body, casting holy light all over the place. His world tree resonated with the powers of the deed of thorough comprehension, glowing with a ring of light that was even more brilliant. The beam of light shot to the peak of the river. The great path of the world around them seemed to meld with the beam, transmuting into a single will of the great path. His body was akin to a furnace of the great path, incorporating the great paths of everything in the world. Vroom! The vast space around him turned into a world of stars. Countless stars circled and orbited around him as all the lights flowed onto Futian's body. Under the light of the deed of thorough comprehension, his body transformed into its starry battle form. Boom! A tall, mighty form appeared in their surroundings. It seemed to have engulfed the great path of the world around them. The phenomenon was a result of the deed of thorough comprehension and the light of stars of the great path. This is the starry battle form. Some of the elders felt their hearts racing. They recognized it to be a power belonging to the star-plucking saint. The old man who'd snuck into the crowd expressed his approval, astonished that he'd learned how to use something like that in such a short time. Furthermore, the old man also saw that the young man had been able to incorporate his powers into it, expressing the form perfectly. "Your talents are catching up to mine," he mumbled. However, everyone around him was simply too focused on the battle to hear what he'd said. Futian extended his hand, conjuring an extremely huge staff of the stars using the boundless starry powers around him. The staff gleamed with the dazzling light of the stars. Terrifying beams of starlight shot through the clouds. His might did not seem to be inferior to Shinkai's. Boom! Bang! The two massive figures walked forward at the same time, charging at each other. Massive waves crashed in the crimson river beneath them, causing the sky above to shake. Shinkai threw a palm attack out while Futian, who had transformed into the starry battle form, lifted his staff and brought it down. It seemed like stars were being brought down, destroying everything below. Boom! Deafening rumbles were heard as a devastating ring of light swept out. Raging tornadoes swept all over the place. The spectators at the shores all unleashed their powers to withstand the aftershock. Both men seemed to have backed away at almost the same time. Yet Futian continued to lift his staff and move forward. His staff swooped around in the air as he brought it down yet again. Boom! 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 One strike after another from the staff brought the world around them to the verge of collapse. Shinkai roared furiously. He then lifted his arm and threw countless palm attacks, engulfing the sky before him. However, Futian, who was moving forward, swung his staff around and struck again. The stars around him fell and merged with the staff. The palm attack of the great path crumbled in a frenzy. He brought down the starry staff with great force. Boom! 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 Earth-shattering rumbles were heard as Shinkai's arm gradually shattered. His body was sent flying away under the relentless attacks of the staff. He then spat a great amount of blood. However, Futian had no intention of stopping. He stepped out yet again, lashing out with his staff and bringing it down hard on Shinkai's chest. Yet another rumble was heard. Shinkai's massive body continued to break and crumble. His bones were broken and his meridians crumbled. Shinkai had paid an extremely great price by taking the heaven-punishing battle form. That, coupled with the extent of the damage being suffered at the moment, made it so that his injuries were irreversible. Even if he were to survive the battle, he would undoubtedly be disabled. What the hell? The hearts of the spectators continued to race. This fight was utterly crazy. Shinkai had taken the heaven-punishing battle form, yet he'd lost all the same. Futian lifted the staff again. If the next strike hit its intended target, Shinkai would be finished right there and then. Stop! A stifled voice was heard, shaking their surroundings and causing even Futian to slow down. If he dies, Chinya City will be no more. A threateningly cold voice was heard. While the ninth servant had not interfered right away, he now took to threatening Futian using Chinya City. Think you could do so? A cold voice responded. The staff was then brought down right onto Shinkai's head. Everyone eyed that scene, watching the weapon being brought down without the slightest hint of hesitation. It was as if time had slowed down. Boom! The starry staff came down. A low rumble was heard. Lava-like flames danced and roared in the crimson river, throwing up huge waves. Fiery red waves shot to the regional palace and the shores of the river. However, everyone seemed to be entirely oblivious to that. Their eyes were dead set on that starry staff being brought down right above the center of the crimson river. That staff also seemed to be hitting the hearts of the spectators. Futian did what he said what he would do. There was only one among them who would be able to step into the regional palace. Futian beat Xingkai. The winner then killed the loser. That is brutal, Qishang said to himself deep down after witnessing that scene. While that battle had indeed been a fight to the death, if Futian were willing to give up killing Xingkai, no one else would have gone up to do it for him. Furthermore, the ninth servant voiced his threat outright. Yet Futian did it all the same, killing Xingkai above the Crimson River. He sent the challenge to ancient imperial city after he agreed to join the regional palace's ranks. I guess that was his thought right from the start? Many murmured to themselves. He only needed to get the regional palace to bear witness to the battle before he joined the regional palace's ranks, and that would have ensured that even if he were to kill Xingkai, the ninth servant would not have been able to do anything to him. Futian made his decision way back then. When he and Xingkai fought in Crimson Dragon City, he already came to believe that he was able to kill Xingkai. The battle at the moment verified that belief of his. A group of people stood at the edge of the regional palace, witnessing that one strike being brought down. Their minds were all rattled, and all of them felt unsettled. Tianjiao's mind reeled from that for a bit. She found herself unable to believe what she just saw. That young man who competed with her back in Emperor Kua's ruins back then managed to cut down Xingkai, who was known to be invincible among his peers. Xu Zi's expression suggested that she felt only fear and disbelief. She was unable to fathom how it all happened. She did not dare to believe what she just saw. That figure who had been overpowering those of his generation in the regional palace, the legendary man who had beaten her many times, had ended up killed by a proving holiness saint. He grew more powerful than back when he was in Crimson Dragon City. It seems his growth rate is considerable. Pei Min noted to himself deep down. His expression was not all that complex, as he felt it to be a pity. Xingkai was someone who was of equal fame to Pei Min, and he would have been very frustrated getting killed like that. While he did say that he felt that Futian would have won the battle earlier, he did not know how Futian would have managed to win against Xingkai, who was a saint of true self. Yet, in that very battle, Pei Min saw that Futian was able to use the powers he gained from the Peach Banquet as his own, incorporating them into the methods he trained in perfectly. Furthermore, he had also developed a new way of attack, the way of entropy. Xingkai burned his life spirit and blood to bring the heaven-punishing battle form to bear at his last moments, but Futian merged with the stars into a single being, taking the starry battle form. The powers within his body probably would have been on par Xingkai's. The art of the staff used at the last moments saw every single attack feeling as if stars were being brought down. Pei Min was thinking about what would have happened if he was the one fighting Futian instead. He was thinking about if his sword would have been able to withstand such raging attacks with the staff. The might of his sword was such that the attacks only moved forward, with one strike being stronger than the previous strike. However, that was how Futian's art of the staff worked as well, with one strike being stronger than the previous strike. Furthermore, every single follow-up attack contained the might of the attacks before it. The attacks would have continued until they brought down the heavens and the earth, making it so that even Xingkai's battle form was unable to withstand the attacks anymore. Yet another monster was about to join the regional palace's ranks after Yusheng. The regional palace was not to be the place where the most genius and the most monstrous of figures Crimson Dragon had to offer gathered for no good reason. But then again, that was also the reason for anticipation. Under the attentive gaze from all sides at that moment, Xingkai's battle form crumbled. That construct had been conjured by Xingkai's body, after all. It was a manifestation of true flesh and blood instead of the will of the Great Path, which was then given extremely formidable powers. However, that became Xingkai's bane instead. When the starry staff was brought down onto Xingkai's head, it was as if the stars in the skies rained on him. There was no way Xingkai's battle form would have survived that, and it indeed crumbled. When the staff was still swooping in the air, Xing Kai's body disappeared in the sky above the Crimson River. On that battlefield above the Crimson River, only that shining body of Yi Futian was left, that starry battle form, which was merged with the great path and basking in the boundless light of the stars. The vast place was surprisingly quiet. Only the roar of the Crimson River could be heard at that moment. It was but an extremely short moment, yet all who witnessed the scene felt as if it had gone on for a very long time. The roaring Crimson River gradually quieted down and no longer rolled about. However, it continued to flow furiously. Its scorching air lingered in their surroundings, but the crowd seemed not to have felt it at all. Their minds still lingered on the fact that Xing Kai was dead. A legendary figure whose name shook the realm had just been killed outside of the regional palace by a genius who emerged out of nowhere. Yi Futian made it clear to all of Crimson Dragon Realm about who was the strongest in his generation by stepping on Xing Kai's head. He, a saint at proving holiness level, managed to kill Xing Kai. It was a feat that would never be able to be surpassed by anyone. The air above the Crimson River rolled at that moment as if a scorching might was raining down from above, shrouding the entire Crimson River. Yi Futian was able to sense just how overwhelming the pressure of the great path had been. It was as if that might was something that could never be shaken, and it leaned onto his body. However, Yi Futian's expression was calm. He knew who was the one doing it. But then again, they were at the Crimson River, right outside the regional palace, and very much still in Crimson Dragon City. The crowd at the shore was unable to help but part. A figure stood tall right there, and it was none other than the ninth servant. He looked in the Crimson River's direction. His might of the great path shrouded the entire place. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He had been watching over Xing Kai as the young man grew up. He had already made it to a saint of true self. His young master was not all that far away from the final destination, yet Yi Futian killed his young master at the Crimson River. He had watched Xing Kai grow. Despite being the young man's servant and his protector, he was still Xing Kai's elder. That young man had been extraordinarily resilient and arrogant. The blood of Emperor Zhan flowed in his veins. He was forever aspiring to be the strongest, and it was probably due to that he felt vexed at losing to Yi Futian in the Peach Banquet. He did not leave another mark in Xing Kai for that battle. After using the mark of God of War in Xing Kai in the last battle, it was incredibly taxing for him to leave another on Xing Kai. The toll was so great that it might have even affected him. He would not have been able to use Xing Kai's body to do battle otherwise. Furthermore, that battle had been a fight to the death. The regional palace was there to bear witness, and he thought leaving the mark behind would have been pointless. Yi Futian had access to external means for bolstering one's combat prowess as well. After all, the ninth servant thought that Xing Kai would have been able to win by using his trump card in that life and death battle. From the looks of things at present, however, if the ninth servant had left behind a mark, he would have at least bought Xing Kai some time, making Yi Futian's killing intent falter. Xing Kai would not have ended up killed outright like that. Ninth servant. A voice was heard from the regional palace, traveling the vast space. It resounded all over the place. A might that was just as terrifying was sensed as well. At that moment, everyone at the shore was able to sense just how powerful those two pressures were. They turned to look at the regional palace. That aura could only come from that one person. Yi Futian was deemed very brutal for picking the Crimson River to hold the fight and letting the regional palace bear witness. He had been just as brutal to himself as he was to Xing Kai. The loser dies. Furthermore, no one else would have been able to interfere, not even the ninth servant. While Xing Kai meant the world to the ninth servant, it was not like the ninth servant had no other concerns holding him back. There was no way he could have cast everything aside and made his move against Yi Futian right there and then. Senior, ancient imperial city accepted the challenge and agreed to fight. With that said, one side would certainly perish. While that indeed was quite a loss, it was Xing Kai's own choice. The spectators saw Qi Shang looking at the ninth servant. Qi Shang's tone was polite. Despite being a prince, the ninth servant was nonetheless still a figure at the pinnacle below Ren Huang. He was also considered an elder, so the prince still had to give him face. The ninth servant took a look at Qi Shang. He, too, knew that he couldn't kill Yi Futian right there and then. Xingkai was dead, and doing anything would be pointless. He did not say anything more, not even threaten Yi Futian. He turned around slowly and then flashed, streaking through the air. "Let's go." A voice was heard. Those from ancient imperial city followed one after another and left. Before Xingkai died, the ninth servant leaned on Yi Futian and threatened him to let Xingkai go. Since Xingkai was already dead, doing anything further was pointless. Many watched the ninth servant leave and thought, what would have that city lord from ancient imperial city do? He would not simply do nothing about Xingkai's death. Yi Futian watched the ninth servant leave. He then frowned hard. The ninth servant was the pinnacle existence beneath the Ranhuang. Yi Futian was wondering just how potent his threat would have been. Despite understanding what would have resulted, he chose to kill Xingkai nonetheless. Be it killing intent from Xingkai or the ninth servant, everything became inevitable. As such, he saw fit to get the threats dealt with as soon as possible. A group of people took to the air after the ninth servant left, following him. Those were the people from ancient imperial city that Gai Huang brought with him. Gai Huang's expression was glum as well. He came beside the ninth servant and said nothing. He was responsible for Xingkai's death, too. Back when Xingqiu participated in the Battle of Qinya City, as well as the time when Xingkai made a move against Yi Futian, he had been present on both occasions. It could have been said that he gave his silent consent. As such, he felt guilty about what happened. Xingqiu was quiet as well. He looked rather numb. His elder brother had been killed. Gai Huang, bring Xingqiu and the others back to ancient imperial city, the ninth servant said. Gai Huang was dumbfounded. He looked at the ninth servant and said with a low voice, "Sir." "Take good care of Xingqiu," the ninth servant said, and then headed out elsewhere, distancing himself from Gai Huang. "I will, sir," Gai Huang responded lightly. He then looked at the figure who just left. Gai Huang naturally knew where he was heading. Despite being the number one figure outside of Crimson City, he always carried himself as a servant before Xingkai and Xingqiu, addressing them as his young masters. If a master were insulted, then the servant would have had to die. It was all the more so now that his master was killed. Gai Huang knew the ninth servant very well. Despite being of extremely great renown in Crimson Dragon Realm, revered by the people, and lauded as the number one city lord, none of that mattered to the ninth servant. He also did not care about how the world looked at him. Face meant nothing to him. What the ninth servant cared about were only the Xing brothers. Xingkai, who was the one with better potential between the brothers, was killed. One could have only imagined the extent of his wrath. He did not care what the world thought of him. All he wanted to do at the moment was to take revenge. The city lord's office in Qinya City seemed unusually quiet. Some passed by and thought that since it was the day where City Lord Yi Futian was having a showdown with Xingkai at Crimson River, everyone would have gone to Crimson Dragon City to watch the fight. That fight was of utmost importance. It was simply unknown if Yi Futian would be able to win. Many thought it would be difficult. Some were seen looking up in the sky, thinking that the fighting should have been over given the hour. Some seemed to have sensed a peculiar aura at that moment. A peculiar gale blew all of a sudden, causing all of them to feel a chill. They seemed to have sensed pressure from the gale. That pressure gradually became stronger. Boom! Some grunted all of a sudden, finding the pressure unbearable. They kneeled on the ground right there and then. Their faces became ashen. They all sported frightened expressions as they looked up in the sky. Winds howled above, and there seemed to be extremely potent pressure of the great path descending from above, crushing down everything below. The area was all subjected to that pressure of the great path, with the city lord's office serving as the center. What is happening? Everyone was shocked deep down. Someone was assaulting the city lord's office, and that someone was extremely powerful. That pressure seemed like an authority from the heavens. A holiness of nirvana? A figure was seen appearing high in the sky. The robe he wore billowed wildly in the wind. Those deep eyes of his harbored cold killing intent. The ninth servant of ancient imperial city. Many shuddered furiously deep down. It had not been long since the last time the ninth servant came to Qinya City. That was the second time he came. He came personally to Qinya City again. What is the meaning of this? They wondered. It was possible that City Lord Yi Futian of Chinya City won in the fight against Xingkai at that Battle of Crimson River. Furthermore, the City Lord might have killed Xingkai. The ninth servant, therefore, was there for revenge. If Xingkai had beaten Yi Futian, there was no need for the likes of the ninth servant to make such moves personally. His powerful spiritual will swept all over the place. The ninth servant eyed the ground below with cold eyes, finding the number of people in the City Lord's office surprisingly scarce. The few who were left within the City Lord's office all had very powerful auras. It was a testament to how prepared Yi Futian had been, knowing that he would beat Xingkai and that the ninth servant would have come to Chinya City. It was no wonder why those who went to the Crimson River with Yi Futian had all been people who were of comparatively low plane levels. But then again, you think I couldn't do anything, just because you left the holiness of nirvanas at Chinya City, waiting for me to show? The ninth servant thought. He was wondering if Yi Futian had intended to take him on as well. He had to admit that the young man who killed Xingkai in that battle at the Crimson River had been brutal and unyielding. Yi Futian did not give himself a way out. He planned for what would have happened after he won against Xingkai instead, guarding against the ninth servant's attempt at revenge. Do you think this means anything? The ninth servant thought. Who under the Run Huang can fight me? There might have been several old men in Crimson Dragon City who were capable of doing so, but he deemed no one outside of Crimson Dragon City was able to stop him. Your Majesty, your servant has failed you, for I have not been able to protect the young master. The ninth servant sighed deep down. He lifted his arm and then pressed downward. Extremely raging currents shot downwards within an instant, blasting at the City Lord's office. Waves of terrifying currents pressed down on everything below. A huge palm attack tore through space, and everyone afar saw the City Lord's office being destroyed in a frenzy, exploding and crumbling within an instant. The place was razed with just a single attack. The City Lord's office of Chinya City had seen several destructions and rebuilding. The place was destroyed yet another time that day. The crowd outside of the City Lord's office retreated in a frenzy, getting away from the place. People on a plane like the ninth servant were able to do a lot of damage if they were to fight in earnest. He could have become a living terror if he were to expand the area of attack as he pleased. But then again, no one would have done so in actual combat situations, as they would have hit their opponents with precision. Nonetheless, it was still very terrifying to get caught in the aftershock. Nobody of a lower plane would have been able to withstand such attacks at all. Dust rose amidst the rubble, from which several figures emerged. Every single one of them burst with an overwhelming aura. There were the likes of Wu Yong and the other 3 tribe leaders from the 9 tribes. All of them were holiness of nirvanas. Shun Tianzhan was present as well. All of them waited for the ninth servant to show up. Despite being of holiness of nirvana level, they were different from the ninth servant. The holiness of nirvana ranked on the regional king rankings was known as the #1 city lord outside of Crimson Dragon City, and was lauded to be invincible below Renhuang Plain. Even if their several holiness of nirvanas joined forces to take him on, it was not certain that they would have been able to defeat him. It was just like how the likes of Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Xingkai could take on any top-notch figures of their plane. The outcome of such a battle could have been determined through sheer numbers alone. As such, the ninth servant knew about those people around at the very moment he showed up, and he did not care at all. There was still a weak-looking figure standing at the raised city lord's office, who had jet-black hair billowing. Formless storms of the sword washed out around her. An area of flat ground was seen with her at the center. At that moment, extremely dazzling light of the sword lit up all of a sudden from that flatland. It seemed that there was a large matrix being activated at that moment. The frail-looking woman who stood on that sword matrix was none other than Yaya. However, her aura was extremely sharp. She willed, and within an instant, the vast space around her turned into a world of swords. The light of the sword drowned the place. She glittered and seemed to have turned into a transparent blade. Terrifying beams of the matrix shot to the clouds. At that moment, countless within Chinya City looked in that direction, seeing that beam of light of the sword shooting to the heavens. Many swordsmen far away felt as if their will was no longer under their control. Sword wills gushed in that direction. Some of them wore swords on their backs, which rang intensely at that moment. Some of the swords shot to the air right away. The ninth servant's body became extremely brilliant under the light of the sword. Alert was seen in his eyes as he sensed the might of the swords. He was surprised to find that the ones below had prepped such a powerful sword matrix just for taking him on. The light of the swords all over the place shot through the space and shone onto the ninth servant as if locking onto him. When the beams of the swords were shown onto him, he sensed extremely powerful sword will attacks. However, he simply stood there without doing anything. The matrix was so strong that it could have almost killed holiness of nirvanas at the pinnacle of their training. Even he came to sense threats coming from below. But then again, it was utterly ridiculous to think that a matrix would have been enough to repel him. At that moment, yet another figure dropped to the center of the matrix. That man had a superb bearing and glittered with holy light, and that light melded with the matrix. The matrix lit up more brilliantly within an instant. It circled about, and dazzling symbols appeared, causing the sword matrix to pulse with even stronger aura. It seemed as if the matrix was absorbing the will of great path around them in a frenzy. The ninth servant looked at that figure. The light of the sword matrix continued to climb in intensity. Its boundless light shot up, and that huge sword matrix continued to operate. He found the ability to resemble Yi Futian somewhat. It was able to merge with the great path, resonating with it. It seems like someone from Emperor Li's realm then, he thought. That other figure who appeared was none other than Yin Yuan. He helped Yaya lay out the sword matrix of the void, enabling the matrix to enhance Yaya's power when she was at her peak. Yin Yuan himself was a holiness of nirvana. After all, the one they were about to take on was the ninth servant, and they needed to be able to take him down with a single shot, bringing the greatest attack to bear onto him, giving him no chance to recover. The ninth servant felt the threat continue to escalate. He then frowned. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponents. Chinya City had been well prepared, waiting for him to show. He wondered if Yi Futian's question directed at him back in the fight was meant to incite him. Voom. The ninth servant intended to leave the airspace above the city lord's office. The might of the sword matrix would be cranked to its strongest at such close ranges, and it apparently would have worked against him. However, stars appeared all over the sky around him at that moment. Someone else appeared above, looking as if he had merged with the stars. The man was none other than the star-plucking saint. The ninth servant had naturally detected his presence before, but the ninth servant did not bother, getting ready to wipe him out along with the others. It was due to the star-plucking saint's luck that he had been able to escape last time. Yet, it was apparent that the star-plucking saint had been laying down a trap for the ninth servant before the latter even showed up. Wu Yong and the other three holiness of nirvanas took four corners as well, bursting with overwhelming auras. Boom! Stifling rumble was heard, and the star-plucking saint attacked the figure below him. The huge, star-plucking hand of his blasted below, which seemed to have brought the stars down with him as well. The ninth servant lifted his arm and threw a punch at the incoming palm attack. The punch landed, and the palm attack rang furiously. Cracks appeared all over it. The stars all around them rumbled heavily as well. It was as if some formless power across the space had rattled them. Cracks began to form in them as well. The ninth servant shot upwards as he attacked. However, an extremely dazzling beam of light was seen bursting out. Yaya stepped into the matrix right away, turning herself into a sword. The huge sword matrix spun, and countless sword wills melded with that one sword. The sword was still not yet bursting, but it had already fired a beam of the sword capable of tearing the heavens, right at the clouds. It then took flight afterward. An extremely formidable beam of light of the sword appeared between the city lord's office's rubble and the heavens. It was as if the beam had penetrated the sky. The power of the entire matrix was all invested into a single sword, leaving no means of backup behind. The strongest attack was used right from the start. There was absolutely no way they could have afforded to fight a prolonged battle against some enemy like the ninth servant. No one could have afforded to do so. The ninth servant knew what was coming when the light of the sword burst. His expression turned grim. He slapped his hand downwards. Light of the great path burst, and a holy stone wall appeared, intending to stop that incoming sword attack. Boom! The light of the sword tore through space and shredded the stone wall. Despite the might of the sword being weakened, it was nonetheless able to tear down the mighty wall. The ninth servant used the resulting recoil from the attack to go heights. His body was surrounded by countless palm prints of the great path. Those palm prints then shot at the sword coming at him, yet they were all penetrated and destroyed within an instant. He threw his arm down, and a stifled rumble was heard in the air. It was as if something was about to be shattered with a single punch. The might of the sword paused for a single moment, but continued its way forward at the very next moment, tearing through the sky. Boom! Intense light burst in the sky as the light of the sword engulfed the space around it. Everyone around had their eyes fixed at that scene. That single absolute sword attack burst from the Grand Matrix was a sword matrix of the void, specifically and purposefully laid down to take on the ninth servant for a long time. They wondered if that would be enough to kill the ninth servant where he stood. The blinding light gradually dissipated, and someone appeared in the air. It was none other than the ninth servant. One of his arms was torn off. Sword will penetrated right through his body, staining his clothes in red. His face looked rather ashen, and there seemed to be blood at the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes still looked deep and terrifying, shining with frightening coldness. So this is the present Futian has gotten for me, huh? He thought. That one sword that was meticulously prepped did more than tear his right arm off when it struck him. The terrifying space-tearing powers contained within attempted to tear his entire being apart as well. Furthermore, that formidable sword will had indeed managed to hurt him. However, he suppressed it forcibly by using his overwhelming might of the great path, preventing his body from being shredded apart. His injuries were grave at that moment. He gazed forward, and a young woman clad in white, who looked like an adolescent, stood with blood at the corner of her mouth. Her entire being was clad in dazzling sword will. It was as if she was a manifestation of the sword itself. He never expected to have been so severely injured. Worse still, he suffered such grave injuries not long after he stepped into Chinya City. While Xing Kai's death pained him very much, his young master had indeed fought a hard battle. The ninth servant had been protecting Xing Kai for many years. Xing Kai's talents and state of mind held true to his training undoubtedly, yet he lacked a kind of spirit nonetheless. That was because Xing Kai never suffered true despair, and he had never had his life hanging by a thread before. Futian was apparently armed with such a spirit. He did not hesitate after affirming their statuses as mortal enemies. He sent a challenge to fight to the death to Xing Kai, requesting a showdown at the Crimson River. At the same, Futian laid down one such lethal trap, waiting for the ninth servant in Chinya City. He knew well what he should have done to eliminate the threats around him, and he went all out to get rid of enemies who managed to threaten him. Compared to Futian, Xing Kai was indeed somewhat inferior in more than just the extent of his talents. Furthermore, other than the holiness of nirvanas from the 9 tribes who were forced to submit to him, he already had several such figures fully willing to protect and fight for him. That also had been something Xing Kai lacked. For instance, that young woman dressed in white right before the ninth servant's eyes knew how dangerous it was to fight the ninth servant. However, she made her move without hesitation. She had even lashed out a second attack. Sword matrix of the great path circled her, with her, the core, standing at the center. She zipped past the sky, and the orbiting sword matrix pulsed with boundless flashes of the sword. The melding continued until they melded completely into a single sword, which then lashed out at him. Her eyes were cold and determined. There was no hint of hesitation in her eyes. It was as if she locked onto her target, and she was very determined to kill. That attack came very quickly as it streaked through space. All it took was a single thought. However, the ninth servant reacted just as quickly. He stepped out slightly at the very moment of the flash of the sword. Terrifying shocks appeared around him even though he had only taken a single step. Frightening storms of tremors manifested around him as if they were able to stop any other forces from getting near. Those beams of the sword that came at him crumbled right away. Only the sword that dazzled brilliantly in the middle continued on its course. The ninth servant lifted his left arm and turned into a mirage. His speed was cranked to an unbelievable extent, making it difficult to track him with the naked eye. Clang! The sword came, and the ninth servant extended his arm and pointed, which landed right at the tip of the blade. That dazzling beam of the sword turned into a terrifying hurricane of the sword and lashed out. The sword matrix intended to penetrate the defenses and hit the body of the ninth servant behind. Yet Yaya only felt that the ninth servant stood there as if he was the lord of the space around them. The power of that one finger contained the might of the great path all around them. Boom, boom, boom. The sword matrix crumbled and was no more. Yaya's sword was shattered as well. She grunted. It seemed as if her body suffered violent tremors, and she was sent flying back. She used the force of the recoil to leave the battlefield within an instant, flying somewhere far away. She spat up blood as she reeled, looking pale. She knew that even if she were at the pinnacle of her plane all those years ago, she still would not have been able to take the ninth servant head-on. He was someone known to have one leg in the Renhuang plane. After all, one of his arms was destroyed, and he had suffered grievous injuries, yet he did not so much as frown. He went on to retaliate simply by lifting his left arm. But then again, she was not the only one fighting that battle. The ninth servant sensed horrifying pressure coming from above as soon as Yaya backed off. He lifted his head and saw the star-plucking saint throwing a punch from above. It seemed as if stars were falling and tearing through the sky below. The ninth servant felt very formidable offensive powers with that one attack alone. He and the star-plucking saint fought before. If he were at his prime, there was no way the star-plucking saint would have been able to fight him. The latter would have had to run away in shambles. Nonetheless, the star-plucking saint was still incredibly formidable on his own, especially when it came to offensive powers, bringing the power of stars with every single attack. The star-plucking saint took his starry battle form. His entire body dazzled, and his punches felt even more terrifying. It was as if they intended to break the sky apart. The ninth servant stepped out, and his body moved upwards. He charged into the midst of the star-plucking saint's attacks instead of evading. He extended his left arm and grabbed at the sky. A huge palm print appeared above, taking down all the stars around, making the starry sky shudder. Boom! The star-plucking saint's attacks hit their intended target, yet at that very instant, the ninth servant's arm flinched. It was as if countless shadows of the palm were being shot, above one wave after another, reversing the tide of offense. However, those waves of arms were continuously shattered. The star-plucking saint continued moving below, and it seemed he was mere moments from arriving right before the ninth servant. The ninth servant threw his final palm attack. Thousands of palms of the great path melded into a single entity. Waves of terrifying might of the great path shattered the stars all around them, causing them to explode continuously. However, at the same time, the star-plucking saint's fists arrived. Everything caught in the crossfire between the two men exploded in a frenzy. The ninth servant was thrown down by sheer force alone. Wu Yong and the other 3 tribe leaders of the 9 tribes, as well as Shan Tianzhan, were all holiness of nirvanas. They had long been ready for what was to come, and they definitely did not let the chance slip by. Words were not necessary between them, and they were able to work in tandem with each other seamlessly. Divine sword of the vermilion bird was brought out streaking through the sky, imbued with formidable divine fires of the vermilion bird. Wu Yong assumed the Chenglu battle form and sent palm attacks of the great path bursting downwards, burning the sky around them. The tribe leaders of both the Bailey tribe and Nanli tribe attacked alongside Shan Tianzhan. At that instant, terrifying flames of the Wei had practically devoured the sky around them. All of them had been formidable holiness of nirvanas in their own right, and at that moment, all of them attacked the ninth servant. People from far away watched the battlefield. Only saints dared to observe the battle. Even saints found their hearts racing, watching what was going on. Such high-level battles were extremely rare. They would usually never be seen anywhere else. The ninth servant, city lord of ancient imperial city, was being ganged up on by holiness of nirvanas from Chinya city, attempting to make sure that the number 1 city lord outside of Crimson Dragon City never got to leave Chinya city alive. Terrifying attacks engulfed the sky where the ninth servant was. They only heard grunts afterward, and the ninth servant was nowhere to be found. The hearts of the spectators continued to race. They all wondered if the ninth servant would end up being killed in Chinya city. While Futian had set up that battle meticulously, What was seen then also resulted from the ninth servant growing too confident and underestimating his enemy. He believed in his power too much. But then again, he was indeed formidable. It was just that he never expected to suffer such a massive blow from one sword matrix as soon as he showed up. Huh. The spectators sensed formless powers arriving at that moment. That power rendered their blood boiling, and their hearts beat furiously. A very strong sense of crisis was sensed. It was as if the vast area around them had been shrouded by a formless might of the great path. It's the ninth servant. Get out. Those who were watching the battle from afar retreated in a frenzy. Even though they had been very far away from that battlefield, they continued to back away. That power was so intense that if they were got near, they would have been pulverized right away. Look out! The star-plucking saint uttered. A deafening rumble was heard at the next moment. All attacks surrounding the ninth servant crumbled and dissipated. Terrifying storms shrouded the place, and the sky shuddered. Waves of terrifying storms lashed out to destroy everything in their path as they hit the holiness of nirvanas from Chinya City hard. All of them felt as if their souls were about to be torn apart. Their blood howled and rolled. The auras inside them shuddered violently. Grunts were heard, and all of them were sent flying. Many who were watching the battle from afar spat up blood as they suffered heavy blows. The ninth servant appeared, and his body seemed to have melded with the heavens. Formless storms pressed down on their surroundings with extreme might. However, the star-plucking saint from above attacked yet again, diving straight for the ninth servant. The latter had already been severely injured, and yet, he still managed to use such powers. That meant that he was feeling terrible himself as well. Yin Yuan and the others continued forward at their target, attacking from afar. The ninth servant, however, was seen stepping out hard in the air. He sent another storm sweeping out. He lifted his left arm and lashed out at the star-plucking saint, forcibly stopping the latter's advance completely. Boom! Another step was taken, and the hearts of many raced. They all stopped dead in their tracks. The ninth servant shot into the air with that step, bursting out of the barricade, then headed far away. It was apparent that he did not intend to fight any longer, intending only to leave the battlefield. Even though he had been able to deal damage to those holiness of nirvanas, it did not mean that he would have had an easy time killing them. If he were to stay and fight any longer, the consequences would be difficult to predict. It was entirely possible that he would die there. Everyone turned around, intending to give chase, but they quickly heard the star-plucking saint saying, "Let him go." Everyone stopped after he said so. The star-plucking saint watched the ninth servant leave. He finally spat up some blood he had been holding in for some time. The crimson liquid dropped to the ground below. Yet he continued moving forward, his silhouette gradually turning hazy. The star-plucking saint knew that the ninth servant had suffered severe damage. He would not have escaped otherwise. Even though the ninth servant had suffered grave injuries, if they were to give chase and were determined to kill that man at the pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level, at least half of them would probably end up dead. The strongest attack they had been able to bring to bear was that one sword. None of the follow-up attacks had been able to kill the ninth servant. It made it so that killing him afterward would have been extremely difficult. It was deemed quite a pity. But then again, they gained a lot from that battle. The ninth servant was severely injured, and it would have taken him quite some time to recuperate. Furthermore, the ninth servant understood from that battle that Chinya City did have enough power to shake him, making it so that he would think twice before acting against them again. Outside of the regional palace at the Crimson River, situated in the Crimson Dragon City, Futian, Yuan, and the others were waiting for news instead of being in a hurry to get into the regional palace. While they had indeed set up an elaborate trap to take on the ninth servant in Chinya City, success remained uncertain. He was unable to be at ease until news reached him. He knew that the city lord from ancient imperial city would not be someone easy to take on. However, the tension between both sides had escalated so much that they had to do something. If they were to sit on their hands, the ninth servant would be the one getting to scheme against them instead. Someone eventually appeared in Yi Futian's line of sight. It was Wu Yong. Seeing Wu Yong's expression, the burden on Yi Futian's shoulders was lifted. At the very least, things seemed to have gone well. Wu Yong came to Yi Futian's side and reported what happened in Qinya City in detail before bringing those from Qinya City back to their base. Yi Futian gave some orders before they departed. He, Yu Sheng, and Xiaqing Yuan turned around and went inside the regional palace after Wu Yong and the others were gone. News of the battle in Qinya City spread like wildfire throughout Crimson Dragon Realm. Yi Futian had killed Xingkai at the Crimson River, and the holiness of Nirvanas at Qinya City managed to rip off one of the ninth servant's arms, dealing severe damage to him and forcing him to retreat. Qinya City had been able to hold its own in the fighting between the two cities. Countless were impressed. The title of number one outside of Crimson Dragon City might very possibly switch hands. Ancient Imperial City became silent after that battle. It was rumored that the ninth servant suffered pervasive injuries and was busy recuperating in Ancient Imperial City. Regardless, that one battle had already proven that Qinya City was indeed powerful. If the ninth servant were to take on Qinya City again, he had to consider Qinya City's retaliation and if they would attack Ancient Imperial City. That was unless he became able to wipe out the holiness of Nirvanas in Qinya City in one shot. Qinya City sent people to keep a close eye on Ancient Imperial City's movements, or more specifically, the ninth servant's movements at all times. At the same time, the tribe leaders from the 9 tribes stayed behind in the city lord's office to train instead of leaving just in case the ninth servant decided to come back for them. Furthermore, all of them were fully willing to stay behind. Yi Futian ordered Wu Yong to pass Emperor Kua's lineage to them. After all, after Yaya recovered from her injuries, she and Yin Yuan laid down 2 other sword matrices of the void in Qinya City to defend against incoming threats. However, the ninth servant never went to Qinya City again after the last attack. It seemed as if everything returned to normal after that. Xingkai, a legendary figure who had once been renowned throughout the realm, gradually faded from the memories of the people of the realm. He was only brought up once in a while when that battle at the Crimson River was mentioned. At present, the one name that was always brought up by everyone was that of Yi Futian, city lord of Qinya City. However, Yi Futian seemed to have been hardly seen after he went into the regional palace to train. It had been quite a while since he was seen in public. The Crimson River continued to flow as it always had, just like the normal passage of time. 2 years passed by quickly. A great number of legendary figures emerged within the span of those 2 years. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, held once a month, continued to be a huge attraction. 2 more battles were held at the Crimson River, and 2 other very formidable geniuses made it into the regional palace's ranks. However, none had been able to achieve what Yi Futian had accomplished 2 years ago, when he emerged like a brilliant star from the sky. Year 10027 of Divine Prefecture Calendar. 2 figures were seen standing on the top of a flaming hill on an ancient mountain that was scorched red hot in the regional palace. Both of them burst with extremely formidable auras. One of them held a halberd while the one held a sword. People were everywhere under the flaming peaks. Their eyes were fixed on those 2 men. A terrifying flash of the sword seemed to be about to flood the entire place, and the swordsman finally made his move. 3,000 swords burst as soon as he attacked. Countless flashes of the sword streaked in the skies, blinding the eyes of the spectators. The other man made his move as well, attacking with the halberd in his hand. A doomsday-like scene emerged on the flaming peaks. The hills around them either burst and crumbled, or were razed altogether. The flashes of the sword climbed in intensity, and it was the same with the halberd, where every single attack felt like a rainbow arching through the sky, tearing through space and destroying the great path. Streaks of dazzling bolts of lightning zipped in the sky. Both men separated after a very loud rumble was heard, returning to their spots before they fought. Pei Min lowered his head, looking at the sword in his hand, of which only the hilt was left, and then flashed a bitter smile at the silver-haired young man. When Yi Futian was still at proving holiness level, Pei Min's sword had still been able to overpower him without needing to use the strongest attacks. As Yi Futian became a saint of true self, he became able to destroy Pei Min's sword by clashing head only, armed only with his art of the halberd. "You want another round?" Yi Futian asked. "Please don't look for me anymore from here on out." Pei Min then flashed, disappearing from everyone's sight after drawing an arc with his sword. Yi Futian's expression was peculiar as he watched Pei Min leave. He recalled that it was Pei Min who asked to spar with him when he first got into the regional palace. He turned around and looked at the spectators standing all over the place, watching the battle. He then asked, "Would any one of you like to have a go? Let's get out of here." The crowd dispersed shortly. Even Pei Min gave up, "And you're asking us to have a go with you?" They thought, incredulous. "You enjoy torturing us or something? Damn. We can no longer play around like we used to ever since that B***starred became a saint of true self," they thought. Everyone in the crowd was determined to behave as if they heard nothing if he were to ever ask to spar with any of them. Futian felt rather exasperated after he saw the crowd turning away from him. Being invincible was indeed lonely. He fought almost everyone in the first 2 planes of sainthood in the regional palace for the past 2 years. Ironically, it had been them who came to him when he first came to the regional palace. He had defeated Xing Kai in that battle above the Crimson River, after all. However, another figure was heading towards Futian. That someone came before Futian, looking very elegant and exuding a cold grace. It was none other than the daughter of Emperor Wu, Tianjiao. "You want to spar?" Futian asked. "Sure." Tianjiao nodded slightly and asked, "Well, not quite a sparring session. I'm no match for you, after all. Take it as me asking for your advice. I've run into some problems with my training." They had gotten rather familiar with each other after Futian joined the regional palace's ranks. Furthermore, Futian was different from how Xing Kai had been. Xing Kai was arrogant and aloof. He acted as if he was head and shoulders above the others, appearing unapproachable. Futian, however, looked carefree and laid back most of the time. He even joked around with others. He was so amicable that even someone as prideful as Pei Min was able to get along with him just fine. Even though the 2 men hardly talked and spent most of their time around each other sparring, Tianjiao knew that Pei Min was very approving and even impressed by Futian. But then again, she knew very what Futian had done in the past, and she had an obvious idea of how brutal and decisive he acted against his enemies. There was no need to mention that his talent was unusually exceptional as well. His comprehension and development in cultivation far eclipsed those of hers. "Very well." Futian nodded, seeing no reason to refuse. "If you have problems with training, why not seek help from elders or cave masters instead? He hasn't been a saint of true self for long, and there will be little he could help you with." A voice was heard saying. Xiaqing Yuan hovered to where they were, looking at both Futian and Tianjiao. 2 heads are always better than 1. Furthermore, Futian's talent eclipses mine. It could be easier to discover some latent problems among peers instead, Tianjiao replied plainly, looking at Xiaqing Yuan, who had come to their side. "You speak the truth, indeed." Xiaqing Yuan nodded and continued, "But then again, you probably wouldn't be his match in sparring, and it would do you little good in furthering your training. How about we spar instead? We might find what we each lack from, after all." A hint of bafflement was seen in Tianjiao's eyes. She looked at Xiaqing Yuan's eyes. She only found calmness in her eyes. Xiaqing Yuan also sounded laid back. It was as if she was only giving a common suggestion. "All right, then." Tianjiao nodded and flashed, heading towards the battlefield at the side. Xiaqing Yuan headed out as well, heading towards Tianjiao. A grand battle that was pleasing to the eye erupted soon, rattling the heavens and the earth within an instant. The attacks from both women were extremely raging. Both traded blows without bothering about defense. "Wait, what?" Futian thought. Futian, who was at the side, observed the raging battle between the 2 women. "You girls have to go that far? Man, I better not mess with you too," he thought. Futian turned around and left where he stood. He stopped in front of someone else and said, "Yusheng, let's go." Yusheng stepped out and left with Futian. Both of them came to a high ground, and Futian sat on the ground. The year was already year 10027 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. He had been training in peace in the regional palace for the past 2 years and had succeeded in making into the next plane, becoming a saint of true self. A lot of his powers had grown considerably, but Futian understood that if he were to be ranked among all in Crimson Dragon region, his powers were hardly considered formidable. But then again, he was unable to sit around and continue training anymore. There were still 2 matters that hung in his mind. He wanted to attempt to settle one of them at the moment. Someone else came to their side before long. It was Xiaqing Yuan. You girls are done? Yi Futian asked. You girls didn't take your time, indeed, he remarked to himself. Xiaqing Yuan then shot a cold glance at Yi Futian and asked, You have something to talk to me about? Indeed. Yi Futian nodded and continued, Princess, I'd like to return to Emperor Xia's realm for a bit, and there is something I'd like your help with. Xiaqing Yuan looked at Yi Futian. If it were not something important, he would not have come to her more so when he needed her help. She felt rather irked at that thought, and her eyes remained cold. She wanted to ignore him, but she was able to guess what he was up to and knew how important it was for him. All right, Xiaqing Yuan agreed to it right away. Aren't you going to ask what it's about, Princess? Yi Futian asked. You addressed me as Princess. Would I need to ask any further? Xiaqing Yuan's eyes remained cold. Yi Futian smiled embarrassingly. He knew Xiaqing Yuan was able to guess what he was up to. He only addressed her as Princess when he needed her help, and it was indeed quite shameless of him. He was unable to help but feel somewhat ashamed. However, this was something he needed to see to, and he did not want to wait. She looked at Yi Futian, flashing a bitter smile, and then asked, Are you sure you're going to do this right now? It would be rather risky, after all. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. Waiting would be painful for him, and it would be more so for his brothers and sisters back home. In that case, let's head out immediately. I'll ask for my father's help. Xiaqing Yuan did not say anything else. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.